overkill and the concern Reno residents.
Thanks, Carl. We'll switch and get it on another route here.
Just checking you guys can hear me.
We can hear you. Yes, Naomi.
Thank you. I'll be closing this up until
Okay.
you're ready.
We're going to try to play a voicemail just for audio check. Can you guys give me?
That they could be fatal. But
So, hello, everybody.
we were doing 100 miles an hour. We hit a curb.
Devin, can you hear the voicemail that we're playing right now?
No, I cannot.
We cannot.
But you can hear me.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Well, 1
Yeah.
out of 2 ain't bad.
I was ejected from the vehicle. The vehicle landed on my head for a month, and I was in the hospital for 5.5 months.
Just have a heck of a time.
Bonnie, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Mayor indicated that she is running a few minutes behind and getting all set up with her tech, but she asked if council would like to go ahead and start today. You can do that. It's entirely up to the body.
I think we're ready.
Okay. We will go ahead and get everything started on our end. Give us just a second. All right. Vice Mayor Weber, we are all set up on our end, and you may call your meeting to order.
Okay, I will do so. I'll call the meeting to order for the Reno City Council, February 24th, 2021. And Councilmember Dewar, will you lead us in the pledge to the flag?
Definitely. I see. We'll use Ms. Breckus's flags.
I love it. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, roll call for the Reno City Council. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here.
Jarden,
Here.
Reese.
Here.
TV is absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to, is there public comment?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. Item A3 is reserved for general public comment or items specifically not on our agenda today. It should be noted, any items that are received before 4 p.m. that are not specific to this agenda will be lodged on the record under A3. Anything that comes in after and is not specific will go on to J1, or received after 4 p.m. will not go with its item in order for proper record keeping. We received public comment from Bob and Mary Alessandrelli, and Leah Sanders submitted 2 different concepts, and this has been submitted to council and is part of the record. Additionally, we do have 1 voicemail from Mark Markell, and we will play that at this time. And if council can just give me a thumbs up when you hear the audio, that would be appreciated.
Good morning, Miss Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident.
Can't hear
Back in
anything, Ashley.
1989,
No.
I got in a car with a drunk driver.
Okay, we will continue to work on the tech and circle back. It is from Mark Markell, identifying his concerns with the dangers of drunk driving. The transcript has been submitted to council and is part of the official record. With that, Madam Vice Mayor and council, we transition to approval of your agenda for today. And I will send it over to City Manager Thornley with any changes that he may have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, Doug Thornley, City Manager, for the record. Today, we need to pull B5, Bravo 5 of the agenda, and I2, India 2. One of the appeals this evening has been withdrawn by both sets of appellants.
That's great. Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Back to the council. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Councilmember Reese.
Second on that.
I heard a motion by Councilman Reese and seconded by Councilmember Jarden. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, transitioning to your consent agenda, it should be noted that we did not receive any public comments specific to your agenda. I'll return it to council for items that they wish to pull for discussion.
Thank you. Are there any, let's start with Councilwoman Breckus.
Yes, I'd like to pull item B3, please, and also item B7.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
You just come back to me in 1 minute.
Sure. Councilman Delgado.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jarden.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Nothing, no ma'am.
I have nothing to be pulled. So Councilwoman Breckus, was there others?
No, and I'm fine too, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Move to approve the remaining items.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 That consent agenda has been approved. And we'll go back to Councilwoman Breckus on item B3.
Yeah, this is our acceptance of the comprehensive annual financial report known as the CAPR. It's one of the most important financial matters that comes before us on an annual basis. And I'd like a presentation from staff, and I have a question or two.
Okay.
At this time, we will move over Finance Director Debbie Lochner to be able to answer any questions and give you a brief presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Lochner, here you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I do have a presentation. I will go ahead and share my screen and it's real quick, go through that, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. So what we are here today is to have the council accept the opinions and findings of our comprehensive annual financial report. That's the CAFR for our fiscal year that ended June 30th, 2020. And also approving the auditor's required communication letter and the approving our plan of corrective action. So an annual audit is required by NRS. It's actually required nationwide, so I think every state has their own requirements. But we do an external audit, so it's external from the organization, and they come in and they audit our financial statements. We are required to submit the results of that audit within 5 months at the close of the fiscal year. With the pandemic, we actually had to request 2 30-day extensions from the Department of Taxation. We were granted those extensions. And so we have until March to submit the March 2nd, actually, to submit this CAFR to the state. So I'm hoping that you will accept it today. The results, the city received an unqualified opinion. What that means is they found no material things wrong with our financial statements or how they were presented. No deficiencies, no significant deficiencies were noted. There is a plan of corrective action included, which is required by NRS for any violations. We had 3 funds that overexpended the appropriations, 2 of which are covered by noted exemptions in NRS and 1 which is not. So our recommendation is that council accept the CAFR for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, and approve our plan of corrective action to be submitted to the Department of Taxation. And that is the end of my quick little presentation, but I am happy to answer questions.
Councilwoman Breckus, you had questions.
Yeah, I do have a question. The budget matters caught by the corrective action plan, the over expenditures. How did those happen and in what areas were those?
So there was, one of them was the Community Assistance Center. We had a significant amount of rental assistance that went out in May and June, and we're not able to catch the final augmentation to, I think we probably would have overexpended anyway because we had so much activity. But it doesn't meet one of the exemptions under NRS because that is, it's not federal funding. It is money that comes back to us from the state. The other was in the Railroad Debt Service Fund. We paid some additional monies for sales of properties that did not get augmented in there, but we paid additional money onto that debt. That is one of the exemptions under NRS that we are allowed to do that. And then the third one is in our self-insured risk retention internal service fund. We have to do an actuarial evaluation and book our IBNR, and I forget exactly what all that stands for, but we have to book that amount into our financial statements, and we do the actuarial analysis every 2 years. And so we had to book 1.24 million into that, and that pushed us slightly over budget in that particular fund, about $170,000 over budget in that fund. Based on that accounting booking, and that's one of the exemptions as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the responses.
Thank you. Is there any others that have questions, comments? Is there a motion?
I can move to accept.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilwoman Brecka, seconded by Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item was B7, I believe. Councilwoman Breckus, you had questions?
I did, thank you. So we're doing a lot of letting of public works contracts on our annual street program, and also the engineering with that. And I was curious on B7. I don't know that I've ever seen this before, but the bid came in exactly to the engineer's estimate, to the dollar, the $189. And I was just wondering for engineering staff, is the engineer's estimate known to the bidders?
Good morning, everyone. This is Carrie Koski, your city engineer. The engineer's estimate is typically not, we usually give them a range.
Mhm.
So what you're referring to, and I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the entire question, but I think the question is the engineer's estimate the same as the bids, as the low bid? Is that correct, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I've never seen those come like in absolute alignment. So it made me wonder, do they know the estimate when they bid?
That is not correct. So they don't know the exact number. So in the attachment in the staff report, the engineer's estimate on this one was $2,613,510, and the bidder was $2,189,189.
Oh, okay. They didn't come in right at it. Okay. They came in low, and they were the low bid.
That's correct. They were the low bid.
Okay. So typically you let out and let the contractors know the range?
Yes, we do.
Within how many hundred thousands?
It depends on the size of the project. On a project like this, I think we give a range of like around a range of $200,000 to $300,000.
Okay. Well, I misread that. I appreciate being informed though on the parameters of how the engineer's estimate is known to the bidding community. So
and we do post those on the Planet bids when we put them out to bid. We give the contractors the range.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll let someone else make the motion. It's in Ward 3, I think. Yeah.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilman Delgado and seconded by Councilman Reese. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
With that, Madam Vice Mayor, closing out your consent agenda and moving on to item C1, which is a public hearing for adoption of a resolution with the City of Reno approving a lease agreement with Sky Tavern. At this time, we'll move over Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Rec, as well as Susan Ball-Roth from the City Attorney's Office, who's available to answer questions. Additionally, we do have representatives from Sky Tavern available.
Thank you. So I believe that I will be opening the public hearing, and let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C1. And Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item. Additionally, we do not have any public comment.
Thank you. And do any council members need to make disclosures? Hearing none, let's move on. Ms. Schroeder.
Hi, good morning. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. And with us today, we have Susan Roth, who is our Deputy City Attorney that has helped with this resolution and lease agreement. And you also will have Bill Henderson and Yale Spina with Sky Tavern to answer any questions. I have prepared a short 8-slide presentation if council desires, so that we can give you a quick rundown of what we're asking you to approve.
I think we'd like that presentation, but let me check with everyone else. Is there anyone that, okay, we'd like to have it. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen? That seems to be the question of every meeting and every item. All right, I got a thumbs up. Okay, so what we are asking council to review and approve today is a lease agreement with Sky Tavern for approximately 4.6 acre feet of water rights. And the reason we are doing this is because Sky Tavern is pursuing the ability to install snowmaking equipment. Once they have that equipment installed, water is definitely going to be needed in order to make that snow. And the Sky Tavern property does have water rights associated with it. And so we are asking council to consider a lease with Sky Tavern so that they can use those water rights to be able to make the snow. The value of that water right is about $2,700. And what we were recommending, because this would be for community use, would be a lease of $1 per year. So you'll notice this was a public hearing agenda item, and per NRS 533.550, we do need to do this as a public hearing because the lease is going to be more than 5 years. And so as part of this public hearing, there are 4 findings that we essentially need to make. So, the first one is that it would be consistent with the long-term management of the water resources. The second one would be not depriving residents and businesses within the jurisdiction access to water. Third one being it's a reasonable means of use of the water right. And the fourth being that the water right ensures that the public body receives actual value or of the benefit, and staff has been able to make these determinations because Sky Tavern is an organization that is open to members of the public as long as you register for their programs. So a little bit more detail about that water right. The water right associated with the Sky Tavern property is under the Browns Creek Decreed, and the city of Reno and Washoe County equally share 1/2 interest of that water right. The manner of use back when that water right was filed back in 1975 was to do stock watering for 6 months of the year. So an interesting factoid on that is that that water right decree talks about 3,500 sheep that must have used to roam that hillside back in the time that they were using it for something other than a ski hill. So the water right also states that it must be used on the property of Sky Tavern for Sky Tavern purposes. And because the request is to use it for snowmaking, we can determine that that would be an allowable use of this water right. The water, in case you are interested, is historically stored in Grass Lake, which is a small pond that is on site. We would, if council approves this lease, the water right needs to be leased to Sky Tavern prior to them being able to utilize it. The term of the lease that we have before council today mirrors the property lease agreement, which ends on October 31st of 2049. Both the water right lease and the property lease agreement can be extended or terminated by either party. And Sky Tavern is also pursuing the lease with Washoe County for their half of that water right. So as stated earlier, the value is approximately $600 per acre feet, so roughly $2,800 value. We would recommend leasing it for $1 a year. And on the legal implications, we are in compliance per NRS 533. And so our recommendation to council would be to adopt the resolution, making the findings pursuant to that NRS, and approve the lease agreement with Sky Tavern for the water right in order to do ski making or snowmaking. And with that, we've got Susan Ball-Roth if you have legal questions, and we have Sky Tavern if you have some operational questions available.
Madam Vice Mayor, you're on mute.
Apologize. I had a great conversation with myself just a minute ago. Thank you, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I am super happy that this has come before us and will be a supporter. I want to say thank you to the Sky Tavern folks. over the years. I know many of our citizens have learned to ski there. My own family learned to ski on the hill and volunteered my fair amount of hours there. Allowing them to have snowmaking obviously allows them to create an opportunity for more kids. It takes out of the mix some of the changing nature of our weather patterns. I think that adding this and some of the improvements that are going to come over the next several years as they're able to improve the lodge, look at opening up different parts of it, is just going to make for a much more complete and comprehensive hill. And we have a lot to be proud of. It's one of the only kinds of this cooperative engagements in the country. I think it is unique among different ways in which we really allow our young people here to learn to enjoy what is right in their backyard. So absolutely ardent supporter, love the opportunity that this presents to them, and it makes sense that the water which is there, which can only be used there, is used by them for this purpose. So I thank them for being here. I will be enthusiastic when we make the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, I think Councilwoman Breckus had her hand up first. But
I don't
okay.
have.
Okay, no problem. I just too wanted to echo my colleagues' comments that I think this is very exciting. We have land, but we don't have that much water rights. And just the fact that we do own the water rights, it's a perfect match with being able to support this activity up at Sky Tavern. So I will also be enthusiastically supporting it. And I see Susan Ball-Roth and Jamie Schroeder nodding their head very supportively. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see Councilwoman Breckus. Do you? Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so no, I think this builds upon the long-term lease agreement and they work in companionship. I just want to understand that, as you move to use the mountain more intensively with snow making and, it's a sensitive environmental lands up there, the oversight for, the environmental quality of the improvements and so on, that lives in the main lease, right? And we have that oversight. So as they start making improvements, what do? Send one of our public works environmental control officers up there, and are they looking at everything and making sure best practices are used?
Jamie Schroeder for the record. So yes, in the main long-term lease agreement, there is a clause in there that Sky Tavern just basically needs to ensure that they always fall within all the different rules and regulations, regardless of what activity they're doing. Okay. Testing of the water is done regularly for the potable water. Mm-hmm. And if Sky Tavern has anything to add, I'll let them add a little bit more detail on snowmaking, because that's definitely not in our wheelhouse.
Yeah. It's just, you're up in surrounded by Forest Service lands, mm-hmm. where, it's all very much controlled through federal permitting. And, even though we're in private lands, it's still part of the sensitive landscape up there. And the lease does, hold that to best practices and treatments of that environmental area.
Yes, and they are in the process of getting all other permitting that's associated with doing snowmaking.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, is there a motion, please?
I'll move to adopt the resolution and enter into the agreements.
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion by Councilwoman Reese and seconded by Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Happily. And all of those opposed, motion carries unanimously. And there's the mayor, and she voted on this item as well. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill. Good job. Keep doing the work for the kids. You guys are doing fantastic. Love you.
Come on up.
Thank you all.
Madam Mayor, with that, closing out item C1 and transitioning to your next public hearing of the day. Item C2, this is an ordinance introduction for 5935 West Ranger Road zoning map amendment.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to send it over to Carl Hall to read the ordinance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an ordinance introduction, bill number 7168, case number LDC 21-00027, 5935 West Ranger Road, zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Zoning, Rezoning a plus or minus 2.91 acre site generally located south of the Panther Drive and West Ranger Road intersection and north of the terminus of Copper Leaf Drive, from large lot residential, 1 acre minimum lot size, to single family residential, 4,000 square foot minimum lot size, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right, thank you. At this time, I will now open the public hearing. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. No correspondence was received. Additionally, we do not have any public comment.
All right, fantastic. Do any council members need to make any disclosures? Please do so at this time. Seeing that there are none, staff presentation. Hi, Angela.
Hi, good morning. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. I'm going to do a quick presentation for everyone. Again, thumbs up. Is my screen showing correctly?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Can't see it.
Great. This is a request for a zone change. The site is a little under 3 acres. It's in Ward 4 in the area of Panther Valley. That vicinity map shows you where it's at. Just north of this property is the railroad. South of it is an existing subdivision, and then east of it is also a residential development. This is a request to change the zoning. It's currently zoned LLR1, which allows for 1 unit per acre. What they're requesting is to go to SF4, which would provide a density of 11 units per acre. Again, looking at what is there now compared to what's being proposed. What's being proposed is a better match, I would say, for the neighborhood, because just south of us, we have the similar SF4 zoning. To the east of this property, we have an MF14 or a multifamily zoning. From a master plan perspective, it currently is master planned mixed neighborhood. There are 2 zoning categories that are permitted and conform within that mixed neighborhood master plan. And those are both SF4 and MF14. So that current zoning does not conform to the master plan. What's being proposed does conform to the master plan. Staff was able to make all of the findings. Planning Commission also unanimously recommended approval of this zone change. And that is it. We'll conclude my presentation and be available for questions.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
You know, since we're using our new zoning code, I'm surprised. So the mixed use only has 2 corresponding residential zoning districts?
Yep, correct. That mixed neighborhood master plan land use category only has 2 zonings that fit within that land use.
SF4 and MF14. What are those called under the new terminology?
SF11 is what this will convert to. So if this is approved with City Council, under the old zoning, it was called SF4. Under the new zoning, it's called SF11. It's essentially just a name change. Instead of a minimum lot size, it goes to a minimum density.
And what's the MF14 change to?
And that one's still the MF14.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion?
You're on mute.
You're mute.
All right, I didn't have any questions, but I do absolutely support this zoning change. So it's in my ward, and I'd like to make the motion to support this.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving right along. We're going to now go into D1. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Yes, as you mentioned, moving to item D1, we do have City Attorney Carl Hall and Assistant City Attorney Jonathan Shipman available. It should be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, we did receive 2 public comments in opposition of this item from Steve Wolgast and Alan Hoffman. Both of these have been submitted to council and are part of the official record.
All right, fantastic. I guess I'm going to send it over to Carl Hall.
Carl, you're on mute.
From you.
Sorry about that. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We are requesting that the City Council approve this request to allow us to appeal the ruling on the Lemon Valley case. We think it's appropriate to have the Supreme Court clarify the errors that we perceived the court made at the district court level. I think that would give us some clarity going forward on all these cases that are currently pending. So I'm requesting that the council approve our ability to appeal this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right. Questions, comments from council members? Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Could you, Mr. Hall, elaborate a little bit on the errors that you feel the court has made?
We believe that the class certification was erroneous. We believe that the opt-in method of choosing class membership was an error. We believe that liability was not clearly established pursuant to current law. We believe that the court erred in the jury instructions. We believe that the decertification of the class also indicates that the initial class certification was an error. We believe that the court has awarded tort damages as opposed to taking damages. We believe that the calculation of damages on the 3 class representatives was an error, and that the approval of those damages was not consistent with Nevada law. And those are just some of the errors that we perceive were made by district court.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a follow-up?
Right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead.
Since this is our second trip up to the Supreme Court appealing the lower district judge, were any of these points made in the previous appeal to the Supreme Court? And what happened at that one? Did they just decline to take it?
Initially, we filed a writ challenging the certification of the class, and the Supreme Court did not entertain the writ. They directed us to file an appeal if we felt that the district court erred in its rulings. So the Supreme Court has not entered a ruling on this case to date.
So it's just more a redo of that same point to them again.
So it's the original class certification in addition to the other errors that we perceive have been made, yes.
Okay, I have other questions, Madam Mayor, but I'm more than happy to let it pass around until you come back to me.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hall, I was wondering, what are the possible outcomes here? I mean, if we do appeal to the Supreme Court, what do you see as the range of alternatives? What do you hope that they will do? And which I would assume a best case, and then what might be a downside?
So what we would like the Supreme Court to do is find that the city is entitled to a new trial because we don't believe that liability was appropriately established on a class-wide basis. On the downside, there would be some clarification on the law, and the court may find that the judge was correct, and that would give us some guidance going forward on other pending cases on how to proceed. And so I think, you know, there's an upside, either if the court, you know, reverses the district court judge's rulings, or if they affirm it, it'll give us some guidance going forward. So I think I would recommend that we be allowed to appeal this ruling.
So on the upside, would we possibly save some funds or not have to pay out some payments? And then on the downside, would we potentially have to pay those payments or even increase payments?
Well, it would give us some clarity on what needs to be paid. And that's what we're looking for, is we want to know that what we are paying, we are required to pay by law. So I think this appeal will give us that clarity as to whether or not the judgment, the summary judgment order that was rendered by the judge was appropriate. And so we would like some clarity on that issue. And then another pending case is it would give us clarity going forward. So does that answer
So
your
I
question?
understand about, if I may, Madam Mayor, one more follow-up. I understand about the clarity and you explained that pretty well in the previous answer. But what I'm asking is right now, I believe, and please correct me because I'm just, I'm not you and I'm trying to make sure I understand. I believe that the judgment has been that we owe these appellants $750,000 plus attorney's fees and some other potential fees that I'm a little unclear on. And what I was wondering was if we go up and we don't win, could we owe them more, like either more attorney's fees or other kind of penalties? What do you see monetarily?
So generally speaking, I think the appeal would, if we were to lose and we were to pay the attorney's costs for the appeal, we're probably looking at $50,000 in that general range.
Okay,
So
just
that would be the
50,000.
additional cost. And then if the Supreme Court were to affirm the judgment, then of course we would be liable to pay the $700,000 for the damages to the plaintiffs, as well as attorney's fees and costs. So,
Okay.
and we don't have, I don't know what that number is, but I'm
Right.
assuming it's around 1.5 million in attorney's fees.
Okay, so and I guess final on this round would just be, there's also, whenever we do anything, whether it's make a decision like we've already done during this meeting, several decisions, there's always people that think we're making a right decision, people think we're making a wrong decision. Even on the last one, I mean, the water rights, it might be obvious to, let's say, Councilmember Reese and I, that that's a really good thing to do. And other people might think, no, you shouldn't allocate your water rights for that. You should save them for some other purpose. It might be critical of us. And so we always want to understand also public perception. And so right now we have a public perception that we do owe people something. And we have had, as Ms. Breckus pointed out, a visit to the Supreme Court already. This case, I think, has been going on 3 years. We have many things on our plate. And so I guess the question you're asking us today is, do we just want to agree to the findings that have already been had, potentially enter into some additional settlement agreements, or do we want to go fight some more? And, obviously the public will have an opinion about that too, just like they have an opinion about everything that we do. And often on these things, there's a perception that something's right or something's wrong or something's in the public interest. And in the public interest, what we're dealing with here is that we do have your ability and your team to fight lawsuits, and they're budgeted. And so it doesn't really, we fight until we don't really run out of money. Let me put it that way. We might run out of money someday, but we generally have enough money to follow through on whatever we're taking up. But the public's perception is that whatever we spend money on, whether it's, anything, affordable housing project or, a street repair or whatever it is, they have an opinion about what we're doing. And I think they might have an opinion about this as well. And our stance with our residents, whether they be city residents, county residents, they're all our residents because we all live together in these couple of valleys. So I just want to make that comment that as I hear what my colleagues have to say, I'm going to be very cognizant too of, public perception, expenditures of dollars, on these kind of things. Do you cut your losses and move on to other issues and get it settled, or do you continue to fight? That's just kind of how I'm looking at it. And you have added some really good, detail to that of how you're looking at it. So thank you.
Carl, can I, sorry, Councilman Jordan, and then I'll just ask a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My questions are, one, how long do we anticipate if we were to approve this appeal, how long would it take? And two, I think the implications of an appeal or not go, I know this started out with some 55 individuals that were in the class, and then that got and correct me if I've got the wrong number. And then there was a judicial ruling that narrowed that down to 4 or 5. that we're speaking of here today. I think the bigger concern is this hanging issue of attorney's fees, which, as you just stated, are at the very least double what the settlement amount to the individuals are. So do we know what that amount that the attorneys are seeking? And when will we kind of know? Because I think that has implications on what we do here today.
So the plaintiff's attorneys have indicated that they have incurred $1.5 million worth of attorney's fees and approximately $400,000 in costs, is my understanding. And as you know, originally there were approximately 37 class members, and then there were 3 class members. Then Judge Breslow, after the liability finding against the city, allowed the plaintiffs to amend their complaint to bring in other class members. They only brought in 3. After they brought in 3 and the judge determined what damages were as a result of the alleged taking, the plaintiff's attorneys filed 27 additional cases in federal court. And that's why I think it's important that we appeal this, because we need some clarity. And going to Councilmember Doer's comment, you know, there is public interest in this, and I think the public should have guidance from our Supreme Court to make sure that we're not paying more or less than we should be paying. I think we should have direction from our Supreme Court to make sure that we are acting consistent with Nevada law, and we don't think that the judge's rulings thus far are consistent with the law.
So back to my first question about timing. And so if I'm correct in what you just stated, the attorney's fees and costs are almost $2 million, where the 3 remaining property owners who were deemed to have had damage is only $750. That's a big number for attorney's fees. So but more importantly to the timing, how long do we think this will take to get a determination from the Supreme Court?
So we would want to file our notice of appeal by the middle of next month. We have 30 days from the date of the entry of order. So we're looking at March 10th approximately. And I would assume that the appeal would take probably 6 months.
Okay.
Just
okay.
Generally speaking.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Carl, can you tell me, do we have to appeal to get clarity, sort of to accomplish what you're looking for? Or is there another process that can be utilized to accomplish that?
An appeal is the process to achieve clarity on these legal issues. Yes, there is no other process.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
I mean, some of my questions have been answered. I just want to follow up a little bit. So we have an understanding that the plaintiff's attorneys are claiming $1.9 million in attorney fees and expenses. We're looking about $750,000 in damages. So that's kind of an upside down ratio that I don't think any defendant wants to be in ever, and makes me question strategy and how we got to this point. But isn't there a process when you go through and you sit with the judge on those numbers and you can maybe weigh them down a little bit? I mean, isn't that, or is the judge like up or down, you know, on those?
No, we would have a hearing. And obviously we would claim that typically in this type of a case that the attorney's fees would be approximately 1/3 of what the plaintiffs achieved or were granted as damages. So obviously we will assert those defenses. However, you know, it's up to the judge to make the final determination.
For me, I'd like to see you put your energies over there and not so much into going up to the Supreme Court again. That's just a side comment. The second question, I'm very confused how you state there's these federal claims hanging out there, and everything I've always studied about taking is that state court and federal court in takings are very different. So, and maybe that's general in law, but how does a state court proceeding in a takings case inform a federal proceeding? I'm very confused on that one.
Well, I'm anticipating that the plaintiffs are going to claim that the rulings in state court apply to the liability finding in the federal court. That is why I want clarification from our Supreme Court So I don't have a federal court claiming that the state court ruling is indicative of what the law should be and impose liability based upon a state court finding.
But does it really work that way? I mean, I thought, you know, for example, in the Clark County airport cases, which were takings cases, Nevada's over here on takings and the feds are over here on takings.
Right. I believe that the elements are different in state and federal court. However, I'm anticipating that that's what the plaintiffs are going to claim. So before I get there, I want to make sure that I know, that I have clarification from our Supreme Court as to what the law is. So that's what I'm anticipating the plaintiffs are going to do.
All right, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think important discussions to be had on this topic. I think as public officials, we always want to be mindful of shepherding and safekeeping of our dollars and resources. We also have to be protective of the community. And certainly we have some obligation to those folks who at this stage have been injured. I think that there are enough legal errors that we are obligated to pursue the appeal. In that appeal process, I think we'll learn a number of things. Number one, there will be another settlement conference and opportunity in the Supreme Court. There are always mandatory settlement conferences, and perhaps in that way we can resolve some of the issues with the claimants who are the three plaintiffs. Ultimately, their amount of loss, I don't think we would be fighting about if it weren't for some of the bad legal issues that had arisen over the course of this case. And so as to the attorney fees, look, these cases are largely driven by attorney fees. Attorneys doing this kind of work see these as cash cows, right? They see a number of plaintiffs, a government entity, and it is not we who cause the increase in fees and costs. It is the complexity of the nature of class actions, and in particular, some of the choices that were made by these defendants at various times. And quite frankly, it's very expensive to pursue these kinds of cases because there are a lot of technical experts that are needed. Those costs can mount very quickly. We obviously control some of that, but we don't control the plaintiff's counsel. I think for my part, it boils down to the numerous legal errors that I think were made by the district court in this case, and how those errors will implicate future cases. And I ultimately think the better part of our opportunity is to go and get some clarity on the legal issues and make certain that the law is really what we're applying, in spite of the fact that I don't really want to be in a dispute with folks who were injured. It is not my preference. I think there are some sort of social and economic justices that weigh against it. But at the end of the day, we have an obligation to pursue what I think our lawyers have advised us. I am obviously a lawyer, but I am not your lawyer. So in these cases, I do rely heavily on the attorney's office to give us the skinny, and I trust their judgment on this. And so I'm exercising my judgment to support their judgment, and that will be how I will be voting.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Thank you. I thought I want to go back to a point my colleague just made about the plaintiffs in this case, and that is that they have been out of their homes and damaged, not just to the value of their property, which I guess if there's three, it's average of $250 a person. But they have been not just out of their property for a day, a month, a year, but a full 4 solid years, and we're into a 5th year, and they still have had no redress of their issues. And while attorney's fees may seem large, $250,000 to any of us to get rehoused, get water back on our property, take care of our animals, all of which have been off-site, having to be boarded at various locations, and people are living in trailers while this marches on. I understand the legal issues, but I also understand the human issues that my colleague alluded to. And in my opinion, the only way that you can bring what they perceive to be a class action lawsuit is with this kind of attorney. I mean, nobody has dollars hanging out their pockets to go fight City Hall, which is what we are. We are City Hall. So you have to get an attorney who will work on what is the right word, contingency, so that they get paid if you get paid. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. And that is a big risk to a law firm, but I can only assume they took that on if they thought they had a good case to support these people. And I don't think it's been argued, maybe it has, but I think it's been stipulated to that there was damage experienced. You know, maybe you don't know whether to calculate that as 260,000, 250,000, or 240,000, but I think we all know the floodwaters came, the people were put out of their homes, they could not move back, they could not get their wells, they could not use their septic tanks, they could not live there. They were, it's just like what we're going on in Texas, but imagine if Texas went on into 5 years that the people didn't have water and that people didn't have power and that people couldn't live in their house. I mean, those people would be pretty upset too. So I think that I understand the legal issues. I guess I have one question for our manager. I'm sure he doesn't want to get dragged into this, but I mean, my question is, and it's for all of our attorneys, is, I mean, to the point about settlement, there's been a number of settlement conferences. I guess that's how we got where we are. And the more we talk and the more we try to settle, the more the attorney bills go up. The more we go to the Supreme Court, I don't think it's going to be $50,000, frankly. I think it's going to be a bigger number because more experts will be called and more things will have to happen to prove points. And so I personally feel that both the plaintiffs that are injured into their 5th year now and the attorneys who have worked hard to represent there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's entitled to representation. And if you can't afford it out the gate, you go this method. And there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's how our system's set up. So my feeling right at this time, I don't know if we're coming into a landing here, but I just think that we should put this to bed and stop talking about it into a 5th year. And if it drags on for another 6 months at the Supreme Court, I guess I'm very concerned about that for the plaintiffs as well. They've had to move on with their lives, and most people don't have the ability, cash on hand, to either fight their case or even to reestablish themselves. And the reason I asked the manager is just, I don't know if there's other settlement opportunities even to, you know, the attorneys have said we're owed 1.5 million and 400,000 in costs. I don't know if there's an opportunity to continue working on that aspect, that someone else might have brought it up already. Or, you know, it's just whatever their bill is their bill. Could you just address that?
I'd be happy to address that. So your opportunity to negotiate against the numbers that you heard from Mr. Hall today is probably in what was described by Councilmember Reese in the Supreme Court settlement program. A case like this will be subject to mandatory settlement conferences. There could be opportunities for something perhaps more substantial than the typical settlement process. I guess the way I think we should look at this at the moment is when it comes to matters of appeal, sometimes it matters very much how you win and how you lose. And I think if I am understanding what Mr. Hall has to say correctly, the manner in which the court ruled against us in this case, regardless of sort of the extraneous issues on certification and things of that nature, it matters a great deal in terms of the ongoing saga of Swan Lake and what is going on in the federal court. And so my thought on this is sort of that a grand bargain is your best path forward. And if they see that there's value in appealing this case, if that gets us further down that road, I think that that's a positive development for us, regardless of the delay that it may impose on the other side.
Just to be clear, I mean, so between now and appeal, there's no more opportunity to talk? I mean, we have still, it sounds like 20 days until or 15.
There is always opportunity to talk. It becomes a question of leverage.
Okay, well, I just want to be clear. I don't think the residents should wait any longer. I think that there's been a lot of, missteps on all sides. I'm not worried about who was right and who was wrong. What I'm worried about is addressing the issues and moving forward. And if the people have to wait to get their money, I don't think that really serves. I mean, what's the outcome? That they won't get 750,000, might be 600,000? Is that? I mean, I guess everything's on the table when you go into a negotiation. It makes me uncomfortable. We've been at this for a long time. I think it's long enough to wait. So that's just my perspective. I may not be shared by the rest of council. There's a lot of compelling issues on all sides. So thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment that, there was if you guys will recall, there was, I think, some 15-year legal battles that had been going on with Scenic Nevada at one point. And correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, we finally got to a landing point through the Supreme Court settlement process on some pretty contentious stuff that had drug on for a really long time. And I just, having sat through that was a really good process. It was very informing, and it really did help to bring everything together. And I do think we have to be cognizant of our desire to make whole those that were damaged against the unreasonable and what I would qualify as greedy sort of legal fees that are astronomical. I mean, we have to just look at it in its totality, and it's the total number of taxpayers that are on the hook for that. So I look at it from 30,000 feet, and I too want to see those that were damaged made whole, but it can't be, I think the process of the settlement is a good one, and I'm hopeful we can get there quickly.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I don't think the Scenic Nevada reference is a good one. For example, that didn't pertain to anyone's home and, being disfranchised from their home. And I think it was more of a serial of issues, and it had legislation. It was a people's petition. I know it dragged on. I guess, as a non-attorney who's been around this stuff for many, many years, and I used to focus on it a lot more, I'd read the final briefings on cases like this, 7 years, 6 years, attorney fees, 2, 3 to 1 of damages, and think about, wow, what was going on in that local community? The alienation between those who were representing the government and their citizens must have just been so intense and so high. And I really do feel that continue to slog through on an appeal represents an alienation of us, of this governing body, to that constituency. And I am very troubled by it and just cannot go there. I think Ms. Stewart's points are well taken. When you're a government entity, you are deep pockets to engage in the expensive activity of litigation. We certainly are that, but we're already upside down. I don't think another $50,000 is worth the roll of the dice, to be honest with you. And I think that the alienation of these people and this continued stance of opposition to it really is a signal of, to me, indifference to the suffering that they have experienced. And I am very troubled by it, and I cannot get there.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I would just say that I think, there's another aspect of this, and I think it's sort of Councilwoman Breckus and Councilwoman Dewar sort of touched on this, but there's also a very large emotional toll that this clearly is probably taken on those residents. We've seen their testimony at council. It's been so concerning. I also think that, it's one of those issues that's incredibly unfortunate, but here we are. I think Councilwoman Breckus said it much, much better than I would, but here we are, sort of this big government, and that's really easy. We have deep pockets, but at the same time, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. I'd like to see our city attorney's office pivot, because I know that all of us have stressed and strained resources, and to continue on with this, I think is, and I hate to use this analogy, but quite honestly, water under the bridge now. I think we all move forward. I just, to me, this doesn't sit right. And I think that a lot of those people out there suffered. So I just feel very strongly about this. I think we all move on and focus on other things that we can do to make the infrastructure better out there for all residents. So I'm not going to be supporting it. All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but I think that Councilman Reese had his hand up.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Councilman Reese, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor. I think certainly I take umbrage with the claim that my decision is callous and has callous disregard for anyone. And so to the extent that that has been put out there, I want to be very clear and on the record. I would like to find a way to compromise, but I'm not going to compromise in a way that jeopardizes the long-term legal position of the city of Reno. The city of Reno is facing a number of other suits, and the law that was made in this case is just bad law. I mean, I appreciate it when I hear my colleagues who are planners, they have planning expertise, and I often defer to them. Some colleagues have water expertise. I often defer to them. We have a legal staff, and I am a lawyer. Our city manager is a lawyer. And to just disregard that because you have an emotional concern about what folks have gone through, I think ignores the underlying concerns that I have about the implications of this case to future cases, because it's not just this case that we're talking about. And ultimately, I would like to settle with the 3 plaintiffs in that suit, but I also am not willing to do so if it jeopardizes our future defenses and the way in which we would have to approach the federal lawsuits. I make no concern about the amount of fees and costs. The litigation is expensive. Those attorneys were excellent and did good work. It doesn't have anything to do with that. But at the end of the day, one person, a singular judge sitting on the bench, made a bunch of errors. And the only way to correct that is in the Supreme Court, where you have a lot more detachment from the local issues. People are less swayed by emotion. It's very academic. And there are academic errors that were made in this case. And so those errors should be corrected before we're able to move forward. I am certainly going to be someone who volunteers to be a part of a process if it gets to that point in the Supreme Court where there's a settlement conference. I think our colleagues should understand that when the settlement conference process happens, it's very early on in the process because, of course, they don't want people to spend a lot of time writing briefs in the Supreme Court, and the briefing schedule kind of takes a life of its own. So when you get into the mandatory settlement conference process, you have very excellent judges who help you to resolve the issues. And my hope is that we would resolve it in that forum. I have not been involved in any of the prior efforts to settle this case. And I look back on over the years that I have been on the council now, understanding where this case has come from, where it was a demand for $56–70 million to where we are today, which by my calculation is somewhere around $3 million. And I think, you know, our city attorney's office has done a good job of protecting the taxpayers and our general fund in a way that I think is meaningful and deserves being pointed out. Again, I have every concern for people who have been displaced and affected, but I also know that this is not something in a vacuum that I'm willing to simply walk away from. If the council goes another direction, I certainly will support the council's decision.
Mute.
Go right ahead, Councilman Weber.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that I do support our staff and our city attorney's request for, you know, going forward to the Supreme Court. It's just part of the process. And I just really appreciate all the hard work. I know I did participate in some of the deliberation, the hearings, right?
Yeah.
So I participated in those, and I just believe that this is the right thing to do. We certainly don't want those people to continue to be out out of their properties and what have you. But we also have to think about our entire city and where we're going with that. And so I do want to just say that I will be supporting our attorney's office and moving forward to the Supreme Court.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead, Mr. Thornley, and then I'm going to make a motion.
I think it just, before we reach decision on this, it is incumbent, I think, on all of us to remember that in matters of litigation, nobody wins. You know, we have winners and losers at the end because the case has to draw to a close, and we end up with hard feelings on either side. What I think is important is that to the extent we have additional outstanding claims that are tied to the record in this case, that we not further compound the matter as it relates to our ability to pay, as it relates to the standard against which these facts have been judged. And I believe that that is what the city attorney's office is asking for in this moment. And I believe that that is a prudent and responsible request. Now, fatigue from this sort of thing is real. It is expensive. It is emotionally draining in sort of all of the ways that the council has highlighted. And that will never change. That is sort of the nature of this business. And so I just wanted to make sure that those things were on everyone's mind as you cast your votes in this.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Just a small point, and I just want to clarify this just for the record. Ms. Weber said that she participated in the settlement. I did too early on. I believe, this is just my personal belief, it's just for, no matter how this goes, it's a thought for the future. We had an opportunity to deal with issues that Mr. Hall mentioned, opt-in, opt-out of classes. We discussed them extensively, at least in the conversations that were held before internally. We discussed not 50 million, but 5, I think a tenth of that. So I don't know.
I would just caution council that, settlement negotiations are confidential. So
right.
Really,
and I'm trying to just kind of follow up on
Sure.
what other people said, but just to set the record, I when I hear numbers like 50 million, I never recall a number like that. That's all in my time involved. Now, maybe those numbers came up later. I don't know. So that it could have been. So I just want to say that going forward, no matter what the decision is here, and we just all come to it with a different setting. I get that. It's fine. We'll move on and we'll do whatever the body decides as a whole to do, and we'll make the best of it. And then going forward, I just think that we just have to take a close look at each of these issues and whether they are, worthy, try to find a good path early on. That's all I'm saying. I know that you guys have tried, and we just need to maybe even just try harder. That's all. Just keep trying so that we don't get into these extended conversations. So I didn't mean to say anything out of turn here. I was just trying to respond to things I already said. So thank you. I'll just.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing that there are none, I guess I will put a motion forward to not support staff recommendation on moving forward with an appeal. That's my motion. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, roll call vote. Go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus.
Aye.
Councilman Reese.
Nay.
Councilman Delgado.
Nay.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Nay.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Aye.
Councilwoman Weber.
Nay.
Okay, I support the motion, so the motion fails. With that being said, I would imagine we need to make another motion.
Madam Mayor, I will move to approve legal's recommendation to move forward with the appeal.
Second.
All right.
Motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
No.
Nay. Motion carries. Okay, moving on.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item D2. This is a presentation on the feasibility study findings for the Arlington Avenue Bridges Replacement Project. At this time, we will bring over staff Carrie Koski and John Flansburgh. Additionally, we have Judy Tortelli and Bill Thomas from the RTC available for questions.
All right, we got Carrie on board. Hi. And then do we have Bill Thomas?
Mr. Bill Thomas is here, yes.
Nice.
And Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
awesome. Great to see you, or great to have you here. And then John Flansburgh, we've got you on the board too, on the big board. Oh, there you are, Bill Thomas. So nice to see you. I love it when you come to council. Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure, did we do item D2 or are we skipping that for later?
Oh, good
This-
question.
This is item D2, Councilmember Dewar.
Okay, we're not on to D3.
That is
No, that's what
correct.
you have to do.
Okay.
Nope, we're on
Okay, just
item
checking.
D2, and just to clarify for the record, Madam Mayor, we did receive public comment on this item. We received
Okay.
letters from Tony Harsh, Leah Sanders, and Honor Jones concerned about this item. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the record. And with that, we will turn it over to staff for a brief presentation and discussion.
Okay, take it away. Go ahead, Carrie.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. For the record, Carrie Koski, your city engineer. I'm very excited to be here today. We're here today with the RTC, the Regional Transportation Commission, and we're here today because of the Arlington bridges in downtown Reno. They need to be replaced. They were built back in the 1930s.
I'm
And
sorry, Carrie. I the reason I asked if we're on item D2, which is about electrical and gas system franchise fee, did I miss it? Are we skipping that to
It's
later?
a different agenda. The agenda was revised, I think.
I apologize. I must be looking at the one from yesterday. I apologize.
I
Thank
think
you.
You're looking at the draft agenda, Councilmember Dewar.
I apologize. Thank you.
No
Pull up my
problem.
correct one. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Carrie. Please start again.
Okay, so we are here today because of the Arlington bridges in downtown Reno. They need to be replaced. They were built back in the 1930s and they are in poor condition. The replacement of these bridges ties directly into the city's strategic plan that identifies improvements to the city's infrastructure as a tier 1 priority. So as you may recall, back in November of 2019, in collaboration with the Regional Transportation Commission, the city staff presented the Arlington Bridges feasibility study process. This process has been used, I'm happy to report, and will support eligibility for additional funding needed from state and local resources. Arlington Avenue is designated as a regional road, and the bridge replacements are listed in the 2040 RTP and the draft 2050 Regional Transportation Plan, with a project budget of around $25 million. For this reason, the RTC staff has taken the lead on this project. If the council decides to move forward today, the RTC is committed to making the Arlington Bridges project their #1 priority for federal funding efforts and will move quickly as possible into the environmental process for early funding eligibility. So today, your staff is asking for council support and acceptance to move forward into the environmental review process with the 2 bridge type elements that RTC will be presenting and the aesthetic package of 8 elements to support our community with that critical connection over the Truckee River. So now for our presentation, we have with us today Mr. Bill Thomas, the Executive Director of RTC. He will be here to help support questions afterwards. Ms. Judy Tortelli is going to give the majority of the presentation today. She's the RTC Project Manager, and she's assisted by Ms. Barb Santner, who is the Senior Landscape Architect with Stantec. She will also be providing us with some framework on the aesthetic elements. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Tortelli.
We can't hear her, or at least I can't.
Judy, we can see on our end that you are unmuted and we can see your screen share. So I'm not quite sure if there's an issue on your end with your microphone.
I don't know if it's a case here, but sometimes people have to log back in to get everything, the audio working and stuff, but.
Judy, we may have you log out and come back into the meeting. It should be noted we've also added Barb Santer from Stantec also to the meeting.
While we're waiting, Madam Clerk, maybe we could have Ms. Barb Santner talk about the aesthetic elements to be respectful of the council's time.
Sure. Ms. Santner,
Yeah,
you are
actually, just to
unmuted.
let you know, my screen just re-logged in and then I was able to get access, so.
Okay.
So if you would like to jump ahead, is that what you'd like to do a bit?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to go to aesthetics before I understand functionality.
Okay.
Agree.
Can you guys hear me at all?
There we go. Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Technical difficulties. Problem solved.
Great.
All right. Good morning, council members. I'm Judy Tortelli, project manager for the RTC, and excited to be here today to give you an update on the Arlington Avenue Bridges project. I have here with me Barb Stantner, Senior Landscape Architect for Stantec. She will be covering the recommended aesthetic elements of the project. The purpose of today's meeting is to revisit the goal of this study, provide an overview of what the team has completed, and discuss steps moving forward. Specifically, I'm looking for your acceptance on recommended concepts being carried forward to our next public meeting and ultimately into NEPA clearance and final design. When we started this project over a year ago, the goal was to figure out what needs to be done to replace the two bridges over the Truckee River on Arlington Avenue. The scope is to complete a feasibility study to define the bridge options, identify constraints, and determine costs. At the end, we will have a bridge type and aesthetic package identified to carry forward into environmental clearance and design. Decisions have been documented using a process called Planning and Environmental Linkages, also known as PEL. Following this process helps inform decision-making, engages the public and stakeholders, and streamlines the future NEPA process. The Arlington Avenue bridges were built in the 1930s, are categorized as structurally deficient by NDOT, and we have begun the process of replacing them. These bridges provide access over the Truckee River and split the Wingfield Park area. The project needs to maintain a functional bridge over the river, improve safety and multimodal access to the park area, and meet flood capacity requirements. The team reviewed previous studies and determined 5 original alternatives. The intent was to start with all feasible options, gather feedback following the PEL process, and reduce the range of alternatives carried forward for additional analysis. The alternatives included the single pier concept. This alternative has 1 pier in the river as opposed to 2 as there is existing. This has an overall thinner deck. It provides flexibility to provide widened sidewalk space and will maximize headroom for the existing path under the bridge. The clear span concept shown here completely spans the river. There is no pier in the middle. This particular alternative has a thinner deck in the middle, but is thicker on the edges. Here we have our underdeck arch concept. This concept has a uniform deck thickness, but you do have this underdeck arch feature, which makes it thicker at the edges, again, similar to the clear span. And then we have our tied arch alternative, which has these above deck features of the arches. And finally, our elevated bridge concept. This particular alternative is an elevated bridge over the South River, and then there's a dirt mound in the middle, and then this is a span over the North River. I just wanted to highlight that this particular alternative is not completely open underneath. There is this dirt area in the middle. So I want to spend a little bit of time going through this project timeline. Back in 2019, our defined process and stakeholder working group was confirmed by both the City of Reno Council and RTC Board. The stakeholder working group is comprised of major permitting agencies, groups and organizations that represent a larger component of downtown and immediate adjacent property owners. Their role has been to assist in developing the purpose and need, evaluation criteria, review conceptual bridge types and aesthetic alternatives, and provide feedback to the project team and City Council. At our first public meeting held in December, the process and 5 original alternatives were presented to gain community feedback. Valuable input was received that helped shape the engineering design and environmental constraints and criteria presented at the first stakeholder working group meeting. At that meeting, constraints and criteria defined by the design team were further vetted and added to. Next, the team developed a summary of anticipated permitting and regulatory requirements. This summary was presented at our first technical advisory committee meeting. I'll also refer to our technical advisory committee meetings as TACs. At this meeting, members confirmed permit timeframes and referenced additional requirements that would need to be considered. The primary role of the TAC is to dig into the details and analyze information on the technical aspects of the project. TAC 1 members concluded that the tied deck arch and elevated bridge concepts would be more challenging from a permitting and regulatory perspective. The 5 alternatives were further developed into 9 concepts. Qualitative attributes such as construction cost, schedule, maintenance inspection access, river recreation impacts, environmental impacts, and aesthetics were defined by the team so a level 1 screening of alternatives could be performed by TAC members. TAC members individually scored the range of alternatives. Scored were reviewed and discussed as a group at the TAC 2 meeting, where consensus on moving forward with 2 concepts, the single pier and clear span, as the preferred alternatives was achieved. Next, at stakeholder working group meeting 2, we conveyed input received from the TAC meetings. Members were reminded of the goal to reduce the range of alternatives that are carried forward into NEPA and design. The group concurred that moving forward with the TAC 2 recommendations made the most sense. At the 3rd and final stakeholder working group meeting, aesthetics for the project were presented to the group. High-level aesthetic elements were discussed that focused on overall theme, various lighting potentials, opportunities for railing, widening the sidewalk space, and surface texture options. Again, the group agreed on which elements to carry forward, recognizing the need to start determining the appearance of the bridges while maintaining flexibility as the aesthetics are carried forward. Now we're here in 2021. I have to say, I'm glad 2020 is over. I presented to our board last Friday, and now I'm here presenting to you. With your acceptance today, I plan to hold our 2nd and final public meeting in March. Based on COVID restrictions, this meeting is planned as a virtual project presentation. I will pre-record a presentation similar to what you are seeing today with more details on the specifics of the analysis that has been performed. The public will be able to preview the presentation the entire month of March. In addition, a survey will be provided to help obtain feedback from the public on the recommended concepts. As always, questions and comments are highly encouraged. From there, the team will compile that community feedback, make final recommendations, obtain agency review, comments, and input, and finalize this feasibility study. As soon as the feasibility study is complete, we will start the NEPA and design phase of the project so we can hopefully build these bridges in 2025. Now that you have seen the timeline highlighting the steps that we have taken to get to where we are, we should take a look at which alternatives were recommended by the stakeholder working group and TAC to be eliminated. The first ones I want to talk about are the underdeck arch and tide arch concepts. This underdeck arch, as I discussed before, does have uniform deck thickness, but there's this underdeck arch feature. This limits the space because it's thicker on these edges. It's going to limit the space for the pathway under the bridge. It's also prone to collecting debris during flooding events. And again, this limits the space over floodwaters. The tide arch alternative was eliminated primarily because of debris and sediment removal will be difficult. With these arches here, it's going to be hard to remove debris from the river. This particular alternative was noted as having some significant permitting challenges because of these visual obstructions to the river views of these arches. And finally, let's talk about the elevated bridge concept. You can see from this graphic the footprint impacts this alternative will have on the park area. This is our footprint impacts. So you can see here that it's running into the amphitheater. There's all of these trees that would be taken out. I think we figured 25 just based on this conceptual footprint. Pedestrian circulation within the park would be significantly altered because these paths here that are X'd out would no longer be going up to the roadway surface. Park access would be significantly changed, and then maintenance access would be challenging. There are also some significant view shed impacts with this alternative because the bridge would be coming up. We're going to be about 10 feet higher, roughly, right here in the middle. So this is going to be sticking up in the air pretty high from where it is now. Also, just doing some high-level cost estimates, this particular alternative is about $7 to $10 million more than the other ones. So let's move on to what is recommended and why. So like I said before, the single pier option and the clear span option are the recommended bridge types. Here I have a picture of the existing bridge as it sits now. You can see there are 2 piers in the river. This single pier concept will get rid of one of those piers and replace it with just one in the middle of the river. So this bridge type is recommended. Again, you can see the overall deck thickness is consistent across the whole length of the bridge, providing more ability to give headroom for this path that goes under the bridge. The clear span alternative, you can see here it's thicker in the middle and it gets thicker on the edges. For this particular alternative, the roadway profile would probably have to come up a little bit higher so that this clearance for this path could be maintained underneath the bridge. Some pros of this particular alternative is it is completely open. There are no obstructions within the river, no piers, it just spans the whole river. So now I want to turn it over to Barb so that she can tell you about our recommended aesthetics.
All right, thank you, Judy. Well, as was mentioned earlier, the aesthetic design goals and aesthetic elements were presented and discussed at stakeholder working group meeting number 3, which was held towards the end of 2020. And here are some highlights. First goal was to use cohesive design language. And by that, a way to do that will be to establish a project theme that unifies the bridge and landscape elements, both the north and south bridges and areas in between that might be affected by the project. Another goal is to enhance the pedestrian experience. A very important aspect of this that has been mentioned is to maintain vantage points of the river and surrounding landscape. And a way to do this is to avoid the above street bridge structure types so that there's not obstructions of view down the river and up the river. Another way to do this is to enhance the pedestrian experience with shade trees, decorative lighting, decorative railing, paving, sculptural and artistic features, and unified materials possibly between the sidewalk and the street. A third goal is to design for contextual and historical relevance. Number one was to design structural elements that have relevance to the urban context. Number two, to provide design solutions that pay homage to Reno's history. However, they would represent a new age of bridge development within the downtown core. The third aspect of this would be to keep Virginia Street Bridge as the landmark bridge type and think of the other bridges as less dramatic focal type of bridges. A fourth goal is to design for innovation and sustainability. One way to accomplish this is to provide stormwater infiltration and possibly on the street, otherwise known as low impact development, perhaps in the sidewalks by using permeable pavement or pavers. LED lighting could be used, and also drought resistant and native trees and plants. Next, we can talk about some of the recommended aesthetic elements. These include a melding of old and new. We recommend incorporating modern design elements with a nod to Reno's history and Art Deco historical context. Also, decorative elements would focus on pedestrian lighting, railing design, underbridge lighting, decorative texture on abutment walls, pilasters, and girders. Another aspect of recommended aesthetic elements would be to include pedestrian scaled lighting. And by this, we can look at modern pedestrian scaled lighting on both bridges, railing, and flood walls. And this slide has some examples of this type of design for railings, lighted railings, and pedestrian scaled lighting. A next aspect of aesthetic elements recommended would be to incorporate bridge accent lighting. And we would recommend bridge aesthetic lighting and underbridge safety pedestrian lighting. Aesthetic lighting will give vibrancy to the bridges at night for visitors viewing the bridges and from below the bridge. And this could be done in a way that could apply to the other downtown bridges to create some cohesive appearance between the bridges throughout the Truckee River downtown. We would need to look at design for protection from flooding, debris, and vandalism, and consider impact to aquatic species with whatever lighting style is chosen. The next aspect of aesthetic elements that were recommended are to include a transparent traffic rated bridge railing. This is very important to people to be able to see the river and have an exterior bridge railing that has openings and transparency for viewing the river. The example on the upper left show concrete railings, but this could also be accomplished with a type of metal railing. Pedestrian accessibility is extremely important across Arlington Avenue into Wingfield Park due to the large number of special events. For this reason, it is recommended to avoid a double railing, such as what was constructed on the Virginia Street Bridge and Center Street Bridge. And those examples are on the lower left. A final recommended aesthetic is to have widened bridge sidewalks or overlooks. And we can provide a widened bridge sidewalk or overlook if the single pier option is chosen. And that allows for a larger space for pedestrians to view the river. And again, if you look at the examples on the bottom, the Virginia Street and Center Street bridges do have wider areas in the center. This could be done without the double railing, as I was speaking about earlier. Next, another aspect of recommended aesthetics would be to look at the transition areas between the bridges. And again, consider permeable pavements on the sidewalks to create seamless transitions and provide stormwater infiltration, and preserve existing trees and replace trees if needed. If the street has to be elevated, to try to look very closely at that and preserve trees, but replace in areas where that might not be possible. The final aspect of recommended aesthetics would be relative to the abutment and flood walls. An aspect of this would be to provide texture on the concrete bridge abutment and flood walls to enhance the pedestrian and river user experience below the bridge. This also tends to really reduce the incidence of graffiti to have a pleasing texture as opposed to plain walls. And then we would recommend providing an anti-graffiti coating for easier maintenance. The lower three slides show some examples of texture. They're quite different from one another. The lower right photo is kind of a simple horizontal texture that was used at the post office on the restored bridge abutment area. So in conclusion, in the next phase of design, solutions would be provided to develop these goals further into the final design using these recommended aesthetic elements.
Thank you, Barb. So I just want to touch on our next steps. Like I said, with your acceptance today, I plan to do a virtual public presentation. We're considering that as our public meeting number 2. It will run the whole month of March. There I will explain the study findings in greater detail, review recommendations, obtain input, and answer questions from the public. From there, we'll make a final recommendation of bridge type and aesthetic theme and gain agency review, comments, and input. And then we'll finalize the feasibility study. Our plan is to start the NEPA design phase later this year and hopefully construct the bridges in 2025. So I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight our stakeholder working group members. Folks on this list have stuck with us through the process and guided the directions we are taking. Everyone has been extremely patient with us in adapting to the virtual world due to COVID. I really appreciate the time that these people have devoted and input they have provided. So as I said, this is our list of stakeholder working group members. The people highlighted in red are members that were added based on council's input at our initial council meeting back in 2019. So just to recap and wrap things up, what I'm looking for today is, your acceptance, looking for acceptance on concepts to carry forward. Right now, the recommended concepts is the clear span bridge type and the single pier bridge type, and the aesthetic themes that Barb discussed. And with your acceptance, I'll go ahead and present the study findings at our second public meeting.
Okay, great, good job.
Thank you.
I guess one of my questions is, I can't see the board, so I don't know who's raising their hand. Judy.
Naomi.
Okay.
Oh, I can't.
Sharing my screen.
But Judy, I guess one of the questions is, because that area has so much historical significance, I mean, this is just my personal preference, to see something that aligns with that area of town. And I mean, is there some way aesthetically to do that? I mean, the arches remind me so much of the Virginia Street Bridge. And so I guess over on this side, I'm just curious if, if it's possible, maybe something a little bit more historically significant, to sort of preserve its, I don't know what you want to call it, aesthetics of the area, I guess. I don't know. I just always look at that bridge as just being sort of classic and unique. Obviously, there's a case to be made for modern and new, but I just feel like this part of town, it has that sort of quaint feel. And when you walk past it, it just, it just has this incredible vibe of a smaller community. So I really just, I like it. So kind of tell me, like, it sounds like the other bridge was not the most favorable, the one with the arches. And I also worry, and I love that bridge. Don't get me wrong, I think it's amazing. But those arches have also posed problems with people skateboarding on it and biking on it and things like that. So I always worry about the liability of that bridge. But anyway, that's just my thoughts. Okay, if we could go back to, I can't see the screen, so I don't know who's raising their hand or that can. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar. I still can't see everyone, but let me see. Oh, here we go.
Better. Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to thank the team. That was a really fantastic presentation. I mean, very thoughtful. The process is very well thought out. You presented it very well. I just really liked it. I am ready today to move forward with some recommendations. It looks like you have, let me just recap. It looks like you have two options on the table. You would further refine those with a second public process that would take it all into account. And all I want to understand today is you presented a variety of, let's say, surface treatments to prevent graffiti, I think, and as one of the things you presented. Now, if we motion today or accept this, are we endorsing any of those, or are those still to be worked out? And would you bring a final design back to us?
So those are just things that we want to carry forward. We're not tied into anything at this point. We just think it's important.
Okay, it's fine. I just wanted to explain that when we did the flood wall with the flood project that's behind the Three Nations Walmart, so everybody knows where that is. Yeah. We looked at putting on a graffiti resistant treatment on that. And at the end of the day, the treatment was quite expensive. And at the end of the day, folks decided even if we had to paint it over, it would be far less expensive than the treatment, which would have to be applied something like every 5 years. So and I might have the number wrong, maybe it's every 6 years, whatever, but you get the point. It wasn't going to be permanent and it would have to be reapplied, and we were going to have to paint anyway. So I really liked your different ideas for treatment. I was particularly fond of the middle one, which had it was a fairly complex design. It looked like metalwork. I'm not sure what it was, but even if it was something similar to that, not that exactly, I really like that versus the concrete wall with the lines and the stone, just stones, because stones, the thing about the Virginia Street Bridge that many people didn't know was that the stones on the Virginia Street Bridge were an application. They were not the real stones. The Virginia Street Bridge was a concrete bridge filled with dirt, and the stones were just an artifact. So people thought it was made of stone, but it wasn't. And so it's kind of fake. And so that's why I'm not really all beat up over, applying stones. To the mayor's point, if I understood it, and I may not have perfectly understood it, I do agree. I remember at the time the Virginia Street Bridge was being discussed, there was a proposal. Well, should we have 5 bridges that look like the Virginia Street Bridge, or should we make it a landmark bridge? And then everything else would sort of be a little bit less significant and supportive to that bridge. And that was the general feeling, was that you would not want 5 bridges that look like the Virginia Street Bridge with that arch. So I'm glad that you took that off the table. I just wanted to support you in that. I do think these are more supporting pieces in an orchestra, with the main player being the Virginia Street Bridge. One question I have, or 2, maybe 3, that you didn't quite address for me. One is the tie-in with Wingfield Park. So I was a little bit confused. Right there at the bridge, you have the changing station, or sort of central station for the auditorium for Wingfield Park. And we've all known that that needs to be redone. And we also know that it could be a gathering people after dark for a variety of people. And so we've been looking for like 2 years on how to kind of fence that area in, or protect the entrances and exits to that building and that stage. And I just wondered if during this bridge process, I don't think it would add a lot to the cost to think about the bridge lands in the middle, how does it tie into Wingfield? And you addressed it a little bit, but mostly by saying if we put this thing in the middle, it would be too high. So what is your thought on that? And I'll just finish my question on art. So we went over this with Midtown. We went over it and over it. Of how do we implement actual art into the piece. The mayor started referencing it too when she talked about the culture, unique look. You guys mentioned Art Deco. And I'm totally fine with your concepts. I thought they were very nice, very pretty. So there's that issue. So how to tie in with Wingfield Park, the art piece, and then the lighting. I will say my one a little bit disappointment with the Virginia Street Bridge, of course it's aesthetics, it might be different for others, is that we just have one single color bulb, which is white. And I think it could be so much more. We talked about it. I think it just, they left it at white for cost considerations and other considerations I may not be privy to. You showed bridge lighting concepts. So, you know, I'm interested in the lighting. Lighting can really add dramatic architectural impacts, helps pedestrian safety, car safety. So those three things I'm going to be really interested in. Tie in with Wingfield. How does art play here, and the lighting? So, and I don't know if we're voting on those things or you're going to figure those out later. So maybe you can just.
Councilwoman Dewar, this is Carrie Koski. I can chime in here a little bit, and Judy can correct me if I'm wrong. But as far as tying into Wingfield Park, the groups did talk about that very in detail about what that's going to look like. And we understand in the design phases of this that we're going to have to make some transitions that are going to accommodate the things that we need for the access to the amphitheater and to the Wingfield Park. So in final design, we totally anticipate that we're going to have to address those. As far as the lighting goes, we have heard from you folks, we have heard from the public that the lighting maybe missed the mark a little bit on the Virginia Street Bridge. So that's why one of the things that we wanted to look at was different colors and that sort of thing. We just have to make sure that we don't get crossways with the aquatic species, and I don't think we will, but we just want to make sure we're not doing something that would be in violation of our permitting. And then the last thing, as far as art goes, yes, I do believe, and Mr. Bill Thomas can correct me, but I do think that we do have federal funding that they do allow for some sort of component of art, but I'll let Mr. Bill Thomas answer that part.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Carrie. Yes, Councilwoman Dewar, that will be part of the elements that we'll be talking about as we bring the project forward. I think what's most important in the context of the question today is what do we start our environmental process with? So, for example, you know, the art won't necessarily weigh on the environmental process, but certainly the light would. So if the council were to say to us, we don't want any lights, that would be good feedback right now. Or if the council says we want lights, then that lets us put in the environmental process, you know, options in terms of the light design that, as Carrie has said, we can adapt based on whatever happens as we move through the core and all the issues that come with the environmental process.
Well, and just a final note on that, it may be, Carrie, something to think about. Maybe what you really need to do, because I don't want to outshine the Virginia Street Bridge, is to think about modifying or updating or revising the Virginia Street Bridge underlighting and keep this one pretty simple. I mean, I would love a swap where the Virginia Street Bridge is more elaborate and this bridge is more white lights would be great. So I just wanted to be clear. I'm not saying you need every color of the rainbow here. I'm just saying that what I just said, which is that you might look at reinvesting more in the Virginia Street Bridge and going simpler here, but still highlighting your architectural elements. And as to your EA or an EIS, whichever you have to do, I mean, I had a very slight preference to just the one with the center pier because it sounded like it could support sidewalks, and people love to stand on the bridges and both see the kayak park, see other boaters, see what's happening below. It's just kind of a human thing that people love to do. And I think if we can enhance that, that would be great. So, but it'll be up to the group, you know, that's just a small thing. So
Madam Mayor, if I might, excuse me.
Go right ahead.
I do think what one of the issues you brought up, Councilmember Dewar, is critical to us moving forward, which is, you know, the urban design of the bridges. the city is the one who's going to determine what the strategy is. If the strategy is that Virginia Street is the principal bridge and the other ones are subservient in terms of design, we need to know that. Or if all of them are going to look the same, that's the kind of information that's really valuable right now in this process.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I represent this area, and so I see it really from a neighborhood perspective, do a lot of constituent work over there. I'm down there all the time, less than a 10-minute walk from my home. Talk to the neighbors about it. I was involved very early in the beginning with and sent over, I think, 3 of the people who have been participants, but not really allowed to participate in the working group meetings, is what they're reporting back to me. I am not ready to charge forward at this point. I want to phrase a few things is the alternatives that are here are those that I saw in 2019 at the first kickoff meeting. And I think that's fine. They should still be followed through. But I'm just somewhere between the bridge choices and the aesthetics. I'm not really hearing about it from a park user perspective and a neighborhood perspective. And this is our living room. I mean, this really is our living room. So to me, the most important thinking is, how is this interfacing with our necklace of river parks along here in this corridor? And I think at this point, those questions aren't going to be answered. And I'm not seeing it. And I'll just mention number one is, is the need to remove debris driving any of the design choices? And if so, that's okay, but how much and why? In the last 10 years, how many times have we needed to get on that bridge to remove debris? That's a question for me. Ms. Santner said, well, all the special events there. I think from a neighborhood perspective, and I speak to the churches when they call me on Sunday mornings when they've got, bridges blocked off and so on, is there's been a presumption that maybe we don't do special events on this bridge, that maybe there's another place for the special events. Maybe it's on Riverside Drive, maybe it's on 2nd Street. So, how much is the need to do special events driving this? And then the third one is on the elevated bridge, which I know there's some people who really want to see that because they feel that it can enhance the park experience. Park experience is very much diminished by the road. The need to cross is very much diminished. And it causes concern too. There's a lot of compliance, but there's sometimes where compliance is not good there, and park users are put at risk. So the question is, for me, is when you showed that elevated bridge and discounted that because it had too big of a footprint on the east-west boundaries, you didn't show me what the footprint is on the other alternatives. And I very much question that. Ms. Santner showed up a picture of the aerial of the Virginia Street Bridge. And that bridge has a large center line that's unused. And it was explained to me if we ever put, trolley or rail down Virginia Street, it could be that location. And I can accept that. But I think that it's also a difficult pedestrian environment for people to have such a wide Virginia Street Bridge. It's wider than it was. And while I could accept that some sidewalk widening would occur, I really do not want to see any street width widening whatsoever on this area. It's a 15-mile-per-hour zone, and it should be as tight as all get out. But is that a trade-off where we do other things? And the last issue is, in terms of the park user experience, we're saying, we can save the park underpass on the north end. I want to see a park underpass on the south end. And I also want to put this into consideration of a design, conceptual design for the city to take on Wingfield, which is looking so aged and so worn out. And so I really want to see more of a placemaking effort.
Breckus, you're 6 minutes. I apologize. I think you.
Well, I think I'm less than Ms. Cooper was at this point. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's not about I try to always be so respectful of everyone. I let everyone go overtime every single meeting. And so I need to remain more cognizant. So I just want to bring it to your attention. I think you make some good points. And I would say, going back to, like you said, that's a 15-mile-an-hour speed zone, keeping it really, really tight. And again, I think that would be part of the sort of historical significance. I would tell you this, because you had some questions when I was standing on that bridge with Governor Sandoval, when we had the flooding, there was a lot of discussion right there and then on many, many factors. And what I love about this presentation is that RTC has addressed every single one of them that were these massive concerns. I want everyone to know that, because I honestly, I stood on that bridge, I'll never forget, with Ben Marjat, Governor Sandoval, Carrie Koski was out there, Naoma Jardin was out there. I'll never forget it. And we had this very robust conversation about this bridge, and seeing it sort of firsthand, because you can't sit there and say, oh, how many times a year, do we have flooding and debris? You only need one time to make the argument that it is very severe. So I just want to let you know that those conversations really. And I remember you guys saying, yeah, we will be replacing this bridge because we were so concerned about it. So there was this massive conversation. So you do need to know that I am so happy. Sorry.
No, but I understand that.
Sorry. I have dogs. But I'm happy that these things were addressed. I just want you to know this, because you weren't there, that these things were addressed, that were some massive, massive concerns. And I want to make sure that we praise everyone that put the hard work into this. And I kind of think of Carrie as like this massive bridge expert and brilliant mind with design and also the engineering of something. No, because I think the Virginia Street Bridge speaks volumes. And I would also say, I understand your concern with special events, but being so close to also right into that main area, I'm not so sure that could ever be possible in some ways. And I think it brings a community together whenever we talk about special events, cliche or not, but it builds a bridge to a community, right? It keeps us all together. So anyway, all right, with that being said, I want someone else to weigh in. Councilwoman Jardin, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, and I recall that day standing there and remember the debris removal that was being conducted during that flood, but also watched, I think it was the January 97, I think that's the right year, where I was in an office on Ridge Street, drove over that bridge to go to work that day, and watched as it flooded and the entire park flooded. So I recall the need for improvements with regards to flooding during both of those instances. So near and dear and fresh in my mind as well. The question I had for Mr. Thomas is, when we talk about a public process and either revisiting or slowing down or involving more of a park redesign, and maybe this is for Carrie as well, which I don't fully disagree that if there's a way to do some improvements in the park while this is under construction, absolutely, I think we want to look at those. But I wonder, when it comes to federal funding and timing, particularly when you're looking at potential shovel-ready projects, is there impacts on that? What would that look like? And when you talk about, my final question, you talk about the $7 to $10 million additional for the elevated bridge. Was that just for the bridge, or was that taking into consideration the cost to the city for the reconstructions of the parks? I was confused about that.
So thank you, Councilmember Jardin. So the answer to the last question is that was for the bridge itself. That did not contemplate any real work in the park, because we don't have a plan for what that would look like. So I think from the standpoint of your question, it's good to start from the conversation that I think all of us are hearing, which is there's an interest for federal funding to be put out much the way it was during the recession, in terms of investing in infrastructure as a solution to stimulate the economy. What we found last time, which I think will probably be the case this time, is the projects that are the furthest along are the ones likely to be funded. Right now, we only have one project in the region that has been through the environmental process, and that is the Pyramid to 395 connector. We don't have any other projects in the queue that would qualify as being shovel ready for federal funding because we have to go through the environmental process. Our thought as the staff, and we've recommended to our board, is that this bridge, this project is perfectly suited to be the one where we could start in the environmental process such that when that money comes out, which is probably going to be sometime this summer, we are in a better position to make this our #1 priority as a region. The project as it's perceived right now, as far as funding, is 3/4 federal and 1/4 local. So, any dollar added, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. There's a lot of desires, there's a lot of wants, and there's limited resources. So every time we add to a project does make us go back and revisit how it fits in the priority of which projects are next and how quickly we can bring them forward. The other thing I would point out, because Judy did lay out the schedule, is the first tranche of money we're going to use, the 3.3 million, which is FHWA money, that has to be encumbered by 2024. So to the extent a redesign of the park or something significant in terms of defining what the park is, and it delays it, that puts that at risk, puts that money at risk. So funding and time-wise, this is a good project if we can keep it moving. If the council chooses to pull back, we will adapt and adjust, but just know that, we are constrained by timing in terms of our funding from federal government.
So Carrie, I guess the last part of my question was towards you. Like if there was a desire to kind of back up and look at a sort of the park impacts, if there was the larger bridge chosen, how long would that process take? Where would the funding come from realistically to do a complete redesign, relocation of the amphitheater and redo of the park?
Thank you very much for that question. Carrie Koski, city engineer. The actual redo of the park would probably have to start with a master plan of some sort. So I would imagine that there would be a significant sort of public process that we would want to engage if we're going to change the park. The cost to do that, I think we've looked at anything from, a couple million to $5 million. The impact that would have to this bridge project would be that environmentally, it would probably affect it highly as far as the environmental review process goes. So we can make those improvements, those connections, like we talked about in the presentation that Judy did. We are committed to make any accommodations that we need with the bridge project to make the connections between the park. So if there are certain things that we want to do within the park as separate, not with the environmental review process, we, the city, would have to take the lead, and that money would most likely have to come from general fund dollars.
Go ahead, Councilman Durr.
Yeah, just a quick question to follow up with that, Carrie. Are you saying that we would have to go through a separate NEPA process for the park?
I believe we would, yes.
So I think it's good just to consider doing both. I mean, consider, I'm not saying do, but I think you should just do a close evaluation as to cost, overall cost, even if the city is paying an additional cost to include the park, because it's much better to just go through it, have it all presented, have the public comment, have the, final decision on a FONSI, finding a no impact, or, whatever the recommendations are, and be done with it, rather than have to go to 2 EAs or EISs on the very same spot. So if you could at least just evaluate it and come back to city staff with those costs, I think it would really help us. And timelines, costs and timelines. Thank you.
Can I ask? I just have a few questions.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Now, there was a lot of discussion about prior floods and, the Virginia Street Bridge, I understand, was done first and improves the situation. What are the trade-offs being made to be able to do flood response on that bridge? Are they loading? Are they geometry? What are they?
The trade-offs on the Arlington Bridge you're talking about?
Yeah. What role does that bridge play in flood, triage or in flood clearance?
The Arlington bridges do have flood capacity. They do. The issue is actually downstream. As you all know, the Lake Street and the Sarah Street bridges do restrict the river flows, and they also collect a bunch of debris. So things sort of back up from downstream up to the Arlington bridges. But to my knowledge, the Arlington bridges, that the capacity is there, and it would not, as long as we don't make it worse, we don't have to raise it.
Okay, so we're building a 100-year bridge, and we know we got a problem on Lake Street, and presumably that's the next one. So sounds like not that much of a consideration. I'm very much stuck on the profile. I see the profile and the elevated. I don't see that on the width on these other options, and that's a determination to me. I appreciate my colleagues talking about the conceptual on the park. I don't necessarily think we need to go to Fonzie or to NEPA that, from my understanding of the world. I think what the city needs to understand is functionality of that bridge for our purposes, and put it in context really of our civic plaza, because we have two spaces that can serve different purposes, and we've never ever as a council had that discussion on what they each do, and I think that's important. I want to ask one other question as related to the RTC project. We have two pedestrian bridges, and we're doing a transportation project by RTC. So, the transportation bridges in this area also involve those other two bridges. And are those being scoped out? And what is the, condition of those? Actually, three, right? Three.
Correct. Councilwoman Breckus, Terry Koski, city engineer. Those three pedestrian bridges were not contemplated in this particular project. When we scoped out the project and it was put into the RTP, at that time, it was just the two Arlington bridges that are in poor condition and are being evaluated for replacement.
Well, where I see RTC is probably not responsible for the placemaking of the park, although they are to minimize the transportation intersection of our park. If that means another underpass, I really do think that should be part of the concern. But, a transportation facility is a transportation facility, and I would like to see those other bridges put into this project scope, even if it's just redecking. And I know that a couple of those have splinters, and you are in trouble when you walk over those. So I don't know, I would like to slow this down. I understand the federal need, but I think that the council should take another shot and another consideration of this next month with some of these other issues sketched out.
Madam Mayor, may I ask, because I need some clarity from staff, what was before us today was an analysis of the sort of historical process about how we got to here. And so my understanding is that if we were to take action today, it's an acceptance of the process that has played out, and then to move forward with the RTC in sort of collaboration. A lot of the discussion that has happened around that I think is interesting and presents issues that could be discussed. I wasn't understanding what the sort of action item was as we move forward. Can someone help me to understand that?
Sure. Carrie Koski, the city engineer. So the action that we're asking for council, we're asking for today is support of the two, the support of the process that we went through that we presented to you earlier, and and moving forward into the environmental process with the two bridge types that the groups selected as the ones that should move forward through the NEPA process, along with the eight aesthetic elements. That's what we're asking council for today. We're not asking you to make a decision on, the design types or what types of aesthetic elements, just to move forward into the environmental process with those two bridge types and the 8 aesthetic elements.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Well, a little discussion.
Okay, you're going to get 3 minutes and then we're going to move on. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't see how I can support narrowing it to 2 bridge type concepts without knowing the footprint over to the park on each. That's just not getting there. It's I really believe that this bridge, whereas the Virginia one is signature and so on, this one needs to be as minimized as little as an intrusion upon the park and the park users and abilities. And I'm just not seeing that fleshed out. I think the park is losing with moving forward today and the park experience.
And I'll have a brief comment, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman
In
Dewar.
supporting this motion, I'm also endorsing the concept that I asked you to at least evaluate what it would take for the NEPA process to include the park. Just it may double it, or it may just be a 10% increase. We don't know. So until you let us know, I hope you'll include that analysis while you move forward. I assume that's okay with the maker of the, maker of the motion. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I mean, again, I have not been involved in the technical working group meetings, the SWG, the TAC. It looks like a lot of community members have spent a lot of time on this. And oftentimes it is very strange for me because we get to this point and we say, we support that. And then if they didn't do what we wanted them to do, then we don't support it. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You can't argue that citizen input and all these subcommittees and technical working groups are not valuable on one hand, and then the next day say they are valuable, we should have them. So I think supporting the efforts that have gone into this point gets me to be able to support where we are. I agree, I have not made some final determinations, although I don't think it will be for me to pick whether I want wavy lines on the side of a bridge or straight lines on the side of the bridge. I think the technical working group and some of the aesthetic guidelines will come out of some additional meetings. But I am supportive of the great work that has gone into these working groups that have come before me today. So, and again, my motion, Madam Mayor.
And I would just include that sometimes you don't want to compromise safety in for some of those things, and I absolutely don't want to erode any piece of the park and quality available to the users, but at the same time you also don't want to sort of sacrifice that for safety. I think you have to be really careful, because I don't think that there's anything I've ever seen any of our engineers do with just saying, oh yeah, I just want to go out there and create, a smaller footprint of a park or whatever those things are. So I know whenever engineers do that, they are the experts in the field, not us. And so I want to continue to support the experts that make those decisions. And the reason that they do, you always have very good reasons of why you do that. Engineering is incredibly skilled, and so, as much as we hate to lose some of that footprint, I think sometimes there are really, really valid reasons why, unfortunately, that has to happen. So I think it's a balance. And so I just want everyone to keep that in mind. But I also have great confidence in Carrie and her team, and she's already proven that she can knock it out of the park. The Virginia Street Bridge is just tremendous, and it's beautiful. And I mean, every time I walk past it or by it, it gives me chills. It's so beautiful. I love it, love it, love it. So I have all the confidence in the world. This is going to be just as beautiful and done as skilled and to the magnitude that we want to see it.
So, Madam Mayor,
Okay.
if I could just quickly, in not supporting this motion, which is very hurtful to me because I've been so eager to see this go forward, I'm just going to read a little bit from what Tony Harsh, my predecessor on the council, who has always been focused on the river corridor, sent in. It's in the record. The last 2 of the 3 working group meetings were held via Zoom. The public must submit concerns or questions in writing by 4 the day before the meeting in order to be brought up. How does someone anticipate the direction of an agenda item? Non-stakeholders are not recognized until the end after the discussion decisions are made. One stakeholder is totally confused and no longer participates. It is shameful that significant projects are being pushed through without proper citizen input. It is a slick and heavy hand taking advantage of this lack of citizen oversight. I think there's some there. And I also hear it from Father Chuck. I mean, these are people who all showed up with good intentions in 2019 at McKinley to start this process. We've run up against a pandemic. But I still think questions aren't answered, but we have a very narrow agenda item here, and RTC is going to move off into their federal process and not be responsive to these concerns that I think are well-founded, and I think this is unfortunate. So I won't support the motion today. Okay. And it's very hard to me as the representative of the area who's been very involved.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. And I would just say every single council member, every single staff member has an open door. So if Father or Tony want to address this with any of us at any time, we all have an open door. And I appreciate your comments, bringing them back, but there is always a lot of citizen input, always. There always has been, there always will be. I'm proud of this council for that transparency. And I think that if they ever want to come to council or RTC to have those questions answered, I know that they will get them answered. So I appreciate that. Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and remind the council that I too represent this area. And I too hear from constituents with regards to the safety concerns and needs for the replacement of this bridge. And the assertion that somehow RTC is going to not listen to people is an inaccurate one. And I do believe there's still processes for the public to participate. So that assertion that somehow the RTC is going to move along and not listen to particularly its TAC and community members that have been participating is just a wholly inaccurate one.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
There is a second, I heard staff say there's planned to be a whole second public input process, a whole, no matter what it takes. And I would encourage them to go above board, to not restrict comment, to take as much public comment as you can, because that's the point of it all, right? That's why you're having a meeting. So let's just be as open door, open-minded, less restrictive, and I think it will satisfy the concerns. So thank you.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead. Okay. With that being said, Mr. City Manager, I know that we have, I believe, Eric Eidelstein probably waiting in the green room. Do you think it would be okay to move that item up at this time?
I would love to move that item up. Let's get Mr. Edelstein out of here before we break for lunch.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you to let the public know what item we're on and to keep us on track.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Keeping us going. Next item on your agenda is D3, presentation and discussion for the 2020 Greater Nevada Field Annual Report. At this time, we'll bring over Jeff Limpert from staff to briefly introduce the item, and then Eric Edelstein from Greater Nevada Field will give you a very brief presentation. To be noted, Madam Mayor, there's no public comment received for this item.
All right. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Hey, very good. Good to be with everyone.
Good. Hey, I just want to thank you for the incredible memorabilia and clothing from 1868. We are going to make sure that we're going to make sure that our residents have something to remember our incredible team by, and then also make sure that our homeless shelter and people that need clothing receive it. So I want you to know we're really grateful, and that was so generous of you guys. And we're looking forward to being right back in the stadium and cheering you guys on. So we're happy to have you.
No, appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully not the end of the story of soccer in Reno, just a pause.
I hope so. I'm praying because I love my soccer. So go ahead, take it away, Eric.
All right, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Edelstein here, representing Greater Nevada Field. I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay.
Please go.
And tell me if this works.
Perfect.
All right, so you can see the deck there.
Looking good.
All right, great. Well, we'll move through this. You've all had this in your packet. So just want to talk. It's been a long time since the reason for this annual update, and that comes from the restructuring agreement between the city and the ballpark in 2013. And so there's a number of things in here that we update you on every single year. Certainly, there's never been a year like the one we just encountered. The timing of the pandemic, really couldn't have been worse. When you look at 6 months of planning and spending in anticipation of, only to be shut down, 3 weeks before the season begins. It's been a challenging year. Looking at, sorry, do you guys still see my screen there?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The pandemic, I just, don't want to spend too much on a sad story, but, it was pretty devastating. 94% year over year revenue decline, definitely dipped into a lot of generosity from Mr. Simon to keep as many people employed as we did. With the idea being that we'll be better prepared to bounce back quicker when we get there. You can see there in that note, about almost $4 million spent against just keeping the stadium operational during this period of time. Going forward, though, and that's what I think we need to really focus on. Baseball is going to be a little bit different. We are now part of a new minor league baseball. Major League Baseball has officially taken over the operation of minor league baseball. So while we've always been affiliated, we now report directly through our league, runs through the commissioner's office in New York City, and we are formally aligned with Major League Baseball. With that comes a 10-year partnership with the Arizona Diamondbacks. While we've never been concerned about that, those have always typically come in 2s and 4s. So a 10-year long-term agreement is the longest that this club has ever had, and looking forward to that world of working with Major League Baseball. Returning to gathering, if there's a singular topic that will make or break the future of where we go in the near term, it is our ability to gather and do so safely. Following the latest science and guidelines. We've applied for 20% capacity per the last governor's directive. We expect to hear back by the end of the week with comments on that plan. We certainly are hopeful that we can get above that after April. 20%, quite frankly, is almost the worst case financial scenario in terms of operating a team and the expenses you have to ramp up versus the revenue that can be returned. But we're doing it all in the spirit of a starting point to ramp up. We do have a 142 game schedule for Major League Baseball. There is a plan that we're going to play a full season. Everything in the world now is the caveat unless something changes negatively related to the virus. It's going to look a little bit different. We won't have first pitches. We're not going to have kids running out with the players. There's not going to be autographs. There's going to be a number of things that are a little bit different this year, but all hopefully to get us back to where we need to be. And we're tracking outdoor gathering across the country to make sure that we have the latest and best standards and practices and the best science possible behind what we're doing and why we're doing it. And Specifically, there's been a reference we've seen in our industry to hygiene theater, and wanting to make sure that what we're doing is being done for the safe health and safety of our fan base, but not just for show. And so we want to put our efforts toward what is actually going to make this the safest it can be. Through this last year, we've tried to maintain our community efforts the best we can. It's certainly been challenging when oftentimes what we do is bring people together or go see people, and those are two things we couldn't do a lot of. Fortunately, we still were able to donate over 10,000 toys, thanks to Mr. Simon's friendship with Jack's Pacific. The donation of Reno 1868 items, while a sad pause in the soccer chapter in Reno, we were able to donate significant amount of items and gear, particularly warm weather gear, to those in need. We did hold multiple blood drives throughout the year, and continue to use the venue as an anchor for gathering to do what the community needs most. With the closure of soccer, we have doubled down into what we'll be launching actually next week. We're calling it ACES Events at Greater Nevada Field, and we have resourced some additional staff members who have stayed on to really focus on the utilization of the ballpark outside of ACES games. We assume roughly 100 prime dates come back onto our calendar, with soccer not being here, without having the transitions between the field. We already have some potentials for some really large galas that are looking to move their events outdoors for safety concerns for the summer. So we are going to continue to try to really ramp up into this and make sure the ballpark's being utilized outside of ACES games. The numbers are there because the article that we submit on each year says they need to be there, but as much as 2019 was tough at 418,000 fans, 950 was the number for 2020. Payroll again depleted significantly. That 349 employees really doesn't tell the tale, because a significant number of those worked very, very few hours at those very, very few events. So it was a significant detriment to our ability to employ people. Debt, you can read the details if you'd like, and happy to answer questions, but debt remains in good standing and continues to be supported by the Simon family. And the state of Greater Nevada Field, if you're following any of our social media right now, you're seeing we're undergoing a field renovation, which is the first in the 12-year history. We installed new LED lights, which have an 80% reduction in energy usage to light the field that went in last year. And then we've also installed foul pole to foul pole safety protective netting for baseball. So to avoid those increasing foul ball injuries we've seen in the industry. So for our fans, it's going to feel like a new ballpark when they get there. They're going to get 2 years of pretty significant upgrades by the time they show up. And then just the last item I'll mention, and then I'm happy to answer any questions, is we are under contract for the 7 acres directly west of Greater Nevada Field for mixed use development, primarily downtown housing. Lots of reasons that continues to be an open contract and not closed, but we do expect that to close this year and see shovels in the ground on the first phase of that project that will probably take about 5 full years to fully complete. So haven't sat on our hands, but it's definitely been a very difficult year. And we're very hopeful for a recession of the virus and hopefully a pent-up demand to come watch sports again in downtown. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions I can.
That's great, Eric. We really appreciate it. Can we take down the screen? I can't see if there's anyone that has questions.
Apologize. Yes, I will end share.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Council members, do you have questions or comments? Any council members?
Myself?
Andy, is there a oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to say it's good to see you. Great presentation to you. You know, Simon's, you know, it's just, you know, you're a sector that was so hard hit, and it's just so, you know, sad to see. But that is very interesting with the rearrangement of the whole league and major league connection. Very interesting development. Excited about the other property, and maybe there's an opportunity this summer, like you said, to reactivate it with the loss of soccer and those other uses. On the Mercantile building, which is always a focus, is that eligible for any improvement money from the Stadium Authority? It's been a while since I was on the Stadium Authority.
You're talking about the old Freight House building that's there?
Freight House, yeah. Even if it's, you know, overflow for VIP or bathrooms or something, you know, just to get some investment in there.
So I would say quite candidly, we've done a lot of work on that, and I did have a bullet in there. That building is really not safe. We've done a significant amount of work on it to determine what could be done with it, and we've put about $500,000 into it before realizing and continuing to realize that that building just isn't likely to serve a useful purpose, and we're probably going to need to go through a process of taking it down at some point. It would cost more to renovate it to a barely usable state than to be able to put something new potentially on it.
Well, that's usually the case. It's just we've had so many losses in the last 5 years. I mean, and it's just we're getting to the point where, you know, we've lost so much. And that one, I was actually talking to some folks about the Amtrak building, because that one is on that path with the Amtrak building, almost directly east of it. If there was a plan, is the eligibility there for the Stadium Authority money to go in and do maybe get it shored up to that degree?
I don't know if it would be eligible for sure. I would need to look back at that. I would not recommend it. The amount of money that comes out of the Stadium Authority is under $100,000 a year. So the time and significance of that money being able to utilize it, I believe the Stadium Authority is designed to improve and maintain the stadium proper, not the adjacent property. But even if it was, I would not recommend it personally.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others, comments, questions? I don't hear anything. Would you like to make a motion?
Move to accept the report.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Oh, okay. So we have a motion by Councilwoman Breckus, seconded by Councilwoman Jordan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? I believe that motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
All right.
Pardon? Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you for being here. Great presentation.
All right. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Manager, can we go ahead and take a break at this point?
Madam Vice Mayor, that would be my recommendation. When
Okay,
would you like us back?
I think at least to 1:15, 2:15? Is it 1:15?
Let's call it 1:30.
Okay, 1:30. Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Hi, everyone. I'll give us 2 more minutes just for everyone to jump back on. Madam Clerk, hi. Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, Madam Mayor. If you'd like to call your meeting back to order, you may do so at this time.
All right. Awesome. Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order. And Madam Clerk, take us into the next item, please.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we are transitioning to item D4, which is a presentation and discussion on an agreement of purchase for a sculpture. We are moving over Megan Berner from Arts and Culture to give you a brief presentation. At this time, Madam Mayor, I would also like to just announce to council that you and I had a conversation on the break, and you have requested that I keep better track of time for council, so that way we can be efficient with our business, as we do have quite a bit to do. So with doing that, I will be notifying council when they have 30 seconds left of their allocated time according to your council rules.
Okay, that would be fantastic because I tend to be listening and so I'm not paying attention to time. So I want to be respectful of everyone's time and make sure everyone has equal time. So I really appreciate that. That would be fantastic. So you just let me know. With that being said, any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, on item D4, we have no public comment has been received.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Megan, take it away.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Council, Megan Berner, Acting Manager of Arts, Culture, and Events for the record. The item before you today is our big East 4th Street Public Art Project. I do have the artist's proposal as a presentation. If you would like to see that, it's included in your materials. But this is, okay, I'll bring it up here. This is the result of a large 1.5-year process, public process, to land on this piece. And the artist that is being recommended is Kip Kobayashi, who has extensive experience doing public art installations on this scale. And we worked with Forecast Public Art out of Minneapolis to do a whole series of community engagement sessions, which were very successful. We had a lot of participation, and we did various sessions at various places and with different sectors of the community, mostly focusing on businesses and residents over on 4th Street. And so this is some of Kip's previous work at the beginning of his presentation. The proposed artwork is titled On Growth and Form, and the artist participated in several community sessions. One of them was actually historically based and led by Alicia Barber, who's a local historian. And he was very inspired by that and did some research into what used to be in this area. This is an image of the current bridge at Wells Avenue, which is where the artwork's being proposed. He was inspired by the lumber mill industry previously in that area. And so his proposal is to take these tree forms and wrap the columns. And they are very industrial looking as a nod to that history to the area. And they would be on either side of the bridge, so looking like this. So I'm happy to answer any questions or give more information.
Okay, maybe, let's see, can we go back to the main screen so I can see who wants to weigh in here?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, you know that I absolutely love art, and I believe it's the way that we package a city. And I am familiar with his work. He is so incredibly talented. And so I really love this project. I do want to say, because I think it's really important, I think the council needs to start focusing a little bit on this. It's really hard to bring in an artist from outside. I think we have to really focus on our local artists because they have been some of the hardest hit. And, you know, this is a lot of money. So I want to make sure that when we're looking at art, we are really distributing it across our local community. You know, I think I read somewhere that even some of the CARES Act money that we gave to a couple of arts initiatives open that outside of the community. And we have got to keep as much local as possible. Now, sometimes I know we go out, and so I want to put this on the record, make it clear, but sometimes we go out and there aren't artists locally that can do these large scales or know these types of mediums. So I get that. I just want to make the council aware and everyone else that we've really got to start focusing on our local artists here, because they will put that money right back into our community. But not only that, it keeps them thriving and, you know, keeps our city top of mind of arts and culture, because our talent here is bar none some of the best, I think, throughout the country. So anyway, okay, that's just a few of my comments. I'm going to open it up to Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. Ms. Berner, first of all, thank you for continuing to step up for our city and serve in the acting capacity. I want to congratulate you on the publication of your book recently. You have a beautiful book of sunsets and art that I think would be well served to be on everyone's coffee table. Thank you again for continuing to do the work that you do. I am super excited about this particular installation. I do appreciate all the public input that went into it. because sometimes that is, where we fall short a little bit. But obviously this artist's work speaks for itself, and not only the artist's previous work, but this work will be a very beautiful one. So excited to see it, and more art everywhere. And as the mayor said, our community it attracts world-class artists because they want to showcase their work here. And that's only going to increase in the future because we have some neat public works projects, and the way in which some of the art happens certainly comes out of that and is in or near it. So whether it's, things going on in Midtown, some really beautiful artwork, some artwork going along the 4th Street corridor, which you've been intimately involved in all of those. Art is the opportunity to connect people to where we live. And I really like the art that was selected here because it does have some historical tie, but it also honors, sort of a nature aesthetic in a very industrial area. So it's kind of a cool interplay, but I appreciate all that you do and happy to support you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the comments of my colleague and add a bit or two. I did get a chance to see the other submittals, and I think the Arts and Culture Commission did a really good job screening through, coming up with something that would work in the site, be interesting, and sort of almost a destination point, although it is a drive-through, although I think there are sidewalks there as well where people can go and admire the art. So kudos to you in the process. And I also wanted to thank you because most of the funding for this is coming from the National Endowment for the Arts Foundation. And that's big. I think this is one of the biggest ones they've done, if I recall. Certainly the biggest one in Nevada. What was that?
Yes, in Nevada.
Yeah, in Nevada. And that's a big, new marker for us that we have reached. So thank you for that and for the facilitation. Thanks.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
I'm just prepared to make a motion.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing that there are none, go ahead.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, motion carries. All right, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D5, which is a presentation on federal emergency relief, rental assistance funds. At this time, we will be moving over Dylan Shaver and Monica Cochran to give you a brief presentation and answer any questions that council may have.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, here today to present what should be a fairly straightforward acceptance and direction for some new federal funds that passed as part of a coronavirus relief effort that went through Congress at the end of 2020. Give me a moment to share the presentation and we will get rocking and rolling. Share screen. And there we go. The item before you today is an acceptance of about $7.8 million that comes to us via Section 501 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. This was the omnibus budget bill that passed at the end of December, and it was signed by the president on or around the 27th. And Section 501 of that act, which, believe it or not, starts on page 2,225 of a 5,600-page bill, established a $25 billion fund to provide direct rental assistance to certain households, to provide utility assistance to certain households, and also to provide housing stability services, though notably also paid directly to households, as well as certain administrative costs undertaken by the entities that are qualified for the funds. The city of Reno's share was, like I said, just under $7.8 million. And staff is recommending we accept these funds and then designate them for 3 uses that are eligible under the act. The first would be $1.5 million to keep within our hand division. You may recall we've accepted some HUD monies into that and expanded our own internal deposit assistance, as well as created a rental assistance program. This $1.5 million would extend that program at current levels through December 2021. Just to give you a sense of where we're at with that, at the midpoint of the fiscal year, that program had assisted 610 households. We anticipate that it would go to 1,200 by the end of this fiscal year. So this would tack on another 6 months to that good work that Ms. Cochran and her team are doing. We would further recommend just over $5.5 million go to extend the life of the rental assistance programming happening at the Reno Housing Authority. You may recall that from our coronavirus relief efforts program, you sent $1.5 million over to RHA. Those $1.5 million went to help 239 people stay in their homes throughout the course of the pandemic. They, of course, also got money from the state, and the program ended up being much bigger, but the demand is still there. RHA estimates they will see a total need of $21 million to get through 2021 at current levels. You'll notice here our part is $5.5 million. They get to that 21 by taking another $6.3 million from Washoe County from this same pot of money, and then an additional $10 million from the state. So those between us, the county, and the state, they get to their $21 million. The third eligible use of this fund is to provide utility assistance, and staff is recommending about $750,000, though these, of course, will not be round numbers, go towards utility relief. Both the Housing Authority and the utility relief portions would come back to council in the form of additional agreements with the people providing it. Utility relief can be done in a lot of different ways. It can happen directly with utilities. It can happen through the Housing Authority. It can happen through some other entity. And so staff would bring back that individual agreement once we've had the opportunity to vet that out a little more. So to conclude, we are recommending 4 things. 1, the acceptance of the fund for allowable uses. 2, allocation of $1.5 million from the fund to the Housing and Neighborhood Development Division. 3, directing us to return with the RHA agreement, which we could have hopefully ready by your next meeting. And 4, directing staff to return with an agreement to 1 or more providers to provide utility relief programs. With that, I will.
All right. Good job, Dylan. Okay.
And I'm back, sorry.
And I'm back, and there you are. Okay, questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dylan, for that presentation. Just a few questions. So I've seen the good work that the Reno Housing Authority has done, and particularly with our mayor as our liaison over there. My question is this, though. The distribution at Reno Housing has been slow, and in talking to them, they seem to think, I mean, I don't know whether it's a staffing issue. It seems to be a vetting issue. So there's a lot of documentation required, and it seems almost over bureaucratic to me. Like people are afraid to, they don't want to make a mistake. I totally get that, right? We've had too much fraud in the unemployment system and that kind of thing, and they don't want to make a mistake. But I think that the concern about not making a mistake has made them a little too gingerly in distributing the money. So that's just a thought that I have. And I don't know if there's a way we can work with them to kind of free up the reins. Number 2, it is, I guess, only rental. What about people that are upside down in their homes? Is any of this money available for getting up on back mortgage payments or anything? I mean, I'm expecting the answer is no, but okay. Is any of the money available to businesses who are renting their spaces? No. It's only housing. Okay. And then one last thing. I've been really impressed what the Reno Housing Authority did recently, which is they hired a relocation assistant to help people that need housing actually find the housing, and then RHA can come in with the funds. What I would like to do, I would love it if RHA could kind of put more money towards that. In other words, help with the staffing, the relocation assistance, which is being done as a contract, to get the money, the people settled and the money out. And I don't know, Madam Mayor, if you can help us make that happen, or if that's not possible, but those are my
questions. Yeah, I actually, and thank you so much, Councilwoman Dewar. You actually were very instrumental in helping me sort of shape out the details when we were sort of talking about it over there and bringing it to the Housing Authority. And they've actually really refined it, done a great job. It's called Homeless to Housing, is actually what they're calling this initiative. And I mean, already the success has been tremendous. So I think to your point, I think now that we know it's a model that works, and it's really one of those models that has frustrated me for so long, where the accessibility to housing has only been in a few funnels. And one of those funnels is directly at the shelter. And we know a lot of people do not want to be housed at the shelter for many reasons. They could have a pet. I know people that have mental health issues, and so there's too much stimulation there, or they've had their things stolen. There's a whole host of reasons why people don't want to stay at the shelter. And before, the city had a really hard time funneling people to housing if they weren't at the shelter. So this is really a direct way where it's boots on the ground, and for people, and a lot like we really noticed. I mean, we've known the need for a very long time, but you also saw that, all of you saw that woman living on California. I mean, literally, boots on the ground, walking right up to someone and providing services. So I think you make such a very good point. We just wanted to pilot and to, see the feedback. And I'd love, to have a presentation at council so everyone can see a little bit more of the program. But I want to say thank you, because you were so supportive, and we spent a lot of time talking about ways we could make a better mousetrap. So good job.
Do a better job and cut through the bureaucracy, get the people housed. And you just hit the right point, which is that in order to qualify, they had to go to the shelter first. I mean, that seemed like an unnecessary qualification step. If you're getting kicked out of your house, why do you have to go make a stop at the shelter? Let's just get with you and get you rehoused. Or let's keep you housed at the same place. So,
the other thing I want to add that I think is so important, because I know as council members, you guys understand this, because I fire you guys off email at 2:00 in the morning. I see you file them right back at me at 2:00 in the morning. And I don't think people realize that our jobs, we sort of never sleep. If you work for a city, I mean, all of us, even our city manager will send me things at crazy hours. We're all kind of in that environment. And what I think is really great, where Councilwoman Dewar also had a lot of input, was making a service like this 24/7. It really is sort of a 24/7 service, where it's not 9 to 5, because I think there is a lot of frustration, because we know people need housing after 5. And we know they need services. And so this is another aspect where you are cutting away the red tape. And also, I would just say, and I think council knows this, this is also a bridge, or any other elected, it doesn't even matter if you're elected, I don't care. But also where as electeds, I mean, I know Naomi Jordan has seen this so many times, and just, gone out to parks and to other areas of the city, and clothed people and needed assistance, and she jumped right in. All of you guys have done that, but I've seen it firsthand. And so what we really needed was a way to have that sort of tool at the Housing Authority to assist all of us, because we could get those calls in the middle of the night. And again, I remember Councilwoman Jordan going directly out to the woman in the park, and matter of fact, you put her in your car, you put your things in your car, and you called in, part of that assistance, and it was really, really helpful. So it's a great program. And to your point, Councilwoman Dewar, I think I would love to do that. We just wanted to, get the council's blessing and know that the good work is truly happening.
Well, it's a pilot now, and then like if it proves itself and it's a ready resource, we're just thinking outside the box and doing it a different way and maybe a more effective way.
Yep. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
I think Councilmember Breckus was before me, Madam Mayor, so I'll defer to my colleague.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
For recognizing me, Mayor. So I had a question just to elaborate on the utility assistance. How are you thinking about structuring that, and what utilities are you thinking about? Just a little bit more detail.
This is the part, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Breckus. This is the part where I point out I actually cannot be involved in that part of this program, and I defer to the city manager for how he would propose to do that.
Okay, so what, yeah.
Councilmember Breckus, Doug Thornley for the record. As you saw, I'm sure in the slide deck, there's a note that telecom utilities are not eligible for these funds. And so what that means for us is that we're probably looking at Tumwa and NV Energy in terms of who would be eligible. And we would consult with both those groups, determine the amount of accounts in arrears, figure out who's eligible, and come back with a plan in terms of how to divide up that money.
Why not our own sewer utility?
We could look at that as well, I'm sure.
I would think. I mean, those are the three. I saw the telecoms were out there. So are you thinking that you would put pots of money over to the utilities, or you'd make people come in and apply for the assistance like they do our sewer utility assistance that we do every FY?
Well, I think sort of getting our arms around the scale of the problem is an important first step in terms of how we go from there with respect to setting up the program. I would be remiss if I didn't take one quick step backwards and mention that for certain programs like the CRF program, there were some hurdles to reimbursing our own utility programs, and we'll need to dig deeper into, as Mr. Shaver mentioned, it's a relatively thick booklet of information. So we'll need to sort of cross the T's and dot the I's, as it were, with respect to exactly which utility programs are eligible.
Okay, so we don't even know how big the problem is. There isn't any data that you've collected or nationally that we know of?
I can tell you how big the problem is as it relates to the power company. I do not have the information on Tumwa, nor do I have the information on our own sewer utility at this moment.
Madam Mayor, for my part, I was interested very much like Councilmember Breckus on the utilities issue. And at least in my briefing, I learned that our sewer fund, the arrears or the people who were late on payments of that were not as high. And so I think there is some information out there about it, because it sounds like the more likely place for this small portion of these funds, I think it's like $1 million total, is probably folks who are late on payments and the energy. But like Councilmember Breckus, I think I am less inclined to just give money to the utility. I want to give money to people who say, I am coming to you applying for my arrearages. And so I would like to make sure that the money goes to people, and maybe it's like a pass through from them to getting it to their utility provider, because that helps people to avoid shutoffs and that kind of thing. And like you, just anecdotally, my understanding is that there are arrearages to NV Energy, and they, sort of dramatically increased over historical years. So I don't know if that information is ready and available, but I would like it to be. Obviously, I'm a yes on receiving all the money. All the staff recommendations are good ones. I'm just saying, as an element of our input as a body, I want to make sure it goes to people. And certainly, I don't know entirely about how to catch up people on our utility, the sewer, but I understand that maybe the arrearages are not there. But Councilmember Breckus's points are very well taken.
Can I ask one more question, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there a way or any models we're seeing where this kind of fund is being used to help people with the deposits that they need as they set up accounts? Oftentimes people who aren't credit worthy need to put down a deposit to the utility companies, and maybe we could set it up that way.
We certainly have all manner of options at our fingertips. Sort of as we're having this conversation, get information in real time. But one of the things of which we need to be mindful is that handing money out on an individual basis makes for income, which makes for a tax problem. It's an extremely complex, complicated issue. And I think what we're looking for today is sort of your approval to go forth and come back with a plan by which we might distribute this pot of money.
So you'll come back to us with the program design?
I would like to, yes.
Okay.
One of the things I think you bring up really good points really quickly, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan. Sorry, but I just wanted to ask, I believe Jenny and Naomi, you guys are on Tumwa. And do you know right now, are they waiving?
No.
Are they waiving in the sense?
No. So what happened was they did for quite a while at your request. At your request, your idea back in spring or March, they stopped dunning people, shutting off water, began working more assertively with people to be able to pay their bills. They stopped that process, I want to say in September or October, that time frame, and began back to their normal process, which was cutting off people's water bills if they didn't pay, and maybe not being as liberal with addressing those issues. And Councilwoman Jordan and Councilwoman Breckus are on Tumwa with me, and they may have more to add.
Yeah, one of the things I would ask, this is really, really important to me, and I would just, please, I beg you guys on Tumwa. One of the issues I had with them is that they would charge you $500 if you had it turned off. It was like a
reconnection fee.
Yeah, it was $500. Now, we all know a lot of those payments are not a lot. Like, you know, I think mine is like $30 a month. It's not a lot. And my point is, if you're getting your water shut off because you can't make a $30 payment, and then you have to turn around and pay a $500 connection fee is outrageous. I get so irate when I hear this, I want to scream. So if there's anything that I can do, that has got to stop. And now they will reduce it, but guess what? How many people don't know that, or how many people are not offered that? And then they reduce it to, I think it was like $150, but it's outrageous. So we've got to fix that.
Well,
anyway,
it's actually considered a deposit. Like, in other words, you usually don't have to put a deposit, but if you get in arrears, then they demand the deposit. And that's what it really is, more than a reconnection fee, to my knowledge. But you're absolutely right. You can't pay a small bill, but now you're being given a bill 10 times bigger than the bill you can't pay.
But what about amortizing a deposit, maybe $20 a month or something? I mean, it's ridiculous. Anyway, don't get me going on this. I get super pissed. So, Councilwoman Breckus, and then Councilwoman Jordan, sorry.
Well, and I do know that Tumwa had, acted quickly at a number of the mayor and council members' concerns when the pandemic hit. And if I'm recalling, and maybe Jenny or Naomi can correct me, I don't think Tumwa is its individual customer arrears situation is in quite the situation that maybe an NB Energy is. And as I recall, and don't hold me 100% to this, is because the bigger water bill holders are more commercial in nature and have kept more up to date with their bills, and the individuals were on a smaller basis and didn't really fall behind a whole lot. So I don't know that on an individual basis that has gotten really far in the in arrears, but Tumwa has been responsive to some of those needs. But to your comment, Mayor Shivi, it's kind of like the rent situation. You get a ding on your credit, and then all of a sudden you're not credit worthy, and then you can't get it, and then you throw in our tight labor or our housing market. It's just it's a ball that's heads down a hill, and it's very hard to stop it. So
yeah, okay. Councilwoman Breckus, I think you were.
Well, I would like to say something, but Miss Cochran raised her hand, and maybe she could speak on this if she had something to say.
Hi, Monica Cochran for the record. How this program is put together still needs to be determined, but I just wanted to add that our current program, we do offer utility deposit assistance, and we have a procedure put in place for how we do that. And it is paid to the utility on behalf of the client. So we don't directly give them the money, but we do pay it on their behalf to their bill. And it's a pretty structured way of getting that through for audit purposes.
And I was wondering that, I mean, I've been dealing this week with a constituent who's dealing with the tax consequences of one of our programs that he did not realize. And so I was wondering if there was a way to structure it so that, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. I was wondering if there was a way to structure where we're looking ahead this summer and thinking that there's going to be a lot more mobility of people, you know, moving and changing their circumstances. And so maybe it could better use this deposit assistance rather than arrears. That's where I was kind of going for.
Can I ask everyone to make sure you're on mute, because that's part of the problem is you're not on mute. And so we're getting the feedback. Okay, thanks everyone. And then just scream at the individual talking that they're still on silent. Okay. Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
I just have a quick question, and I know that there are a number of industries that are have or are being considered for some of the CARES Act, Reconciliation Act funding that looks like it's coming out. Are the utility companies in that pipeline at all? And the only reason I ask that is if we get a bucket of arrears utilities for, say, NV Energy, and we're using some of our dollars to shore those up, and then NV Energy gets some sort of bail money to offset because they've been impacted. I just want to make sure we're not making somebody over flush. Is there a negotiated rate that we would be engaging with NV Energy, or is that not? I'm just trying to understand how this all would work out.
Councilmember Jordan, my impression is that there's always a negotiated rate when we enter into something like this. And I think, as you well know, every industry lobbies hard for relief from the federal government in circumstances like this. And so we'll make sure that we're not covering the same ground twice.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm actually gonna send in Amy Jones. You guys know Amy. She is the wonderful director over at the Housing Authority. And she wanted to speak a little bit on this item. So I'd love for her to weigh in. And it's also because of her vision and thinking outside the box, we were able to do this program. So Amy, are you there?
Madam Mayor, she is not registered for the meeting yet. I do know that she is watching. However, I see that she's not.
We can move on, and then if you get her in somehow, then we can just circle back with her. She just.
Okay.
One of the things that she had mentioned to me was carving out some money to make it available for emergency assistance from this program. And I think that that's really, really wise.
That's 100% for me.
Mm-hmm. So if we could just, let's, if anyone has any more comments, if not, let's move forward with a motion and then put that in the motion, and then we can move on. And then if you get Amy in and she wants to add, then we could bring her back. Sound good?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I can make a motion. I'd recommend.
Go ahead.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay. I would recommend that I'll make a motion to accept the federal emergency rental assistance programs and allocation of those funds to eligible programs in the amount of the 7.7 million approximately, in accordance with the plan the staff laid out, and with the opportunity to follow the direction that the council gave in terms of the potential uses of the money, and also to potentially, if it works, I assume it will work, set up a cash assistance program. Is that what you call it, Mayor?
Yeah.
To assist with the rental assistance program.
Perfect. Okay, so I have a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, good job.
Madam Mayor, with that,
Okay.
transitioning to item D6, this is a legislative update from Callie Wilsey and Dylan Shaver.
All right, take it away, guys.
Wait, there she is.
Always takes a minute to get into the system. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, Callie Wilsey with the City Manager's Office. It's an honor to be here today to provide you with an update on the legislative session. Today is day 24, so we have 96 days to go. We have passed the 100 days left mark. So today I have an update for you on both of our bills. We are moving forward towards a hearing next week. That's on Thursday, March 4th. Both of our bills are scheduled to be heard that day in front of the Senate Revenue and Economic Development Committee. So we are really focusing our efforts right now on garnering testimony in support for those bills and touching base with committee members to understand their positions and any questions as we head into that hearing. So here's where we could really use your help as council members and beating the drum with community groups and individuals to get them to help support these bills, particularly SB 73, the ballot initiative. This is an opportunity for them to hear the needs. We will be laying out the needs, but to hear from the community that they want to have this conversation and that it's important to them. Please call me if you are in conversations with anybody. I'm happy to work with you on whatever you may need to jump on calls with you, talk with individual groups or individuals, send them information, whatever would be helpful based on you and your conversations in the community. So that is really where we are placing a lot of emphasis the next week.
And you said, Callie, that's on Friday, right? The hearing?
Thursday, March 4th.
Thursday, March 4th, at what time?
1 p.m.
May
Thursday,
I ask
March
a
4th.
question on this?
Go right ahead.
When someone's reached out to me who's been approached, and I'm having a hard time with it. I really am. As I read the write-up, it is, so the mechanics, if it goes, is we, the council, set up a committee and they study the issue, right? And then they come up with a recommendation of, and who's on the committee? How's that structured?
Sure. So there are, it's an 11-member committee, 12 if you count the city manager who serves ex officio. But the membership is outlined in the bill, and it's representative of different users, so parks users or outdoor recreation, as well as industries that are impacted by the various taxing options.
Do you have a list of those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So they meet. The council, each council member doesn't get an opportunity to appoint an individual to this committee, do they?
The council, the way the bill is currently written, would appoint a member of the public to serve as like a general public representative on that committee.
Each council member?
The council as a whole.
Okay, so that's one. Number two is they meet, come up with their ideas of the tax, the form of the tax. What are the different forms of the tax that could be applied?
So there are 6 options in the tax, or sorry, 6 revenue options that are outlined in there. It's the transient lodging tax, supplemental governmental services tax, real property transfer, sales tax, property tax, and right now a discussion based on comments when we had the BDR discussion about tax revenue that currently goes to the Flood Management Authority.
Okay, so could one or more of those appear if the council decides to throw it on the ballot? Could one or more of those appear on the ballot?
Yes.
Okay, so it could be anything. Okay, and then why isn't the bill structured that the council can take the vote rather than running a campaign out at large in the 22 midterm election? Why wasn't that incorporated?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Breckes, can you repeat the question?
So as I understand, the decision when the recommendation comes to enact the tax is a vote of the people, but why wasn't an alternative a vote of the council?
I'll just jump in and highlight that that was not the direction we received from council when submitting the bill.
Okay. Was it a part of the discussion at all by the council?
No.
Never brought it up. Okay. And so tell me this then, to go out on this election, what are the restrictions and limitations of the city to campaign for it?
There are restrictions for city staff and the city we are not able to put resources toward advocating for a ballot initiative, similar to restrictions when we cannot support a candidate. So the same thing would fall in place for a ballot initiative, which this would fall to. We can provide factual information to the committee and the community in that regard.
Is there a model of a, public services tax going to the ballot in Reno or Washoe County? And how, who ran the campaign for that?
This is the same model that we would have recently seen with WC1 and the school's capital funding tax.
Do you know how much money the private group raised to advance that?
I do not.
Okay. I'm having a hard time with this. I just have to say, one, the council seems to have been cut out of the process in terms of being able to make individual appointments to bring this up forward for our needs. I think and I've been concerned about this all along. I'll just say, I know we gave the go ahead, but I thought it was going to come back to us before the BDR showed up, and it seems to have been a train left the station. But that's of concern to me that we don't have an individual appointment ourselves. Another one, and I thought I did advance, was the vote be taken at this table rather than out in the public, because I don't know who's going to run that campaign. I know when RTC got their money, it was the road building industry, and I know it was a real involved group that did the Washoe County schools. I just don't know who's going to run that. I'd rather see the vote taken at this table. And I'm also very deeply troubled that sales tax is on there. I find that a regressive tax, and when you have I don't know who, but an industry collection there, they're going to be looking at it from their own industry perspective. And, surprise, surprise, the regressive one hitting working poor people who don't have a seat at the table comes forward. I'm still having a hard time with this one.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I think that my colleague brings up a number of really good points, and I would like to see, as we move the bill through, to make some changes. To her point about the council did not discuss having this kind of committee, and I think Mr. Shaver just said that. I think I heard him say that was not something we decided at council. That was how you answered the question.
No, ma'am, I answered it in the perhaps exact opposite way. That council directed us to pursue a bill for the establishment of a WC1 style committee to put this on the ballot.
Okay. All right. So I guess I misunderstood that. And I think I didn't know what a WC1 style committee maybe was when we did that. But anyway, I would certainly favor appointments to that committee from the council, because the committee, I watched both committees, the one with WC1 and the one also with the flood project. And the flood project one seemed to, I don't know, they had a hard time a little bit focusing and, on the issue at hand, why we even needed it. They were sort of starting way back at the beginning, and they had a lot of catching up in terms of education. And so they did get there. So I think that there should be an opportunity for council appointments, more than one. So that's just my thought. Number two, what did I say here? When Callie answered Councilman Breckes' question about the role of staff, she did not answer the question about role of electeds. Not that she was asked that question, but could you clarify that, Callie?
Yes, absolutely. And I think Councilmember Dewar, this kind of relates to our conversation that we were having last week, where an elected official can play the role similar to they would by supporting a candidate or a ballot initiative on their own as an individual. not as on behalf of the city, and wouldn't be able to use resources of the office in which you currently serve to support the ballot initiative.
So we couldn't use resources, but we can still be ourselves. We're still elected officials, much like many of us advocated for WC1 for the school district. I mean, we weren't forbidden from doing that, committing money, our own funds, advocating, whatever, correct?
That is my understanding of how it would work, yes.
Okay. And then I just had one more point, I think here. Oh, I 100% agree with the point of eliminating the sales tax as a funding option. And I don't know who put that in, but I think that's shown to be a non-starter. We already have a very high sales tax here in Washoe County. And I think just having it in and having it potentially picked by the committee is not a good path. So that's my thoughts as well. So if there's opportunities to make amendments, I would drop it out. It already didn't work for the flood project. We've already tapped out with WC1 using sales tax for another infrastructure program. So I would support that change too.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. I guess, do we have to get a motion, Callie, or do we accept the presentation? What would you like from us?
That I am not requesting any action today, just wanting to give you guys an update on the latest.
Okay.
Unless there's any other questions, I kind of saw Councilmember Dewar.
No, but you're making it easy. So we like that. Good job. And I think you did a great job. Okay, Councilman Jordan, did you want to say something?
I just had a question about the constitution of what this committee may be made up of, or how many people and who appoints what. I think I'd like to, and this isn't for today, maybe just at the next presentation, a better understanding of the WC1 committee sort of structure that was quite successful, clearly. So I just need to know more information. That's all.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Are we going to give her a chance to talk about the other bill?
Go right ahead.
Councilmember Breckus, so Senate Bill 11, the other bill, other city bill on supplemental governmental services tax is also heading on that same time frame. So same meeting, 1 p.m. next Thursday, March 4th, in front of Senate Revenue, the bill will be heard. At these hearings, we don't expect a vote, but we will present the need associated with each one of them, walk through what the bill does. The committee members will ask questions, and then they will take testimony in support, opposition, and neutral.
Well, could I follow up on that? So that bill is essentially transferring the government services tax that the county has over to us, because they have decided it's not something they want to exercise. And then what are the parameters on that for use?
So the way the bill is written is it replicates the language currently in NRS for counties. And so that talks about roadways and street improvements, but it also talks about general functions of government. And then the amendment that we included was that includes funding for homelessness and other human services needs based on the direction of council during the BDR conversation.
So my question for our city manager is, in reading the CAFR, which is so notable about how the council over this last year really went big on building the super shelter and the CARES campus. It became really our big financial leap. This, and the CAFR captures that. And I understand there's a lot going on. I haven't been involved, haven't heard, just been hearing secondhand. A number of committee meetings on the phase 2 sequencing. Are you going to, in your presentation, marry this notion up of the CARES Act and what we've taken on with the GST to accomplish that goal? Because I feel like, we really did step into some programming ongoing that we don't haven't identified a funding source to, and so that cart is ahead of that horse, and I'm nervous about that. But I thought, now we're trying to put into place a revenue source for it. And is that going to be the pitch?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Reckes, you were asking me if that's the pitch?
Yeah. Or are you just keeping it wide open? Streets, we've got, 30% of our streets, local streets that we maintain, not RTC. We got this. I mean, how are you narrowing the focus on this? Because we're essentially trying to take something from the county to do something that they haven't been doing. And so what's the pitch?
Well, I think ideally what we're doing here is encouraging the county to adequately fund the services that they are statutorily obligated to provide. That said, they have not opted to avail themselves of that revenue stream. And if they're not going to, there are other units of government like ourselves in the region that could put that revenue to good use and would put that revenue to good use. And so, no, I don't think that we are narrowing ourselves in terms of to what it could be applied. And as we work through sort of the transition with the county and the idea that they would take over indigent services in total, this is but one portion of that conversation.
I mean, just in my thinking, and I think I'm the one who proposed this and asked for the initial memo on this from our last city manager, is the pitch was always going to be very narrow. We've stepped into a space. They, as recent as their January retreat of the commission, made policy that they're not going there. We've stepped into this space last year with our commitments. We're even going on a phase 2. I mean, I in my mind, when I talk to people about what we're trying to do, I don't want to say it's streets, it's this. It is this,
That is certainly the story that we told the Assembly Government Affairs Committee on Tuesday or Monday. I don't know, I lose track of the days anymore. But certainly we explained to them that we have taken on this role of primacy over the last 20 some odd years, that it is a county function and that there are streams of revenue available that the county has not availed themselves of that would reduce the burden on our general fund and reduce some of the opportunity costs that we're absorbing in taking on that role.
And the exercise of the GST would be this dais, our dais?
Yes.
That is correct.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, just to comment on that as well. And I'm not sure, perhaps Councilwoman Breck has covered this, but I think it's always good when you're getting enabling legislation to ensure that it is broad enough. Every piece of legislation I've worked on, it's been more expansive than maybe what the primary focus was, just to cover unforeseen circumstances. Let's say, for example, the county stepped up and took on a bigger share of the homeless issue, but our real need was a streets project or something. We should not be forbidden from potentially exercising, bearing in mind it would go through the whole council. We'd have hearing, we have process to make that kind of decision. So I know there's some provisions in there that allow us. I think those are very good provisions. So it gives us some flexibility at the council level to set the priorities, even if we have some already primary priorities. So there's that comment. I also just wanted to go back on the other one just for 1 second. Several people have reached out to me to ask, what is our intention by including the flood tax as part of the bill, the recreation bill? And they're concerned. And I will say this, at the last flood board meeting, we had a very extensive presentation by the director, and the board was very engaged. And we talked about what is the project? What does the project cost now? Where are the needs? If you recall, they went out for a sales tax because they don't have enough money. So to the point that they don't have enough money to get it all done and they need additional funds, I get a little nervous about saying we might take some of their funds for our parks. Now, I've talked to them. I brought this up at the presentation on last flood board meeting, and I explained that they have it within their purview to expend money on parks, on recreation. It's already in their authorizing legislation. So I just wanted to sign a note of caution because I'm going to have to answer this. People are calling, including reporters, What's it all about? Are we trying to, undermine the flood project? Those kind of concerns. And I'm going to say unequivocally, no, we're not trying to undermine the flood project, but where possible, we want to work with them on cooperative projects. And they have already, for example, at Mill McCarran, identified, again, creating a recreation area there, a regional recreation area. That's kind of going back into their plan. They're moving their levee outside the middle of their Mill McCarran property. They're doing a lot of things that say they want to work with us on this. That said, that could just be the current administration. There's always that. What if the current administration leaves? That includes council members, and something else happens, So it's a concern for me. I mean, I think it's an opportunity, but it's also could be perceived as a negative towards a flood project. So I wanted to register that. I haven't figured out how to answer these questions yet, but they are being asked. Do you have a comment, Kelly?
I do. I just wanted to say, this particular component was just brought up during discussion in the BDR to research, and staff is close to finishing what the implications of that are. And so we know that there's interlocals involved, interlocal agreements. There's also bonding authority questions. So we are wrapping that up. And so the concerns are noted, and I just wanted to pass that on. That,
thank you.
That it was
that
in there
the
to understand the impacts. And
they have made commitments with those funds for bonding, and those bonds are 30-year bonds. So there's a long-term payments there. And to your point, it is an intergovernmental, interjurisdictional. It'd be like us saying, well, why don't we take some money from RTC because they have money, and I'm sure the RTC board would have some thoughts about that. And it might create some backlash that is not intended, so I don't want to unnecessarily rile people up thinking that we're coming to take their money, when what we really want to do is work together. So I just wanted to register that issue. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor. You unmute me.
Okay, anyone else? All right, anything else to add, Kelly?
No, thank you. I hope you have a great rest of your meeting.
Good job. I mean, how is it? I mean, it's probably got to be really difficult with not being in the building and just
It is a very, very strange session. Very difficult to maneuver. I feel like we're all still figuring it out.
Well, good job. All right.
Thank you.
See you soon. Thanks.
All right, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Thank you. Transitioning to item F1. This is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Ashley, Miss Clerk, are you there?
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
I think we lost her.
Madam
Mayor,
Mayor,
we're
can you hear me now?
I can, sorry.
Oh, fun game. Technology is always helping us. Gremlins in the system. We're on item F1, an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, sounds good. Take it away, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6588, ordinance creating the City of Reno, Nevada 2021 Special Assessment District. Number 1, ordering the acquisition and improvement of 2 street projects consisting of 8 street segments within the City of Reno, Nevada, providing for the levy and collection of special assessments, therefore, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken by the City Council, the City of Reno, and the offices of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvement of said projects in the district, describing details in connection therewith, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
All right, fantastic.
Madam Mayor,
Second.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
just letting you know we don't have any public comments, so I've noted the motion maker and the second on the record.
All right, perfect. And I think Councilman Delgado made a motion.
Correct.
Am I right?
Yes, you are.
All right, I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item F2, an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
All right, take it away, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, an ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6589, case number LDC 19-00001, Echo Avenue Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. Ordinance to amend the zoning district of a plus or minus 1.95 acre site located on the south side of Echo Avenue between Mount Charleston Street on the west and Stead Boulevard on the east, from public facility to multifamily, 30 units per acre, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
I'm
Unanimous.
opposed.
Okay. Motion carries. Back at you, Madam.
Thank you. Moving to item H1, this is an update on boards and commissions from council.
All right. Here's your time to chime in or forever hold your peace, kids. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
So at the last HRC meeting, a proposal was made about the Lear Theater was a point of discussion. And, you know, but I've since heard that that proposal has gone kaput. I don't know. I am increasingly concerned that Art Town is not going to be able to save that building and that it could be firewood anytime. And the reckoning of our community to the significance of that building and the architect who is, you know, so important is, it just needs to happen. And I am going to be prepared during budget times to advance the notion that the council in no way continue to support Art Town if they don't take the art in Art Town and make sure that that pertains to the arc in architecture. They're the same roots, and make it central for them to save that building. They don't have the wherewithal. They've been struggling with it since the whole time I've been on the council. I know it's been a lot of frustration to those who have worked with them, but it cannot continue because we are playing with a lot of risk. I don't want the city to own it, but if we had to for a brief period of time to put it onto a better steward, I know that Mr. Thornley has a maintenance worker driving from City Hall to the Idlewild maintenance yard at least a couple times a week, who can keep a good eye on that building. So I'll keep you all posted, interested in your input, but we need to see that building go to the next.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask our city manager, can we put this on, I don't know if our next agenda, because I know we have a pretty hectic council meeting on the next one, but it needs to get on. I don't even care if we have a special meeting on this. I think Councilwoman Breckus is right. There have been a whole host of situations and events that have happened with the Lear Theater. And I mean, it could easily end up, like she said, firewood, because it is not being maintained. I was at the table with them many times. I was so frustrated. It has been a real bone of contention. What the council needs to understand, and we're probably getting off topic, so I don't want to do that, but I do want the council to understand that that is a very hard piece of property or structure to maintain unless you have other sources of financial ability to do that. And so there was, a proposal, and the proposal I saw, and maybe this is something that comes to council, I don't know. Or it really does, I would love for the city to be able to have some controlling interest so that we can keep it historical and for the purpose. Because my big fear is, that was meant for the community and to continue with arts and culture. And here's the risk that you run. If you give it to a nonprofit for $1, they can say, I'm sorry, in 2 years, we couldn't make it sustainable and work. And now we are opening it up, to private business, and then it completely gets lost and no one's going to go back there and hold them accountable. But there was a great project that I saw that was of massive historical significance with keeping the theater intact. And really, I thought it was a great win-win. I know there were some concerns about it, but I think it's a broader conversation, to Councilwoman Breckis's point, that we have got to figure out what's going to happen, or it could easily get demolished. And every day that goes by, it looks worse and worse and worse. And it's really hurting my heart. But I will have a very hard time supporting Art Town moving forward. I'm sorry, but I have to say something because it's gotten to the point where I'm so disappointed. Anyway, Okay, Councilman Dewar.
Okay, I don't want to prolong the conversation about the Lear, but it actually was what I was going to say. I was going to ask our manager too. I'm so glad you brought it up, both of you, to actually put it on our agenda. Like you said, doesn't have to be the next one, but you know how hard I worked to get our town to allow, I was willing to raise all the funds, just allow me to fix the outside. So I know our manager doesn't know about that past history, but I was raising funds for fencing, cleaning, trees, plantings, and it just was never the right timing or whatever. So I wanted to say also that we as a body initiated the new market tax credits, and a big portion of that concept was to be able to support a project like this, or a project like the Amtrak restoration, or another historical building where we would partner. So we have tools. And all we need is the willingness, the interest, and the eyes wide open to understand what we would be getting into. So I really look forward to the conversation. I had a couple other items. One of those was the Western Nevada Development District, which I serve on. Everybody's commented by now, but just so the public knows, we were able to get a $5 million grant for infrastructure development with the help of Western Nevada Development District. Eric Jensen was our key staffer on that. He worked for a year and a half with Cheryl Gonzalez, who's the executive director. And the money right now, as I understand it, is to go to use of reclaimed water, the One Water project that we've talked about, making treated effluent potable for whatever use. That could be industrial use, commercial use, whatever. So that is a great, great win. Oh, and Mr. Reese is sending out hearts at us to let us know how important this is to him too. But almost everybody on our council has written a letter of congratulations to Eric. I wanted to make sure that we congratulate everyone involved in this project, because it was a real win. $5 million doesn't drop in every day to help us with capital improvement projects. So yay. Last thing was, I started to mention the flood project. I really sense a reinvigoration there. They're kind of coming into their own, and they are figuring out how to reinvent the project. They're doing what I would call value engineering. So they're being able to look at each segment of the project and figure out how to do it cheaper and better, more effectively, call it more slimmed down, more targeted. And they came up with a really creative idea over at the section of Mill and McCarran to work with Sparks to get flood protection for Sparks, at the same time to better utilize the property on the south side of the river there. So I asked them to maybe come and make a presentation to this board, Mr. Thornley, at some point, since it affects all of us. It's all the jurisdictions. There's no way you would know. They could do a very simplified presentation and kind of focus on some of those Reno centric capital items that we all want to know about. So with that, I will yield the floor.
Councilwoman Jordan, did you lift your hand up? Sorry, I couldn't tell.
I didn't. I was distracted by the hearts coming out of Devin's eyeballs.
How come I not see them?
Could not see them.
No, Mayor Sheehy, to the members, the CHAB will have a presentation at its meeting on Monday with regards to an RFP for a safe camp at the Governor's Bowl. There have been some other meetings related to community sort of organizations and individuals that are, I don't want to call it street level, but kind of street level interacting with our houseless population to glean from them some of the things as the Nevada Cares Campus gets evolved and developed, what attributes, services, facilities will be most desired, what phasing in sort of what's short-term, mid-term, long-term, what's immediate needs, what's mid-term needs. I know that Arlo will be giving a presentation to the council, I believe next month, kind of as an update, but there is great enthusiasm and efforts and fundraising. There's a group of folks that are already kicking off the fundraising effort to help with some of the, I guess you'll call them phase 2 improvements, with the understanding that governments aren't going to be able to shoulder this, certainly short or long term. It's a great group of people that are really engaged. So we'll get a more thorough update at I think our next council meeting, if not the next one, the one after that. But some really good stuff going on and a lot of community participation, which we're excited about.
Good job. Awesome. Great. Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you. Just a really quick highlight. As we all know, and anticipating the different phases of openings from the health district. I want you guys to know that as part of the anticipation of that, Kevin Dick will be working with different sectors of our community and anticipating what their plans are, what their thoughts are, so incorporated as part of the overall plan. And so regional wise, so that'd be, from the development community to the gaming community to all those. So they're all part of the conversation. And so looking forward to making sure we get a good, solid, shared plan across the region in terms of how we either open or we take pauses, depending on how the health outcome continues to hit or not hit Washington County.
Yeah, and you're the chair over there. And so I know you've been digging in deep, and I think you've done a tremendous job, Oscar. I know you haven't been there that long, but just in the short time, I know you've been rolling out plans. So I think tremendous job. That's really good. Nice to see that.
Appreciate it. Make sure the staff out there knows too. So thank you guys.
Awesome. Okay, anything else? That being said, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, at this time, council will recess until their 6 p.m. public hearing. Please note, as was noted with your agenda approval, I-2 has been removed from your agenda as it's been withdrawn by both applicants, so you will only be hearing I-1 to be heard promptly at 6 p.m. And we will see everyone back then.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye, guys. See you at 6.
Look good.
I am easily amused. I am not a cat. I am.
Devin, looks like you got the real deal there.
I'm trying, but now I am Shrek.
Oh. Just don't have that on when the recorder comes on.
I know. What are they doing? They probably already did. I see a whole school board in like Texas or California had to resign because they were on Zoom and didn't think they were on yet. And they were saying not very nice things about people.
Correct.
But good for them. I'm glad
That is why I am going on.
Hi, Ashley, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Madam
Hi,
Mayor,
Deb.
we can hear you. If you would like to call your meeting back to order, you may do so.
Okay, do we have everyone? Is everyone ready?
We are still waiting on Councilmember Weber, but I believe she is en route back getting on.
Okay, give me one more minute, and then we'll get going.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Madam Clerk. Hi, Bonnie. Nice to see you. Okay, I think we have everyone ready to go.
I believe that's correct, Madam Mayor. We are going to move on to item I1. This is an appeal of a mass grading permit.
Okay. All right. At this time, I am going to send it over to our city attorney to read the agenda item. At this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. Additionally, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay, do any council members have any disclosures at this time? No? Oh, Councilwoman, go ahead.
Yeah, I spoke with both the applicant of the project and the appellant. Both.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I'm going to disclose that on or about December 28th, I drove over in the vicinity of the project by the Southeast Connector, and I saw mass grading going on, and I was very confused because I had recollected in the summer at some point that a special use permit application had come through the development, was shown on the development review memo. But I follow those memos. Then as cases go to the planning commission, I read the planning commission agendas and staff reports, and I never saw that. So I was very confused. So I started a line of inquiry, kind of simultaneous, about what happened at the planning commission, with our staff and our city manager, only to learn that there wasn't a special use permit through the planning commission. That had been withdrawn, and this permit had been administratively issued. So I guess it's just a coincidence that at the same time, this appeal was filing, I was just inquiring internally, what did the planning commission do with this? So just want to disclose that.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me ask our city attorney, Carl Hall, do we have to prove standing right now, or do you want to read the ordinance first before we do that?
No, I can go ahead and read the appeal, but yes, our usual procedure would be to have the applicant explain to the council how they believe that they have standing. In other words, they have to show that they have a personal or property interest, which is substantially affected by this approval. And then council would make a decision as to whether or not the appellant has standing. And our recommendation is that even if you determine that the applicant or the appellant does not have standing, that we go ahead and hear the merits of the appeal so that we can preserve that issue.
Okay. All right, appreciate it. So at this time then, Carl Hall, I'll let you read that and then we'll send it over to, I guess, Mr. Gordon and go with standing. Or
so I believe it would be Ms. Rodemeyer is representing the appellant.
Oh, okay. All right, great. Well then, why don't we have you read it and then we'll bring in Ms. Rodemeyer.
Sounds good. All right. This is an appeal of the hearing officer's decision regarding approval of a mass grading permit of a 104-acre property known as the Park at McCarran, located east of McCarran Boulevard and south of Clean Water Way. Application number BLD 21-01587E. The site has a zoning of MSFL, McCarran Center Planned Unit Development, and Master Plan Land Use Designation of Mixed Employment. Ward 3.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Okay, then at this time, I am going to hand it over to Ms. Rodemeyer. I don't see her on here, but oh, there she is. Okay.
We're transferring her over, Madam Mayor, and just to note for council and Ms. Rodemeyer, pursuant to our rules, she will be granted 10 minutes to present her appeal. Kim, on our end, you are able to present and share your screen. If you have a presentation, you may unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, I think at this time we do have to approve standing. So before she gets into her presentation.
But I mean,
am I
she,
correct, Carl?
I think she has to make that presentation. Is that right, Carl?
That's correct. Ms. Rodemeyer would indicate how she has a personal or property interest that has been adversely and substantially affected. And so I think she's prepared to
okay.
explain how she feels that she is aggrieved.
Good evening. Is this going to be part of my 10 minutes or is this in separate time?
I thought this was separate.
Okay. I have prepared a brief statement. I'm sorry, everyone, I don't have a camera. I just have a microphone. So I apologize, but I do have the ability to present my PowerPoint in the future if that is proved that we're going to go forward. So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The Upper Southeast Communities Coalition is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that has a long-standing and well-documented interest in flooding potentials due to development in the critical flood pool. We have stakeholders that live in and nearby communities that are either in the flood pool or adjacent, and this project and using out-of-date flood modeling and flawed well data could have significant impacts not only to the Park at McCarran's own project, but the existing and surrounding development, whether or not that be commercial or residential. Our concerns are about existing conditions on this project site and the impacts of what this project does or doesn't do regarding their own mitigation. Our organization feels that we have standing to appeal the grading permit, and it is important because what is done or not done with grading before the build out of the project will affect not only their own project, but the existing and surrounding development of which we do have stakeholders that live. The questions, excuse me, the questions we raise here are directly related to the grading, and answers to these questions should be required before any grading continues. At the January 5th hearing with hearing examiner Robert Bell, we stated that we believed as a community organization similar to either Scenic Nevada or Verdi Community Council, both also 501c3s like our organization and our stakeholders should have a voice in the development process when it can impact existing communities in and around the critical flood pool. Hearing examiner Bell stated that he didn't have knowledge to hear the technical aspects of my appeal at the time, but he did rule that he felt we had standing and that organizations like ours are critical in making sure that community voices are heard in areas where they could be detrimentally impacted. We hope you'd agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I will send it, I think, over to our ward representative, Councilman Delgado, to make the motion for standing or not standing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move that we do have standing on this case and like to hear the issues presented.
Okay, great. So I have a motion.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Okay, go right ahead, Ms. Rodemeyer. Now you have 10 minutes.
Oh, Madam Mayor, may I ask a question of a procedural nature?
Sure.
I'm trying to understand what the standard of consideration is for us. Is this abuse of discretion on behalf of the administrator, or are we hearing this as a de novo proceeding from our attorneys? What does the code say? What's the code reference?
This is de novo review.
Okay, so what's the standard of issuing and upholding a building permit issuance? All the reviews that are all the reviewing entities and agencies?
It would be a determination as to whether or not you believe that the hearing officer made the correct decision, and it's, more probable than not would be your standard.
I thought that was in conflict with de novo. If we're hearing it all anew.
You're hearing it all new, so you don't have to give any discretion or any deference to the hearing officer's decision.
Okay.
So you're just going to determine whether or not you believe that the appellant's argument has merit.
So just like the administrator, we're sitting just like the administrator and trying to understand if all of the applicable codes have been met.
You're going to determine whether or not the grading permit was properly provided to the developer in this particular case. That's the question. And whether or not the appellant's issues with respect to the grading permit and the alleged mitigation of water issues was appropriate. So, I mean, that's her argument essentially, is that, you know, you need 1 to 1.3 mitigation. And the developer's argument is those codes weren't in effect at the time. And the administrator issued the grading permit pursuant to the code that was in place at the time of the application. And in this particular case, the PUD on this development was issued in 2013. So we believe that the developer had a vested right. And so the question is whether or not the administrator properly issued the grading permit. And according to Bob Bell and our administrator, that grading permit was properly issued.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, at this time, then I'm gonna send it over to Kim Rodemeyer.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I am a little over 10 minutes on my presentation on my PowerPoint. Hope you indulge me. I believe everything that I could remove, I did remove. I did remove some critically important stuff. So I hope that I can be allowed to finish. But I'm going to go ahead and start my screen share.
Okay.
Kim, you should be able to screen share at this time, and I will notify you when you have 30 seconds left remaining in your time.
Did I do this wrong?
We are looking at
this. Hang on.
Different screen.
You didn't open this.
I did. Oh, sorry.
It's cute. There you go.
Okay. Are you guys seeing the tiles on the left or no?
No.
No. You appear to be in presentation mode, Kim, so you should be able to proceed from there.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's indulgence. Okay. Okay, so Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to present our concerns through this appeal of the commercial mass grading permit issued to Dove LLC for the park at McCarran. We are asking that the current permit for grading be revoked until this project provides and follows flood modeling that is current, and be required that any flood model include their project at build out for the safety of all the existing and surrounding development. That modeling, if there are changes, would then be applied to the current grading, and any potential adjustments to the flood mitigation can be made by altering the grading if necessary before it's too late. RMC 18.06.801 item B2 states that natural features identified for retention shall be protected from disturbance from construction activity. The project area has been part of an area designated as critical flood retention for the safety of the Truckee Meadows Reach for about 20 years by the City of Reno, Washoe County, and the Army Corps of Engineers. North of the Huffacre Narrows and south of the Truckee River, there have been exactly 4 projects approved in the critical flood pool since the '97 flood. Immigrant storage, which the council required to follow the most current flood modeling at the time. The Southeast Connector, which the council required to follow the most current flood modeling at the time. And Daybreak, which the council required to follow the most current flood modeling that exists at this time. As we stated again, as we will state again later in these comments, precedent has been set, and this development must be required to follow the same requirements as the others for the protection of the existing and surrounding development. We would also like to point out that the 2013 Planning Commission and subsequently the Reno City Council upheld conditions to the zoning map amendment, which include Condition A, required modifications to the PUD handbook. D, states the condition that the project would ensure a better than 1-to-1 flood mitigation. After this was approved, we asked staff what that meant, and were told that it would need to come back to City Council to get what the determination of what better would be. That has not occurred. According to the applicant's legal counsel's appeal dismissal letter dated December 8th, 2020, counsel indicates that they are using the 1994 FEMA model, which is so out of date it is dangerous. This study was from 3 years before the '97 flood, and there have been over 25 years of updated data and flood studies since then. As we stated earlier, precedent has been set by other projects nearby that were required to use the most current modeling that had not been FEMA approved for their projects, all for the protection of the existing and surrounding development. Immigrant Storage used what was then the most current model for their storage facility. The RTC used what was then the most current model for the Southeast Connector project in 2015, and Daybreak is using the draft of the updated FEMA model that is not yet complete. This model includes Steamboat Creek water that will impact flood storage on the applicant's project site. The pending update to the FEMA model is showing that current conditions are an average of 2 feet off, meaning the floodwater elevations are up to 2 feet higher than previously thought. This is a boundary map of the 1997 flood. Everything shaded flooded in 97. As you can see, the project site is in the middle of the inundation. When the applicant says in their documents that the area barely flooded, that is not supported by data. This NOAA map shows the 97 flood in yellow and where water was over McCarran at the red lines. It is critical to point out that the 1997 flood was a 117-year flood on the Truckee River, but it was only a 50-year flood on Steamboat Creek. This property and the surrounding area are affected from Steamboat Creek flooding. On this map, you can see reflected both the 1997 flood and the 2005 flood. Again, 97 was a 117-year flood on the Truckee, but was only a 40 to 50-year flood on Steamboat Creek. Flipping that, the 2005 flood was a 30 to 40-year flood on the Truckee and a 100-year flood on Steamboat Creek. In 2005, homeless people had to be rescued literally across the street from this project, and over 300 sheep drowned on the UNR farm just yards away from their project site. As you can see from this map, their project site is flooded in both flood events. Excuse me. Using current flood modeling is directly connected to grading by making sure that the applicant is in compliance with 18.06.801B2. And to me, that means making sure that there is sufficient flood mitigation in their project for the protection of their own and existing and surrounding development. I could not find any indication in documents I requested and received that the applicant had discussed current flood modeling with anyone or whether or not it would be a good idea to use it, and I made public records request to the Truckee River Flood Management Authority too. It's not existing development's fault that the city has not protected them by updating modeling before now. The fact that the city recognized the significant danger to existing development and is updating the FEMA model should require that this project follow the precedent of other projects and use the most current modeling to protect existing and surrounding development from future damage or monetary impacts through flood insurance requirements because their project had insufficient mitigation. The applicant has stated multiple times that the project area is the very last area to flood. Even if that is true, that doesn't mean it doesn't flood. In fact, as was shown in the 97 and 2005 floods, there was floodwater on the property and almost everywhere connected to it. While the applicant would like to believe that their current conditions show some of the property may still be in the 500-year flood zone, it is more likely that it may not be. The Truckee River Flood Management Authority is in the process of updating FEMA maps that could show a change in flood zoning. It is dangerous to existing and surrounding development to allow the applicant to use flood modeling data that is ancient. The natural feature of this land is that it is a floodplain. It has a job. It has a purpose. It's there to hold water during flood events. That's why in the late 1990s, this area was designated as Critical Flood Zone 1, which is the critical flood pool, and designated a critical flood storage area by the City of Reno, Washoe County, and the Army Corps of Engineers for the protection of the entire Truckee Meadows Reach. The applicant is trying to create storage in an area that already floods using flood modeling that is ancient. Our next concern is RMC 18.06.801C3. The proposed grading will not impede natural drainage patterns without providing suitable alternatives for draining. The natural drainage patterns for this property are critical for the protection of existing and surrounding development. The entire UNR Farms and the Dove LLC property stores water during flood events, both big and small, until it can drain downstream on the Truckee River. It appears the applicant's entire plan for mitigation and drainage is to dig a large retention basin for flood mitigation and to use the Yori drain to drain their development after build. That's it. There's no plan to drain water out of the detention basins after the project is built and when their basins don't drain or if it floods. There is a reference in their document that they indicate during construction, if the detention basins fill with water, they will pump it out and use it for dust abatement. But other than that, nothing about draining detention basins after build out that I could find. Nothing to address the drainage and detention basins after flood events or even just plain wet years, which will more than likely leave a lake that could take months or years to drain if it does at all. The flood mitigation basin is currently being constructed is filling with groundwater. They have intersected the water table. The week before Christmas showed that they were digging out to about 6 feet. The basin is filling with water. When the water got to about a foot deep in some areas and still filling, they started to backfill with about a foot of material. They have been backfilling for weeks now. They also started pumping water out of the basin with a pump. That started about 2 to 3 weeks ago, and the water level has decreased somewhat. They removed the pump late last week, now that they have backfilled about 2/3 of the basin. It now appears that the south end of the basin has already been backfilled and leveled. Water is already seeping above their new fill, and the new fill is getting wet in other areas. Additionally, we have no idea what this pad of fill is doing in the basin, but it appears they are constructing a building pad in the detention basin. What is this? It has become very apparent that the data used to design the basin is off. It is our belief that they have not used the correct data because there is water in the basin. The permit requires that the bottom of the basin be filled to above the water table. The water table can't be intersected because then the basin will fill with water and be useless during flood events. There is nothing in the documents provided to me or the PUD handbook that addresses after construction drainage of any detention basins. The immigrant storage facility right next door was denied by the city to dig their detention basin below 3 feet to avoid a permanent lake, but the Park at McCarran project is deeper than that precedential threshold. Additionally, immigrant storage was not allowed to bring in fill, and they have had to have an evacuation plan in place for their customers' property for future flood events. In the December 8th letter from the applicant's attorneys, they reference a technical memo dated October 22nd, 2020, Exhibit B. It states that they looked at 3 different, using their words, snapshots in time to do their analysis on groundwater levels, July 2002, November 2005, and September 2015. All of these dates correspond with the driest times of the year. The water table does the majority of its fluctuation in the winter and spring months corresponding with precipitation. The information they gathered was used in comparison to September 2020 levels by comparing the summertime drought year of 2002 to the late summer drought year 2020. And because they found similarities in these 2 exceptional drought years, they apparently feel their work is done. These 2 snapshots in time are 18 years apart and are in the driest times of the year. As noted by George Robeson, the executive director of the Truckee River Flood Management Authority, measurements taken during or after long dry periods are not as relevant as measurements taken during wet periods. It is well known that the water table fluctuates several feet in this area. RTC found that out the hard way, and the aquifer will fill right back up in wet years, making their detention basin useless during flood events if it is already filled with water. Where is the wet year data? Compare September 2020 to February 2006, a wet year, or spring 2011, a wet year, or to the wet year of 2017. Also in their December 8th letter, they included a reference to an October 16th technical memo which references that Black Eagle Consulting provided data on groundwater levels for 2020, which, by the way, has been recorded as an exceptional drought year, with less than 38% of normal precipitation, making it the 2nd driest year on record. And now 2021 is following close behind. Comparing groundwater levels in an exceptional dry year to another exceptional dry year is flawed by any standards. The memo then says, for historical perspective, the UNR Farms has been subject to surface flood irrigation for decades, and that was what contributed to the high groundwater.
And you have 30 seconds remaining at this time.
Madam Mayor, I have about 3 minutes. May I
Yes.
finish?
Go right ahead. I'll allow you to finish. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, UNR Farms has been irrigated by wheel line irrigation for about 10 years since they started using the effluent water from the sewer treatment plant, and the project site has not been irrigated at all since late summer of 2019. For perspective, the historical highest water table recordings appear to have occurred during non-irrigation times of the year, meaning the winter and spring months. George Robeson has stated that the prior irrigation methods of the project site by UNR had no significant impacts to the groundwater elevation. In fact, in emails obtained through public records requests, Mr. Robeson appears to tell the city and the applicant that the data on groundwater is incomplete and, in my interpretation of his words, flawed. He states in an October 9th email with Michael Michelle, "You cannot establish groundwater levels do not respond seasonally or from differing antecedent conditions from two measurements in time with no climatological context." And then ends his comments with, "Because the project occurs in the critical flood pool, this project has the potential to affect not only neighboring water levels, but also the flood storage in the critical pool if it is not properly mitigated." Additionally, the handbook is not entirely clear if they are going to pipe Yori drain. If so, where is the study on upstream impacts on the Yori drain if they enclose it? That will have impacts on flooding across McCarran in the industrial areas between Mill and Rock, along with the airport. To summarize key points, the 1994 FEMA model is being used by the applicant is dangerously out of date, and the applicant knows it. The applicant should be required to follow precedent and at least use the current Vista 19 model for flood impacts. The project should be required to mitigate for post-build-out conditions, not existing conditions, for the protection of existing and surrounding development, and to ensure viable and sufficient retention is available. Applicants should be required to provide drainage plans for detention basins. An applicant should be required to provide a study of the impact of piping Yori drain. Findings 18.06.801B2 retention and C3 drainage have not been met. The grading permit should be revoked. The project should be reevaluated using current flood modeling, wet season well data, and higher flood mitigation ratio per the PUD conditions to ensure the project will not increase flooding in the critical flood pool. The coalition is not asking for this project to be stopped. We are asking for common sense requirements that impact grading for the safety of the existing and surrounding developments. Our only option was to appeal the grading permit in hopes that we can get these issues addressed before the grading is completed in the event that any grading may have to be altered. As we all know, when an area floods, it doesn't just impact people within 750 feet of any project. It affects entire communities and regions and all the people in them. Thank you for the opportunity to make our comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions if needed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. So then at this time, I believe Mr. Gordon, I think you're on the screen somewhere. Oh, there you are, right in the middle. Okay. So at this time, Mr. Gordon, you get 13 minutes.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. Let me attempt to share my screen. Are we good with my presentation? Can you see it?
Perfect.
Good. Thank you again, Madam Mayor and council members. For the record, Garrett Gordon, tonight representing the property owner and applicant, RFG Dove LLC. Also with me tonight are kind of a team of experts that I'll be happy to field any questions you may have. Those experts include Kathleen Knight, senior engineer from CFA, Michael Russell, CEO of United Construction, Mark Gukin, water resources consultant from Cardno, as well as Ken Crater from Crater Consulting. So this is a Dermody Properties project. I know we're all very aware of everything that Michael Dermody and his company has done with regards to development, economic development, and projects in Northern Nevada. As you know, Dermody Properties is a privately owned real estate investment, development, management firm that specializes in the acquisition and development of these logistics centers and e-commerce fulfillment centers and for distribution customers. Founded in 1960, Dermody Properties has invested in more than 90 million square feet of industrial space to date, with over 20 million square feet developed in Northern Nevada alone. He's certainly knows what he's doing with regards to developing these industrial sites. With roots in Reno, the company has successfully acquired and developed logistics facilities for more than 300 international and national regional clients, many of whom are among the country's most respected companies. The company's past and current clients include many Fortune 500 companies such as Amazon, Wayfair, Urban Outfitters, all of which now have a home here in Northern Nevada, a foundation of which has created thousands of jobs and contributed to the economic growth of Reno. This next project is, of course, McCarran Industrial Park. Last year, November 2020, Germany executed a lease with the nationally based and one of the oldest companies established in the United States. This company actually planned to leave Reno for another city, but for Mr. Dermody and his team meeting with that company and convincing them to stay here to move into this project. The project will create over 200 new jobs, over 200 construction jobs. For the total cost of the project is $82 million, with an over $11 million economic impact. Based on contracts, Dermody is required to deliver a completed building to this tenant next year, April of 2022. I thought the timeline was important to walk through in this process. Over 9 months ago, this grading design started. The grading permit application was submitted to city staff in August of last year. And then over 3 months of back and forth and working with staff on the final permit until it was issued in November of last year. The grading commenced November 23rd, and we expect it to be completed April of this year. And specifically for the tenant I mentioned in the earlier slide, building 1 is estimated to be completed, the grading in next month, and then the building completed and delivered to that tenant next year. As mentioned, from the time of submitting the permit until the time of issuance of the permit, over 3 months of review by city staff in conjunction with the following consultants. And of course, all the issues that the appellant mentioned were reviewed, were analyzed, and thoroughly contemplated prior to the issuance of the permit. This kind of dream team of consultants included Black Eagle Consulting, 40 years of experience measured and analyzing elevations of groundwater, and specifically taking a look at groundwater elevations when the irrigation is halted. Confluence Water Resources, another local groundwater expert, analyzed the design of the mitigation area. Cardno, a well-known flood mitigation, flood resources group, Mark Gukin, drafted hydrology reports and studies, including the flood mitigation design. Again, back and forth with staff, dealing with all of the concerns that Kim Rodemeyer raised until staff was comfortable in issuing the permit. And that analysis included specific and detailed code analysis, City of Reno code and FEMA requirements to make sure there was a 100% compliance. And finally, CFA, the great engineering team, designed and studied the storm drain, the building pads, the detention pads to ensure that grading practices would be consistent with best practices. So after 3 months of really a detailed, thoughtful analysis and a verification of conformance with code, the permit was issued. And in any project, it's not just important to meet code, to satisfy code, but to go above and beyond code. And so here's 2 examples how this project goes above and beyond code. Number 1, Reno Municipal Code requires that any new construction of a structure shall have the bottom of the lowest floor elevated to 1 foot or more above the base flood elevation. So Reno Code requires 1 foot above the lowest floor elevation. What are we doing? Well, building 1 is 6 feet above. So we're 5 feet above code. Building 2 is 8.5 feet above the lowest floor elevation. So 7.5 feet above code. And building 3 is 10.7 feet above the lowest floor elevation. So 9.7 feet above code. So again, above and beyond code is important. And every single building exceeds by, I would argue, a significant amount of the requirement of 1 foot above the lowest floor elevation. Number 2, the PUD. This is a PUD, it's fully entitled. And the requirement in the PUD, as you heard from the appellate, is to be better than 1.1. So we are better than 1.1. We have exceeded that requirement, and the flood storage volume mitigation is 1 to 1.04. What does that mean? Well, it's a 4% increase, and that equates to over 3.2 acres at 1 foot depth, or over 3 football fields in mitigation. So that 4% is considerably higher in regards to the 1.1 when you look at the scope and size of this project. So here's a site plan that again just emphasizes how we've gone above and beyond code. At the bottom of this site plan, you can see the base flood elevation is 4,395. Code requires us to put our floor elevations at 4,396. Again, building 1, 5 feet above code. Building 2, 7.5 feet above code. Building 3, 9.7 feet above code. So again, going above and beyond what is required. In the top left-hand corner, you can see the flood mitigation volumes. So what's required would be about 153,000 cubic yards of mitigation. We're at in excess of 158,000 cubic yards. So over 5,000 cubic yards in excess of what's required. So after the permit was issued, grading commenced, and this appeal was filed on November 30th. And there's really 2 issues on appeal tonight. And I think it's important that this council and staff really do focus on these 2 questions, which are: 1, should have staff applied a draft FEMA modeling to this mass grading permit? Number 2, should staff have applied a draft Title 18 code amendment to the mass grading permit? I know this council has already determined standing, but I just need to note this for the record for any judicial review. We still believe firmly that the applicant does not have standing. She did not make a record of how her organization, personal property rights are substantially harmed. So back to the appeal, 2 issues. Number 1, should staff have applied the draft FEMA flood modeling to the issued grading permit? You can see here the answer is clearly no, no, no. Number 1, no, per the staff report. The updated modeling has not been adopted, and the review of the mass grading permit was based on the flood modeling requirements in place and in code at the time of the permit review. Completely appropriate, completely legal. Just like if you file any other kind of application with the city, may it be zoning, may it be special use permit, may it be PUD, may it be grading, you're subject to the rules of the game, or you're subject to the regulations or code on the books at the time of submittal. The hearing examiner agreed. The hearing examiner specifically said that the coalition arguments that the applicant shall have utilized modeling and mitigation standards that are not yet codified were completely unpersuasive, which is why we're here before you tonight. Number 3, I think you've all received, it's part of a record, a memo from the city attorney's office, which again said, no, you shouldn't apply draft prospective FEMA flood modeling, which I understand could be 10 years until it's ever codified. I quote, while the appellant claims that more updated flood models should have been utilized, these models are not yet finalized and revised firm maps have not yet been issued. Had staff required the use of the non-finalized flood model, staff would have exceeded the authority delegated to it by City Council. So not only was it inappropriate to apply a draft model, but as your city attorney memo stated, it actually would have exceeded staff's authority that this council directed to it through code to apply a model that again is not codified and draft. Again, the same, a second question, but a similar answer. There's a draft Title 18 code amendments. Should those draft amendments, again, which none of them specifically would have impacted this PUD. This is a PUD, McCarran PUD. There was no zoning code update that would have changed the language in the PUD. The answer is clearly no, no, no again. And the reason why is from the staff report, I quote, approval of the mass grading permit was based on the McCarran PUD handbook design standards, as well as all codes and regulations, and this is the important part, adopted and in place at the time of the review. Hearing examiner again, local lawyer Bob Bell agreed from a legal perspective that said it was unpersuasive that the applicant or staff should have utilized modeling or mitigation standards that were not yet codified. And finally, the city attorney's office, again, I quote, different section of the memo, if a grading permit application demonstrates compliance with the findings, the administrator shall approve the application. Failure to do so would constitute an arbitrary and capricious decision. And I think this next sentence is important, is that the issuance of a grading permit has a more ministerial character than a discretionary one. So I've been before this body on many discretionary applications, tentative maps, special use permits, master plan amendments, zone changes. Those have very broad findings as far as compatibility and others that are applied. This is a ministerial approval. Does it comply with the existing code on the books or doesn't? And your very competent staff, in conjunction with our very competent expert team, determined that in fact, yes, it does comply with the laws and the regulations on the books at the time of submittal. And in the last sentence on this slide, it says, so long as the applicant provides the information required by all regulations in place at the time of review and can demonstrate that it meets the findings, there is no discretion not to issue the permit. Permit complies with code. Permit was validly issued. If it was not issued or if it's revoked, that would be in excess or above and beyond or outside the purview of the discretion of this ministerial act. So in summary, the applicant, and this is important, they relied. I mean, there has to be some certainty in the development community of what rules are going to be applied when you submit an application. The applicant relied upon the existing municipal code at the time of the application throughout the 3-month process, negotiating and working with staff in regards to the grading permit and issuance of that mass grading permit. It's also important to note that a tenant signed a lease who also relied upon the issuance of the grading permit, which induced it to enter into the lease. Certainty of, again, what the rules should be, what rules should be considered whenever filing an application with a municipality. 2, Reno code actually requires existing flood data be used. The appellant put a quote up on her slide by me referring to a standard in the 1990s. That's not me. That's not me making up a couple sentences of what should be complied with. That's actually from your code. And that's, again, mentioned in the city attorney's memo that that is the code that is required to be applied against this application. If it's ever changed, then certainly there'll be a new standard to comply with, but we're required to comply with the code at the time. 3, and this is important, the grading permit not only meets, but exceeds code, as I showed earlier, related to flood elevations, you know, numerous feet above that 1-foot standard, and also flood storage mitigations, as mentioned, you know, a couple of football fields worth of mitigation. So in summary, we would respectfully ask that the city council uphold the hearing examiner decision that the administrator's review and approval of the mass grading permit based on, again, existing flood modeling and existing flood storage volume mitigation standards was in fact appropriate. Thank you for the time. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, if we get any detailed kind of specific engineering technical questions, our team is prepared to answer them. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and I really appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I would love to get staff presentation.
Hi, good evening, council members, and for the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. We are, going to share my screen. Wonderful. So I'm going to take this from the perspective of process. And Mike Michelle, our engineering manager, and also a licensed engineer who reviewed this case, will be able to respond to specific questions in terms of the technical piece. So big picture, what is this? This is a mass grading permit. This is not a discretionary review. This is not something that goes before Planning Commission or City Council on any typical project. All of our mass grading permits are done administratively. Typically, they take within usually a couple of weeks to go from the submittal to the approval process. Mass grading permits do not include utilities, do not include landscape plans, do not include buildings. It is literally a plan to move the dirt. It's a 2-step process, right? The first step is to mass grade the site. And the second step is a separate permit process, which is a building permit, where they come in
We call it at the final design. So they come in and they identify specifically where those buildings will be built, where the trees will be located, where the roads will be located. So just to get everyone on the same page on terms of process, this is a very preliminary initial permit that is processed as part of the development review process. This was appealed, and it was really appealed for two main reasons. One is, did we use the correct flood modeling data? And based on what the code is today, is the flood modeling data that we analyzed this project on. And two is, did we use the correct stormwater mitigation for a project that is within a critical flood zone? Our code, again, this was based on an approval that was done in November of 2020. So our zoning code in place at that time was our old zoning code, not the one that was just adopted, but our code in place at that time required a 1-to-1 stormwater mitigation. So there's been a lot of talk about 1 to 1.25 and what Daybreak did and the Southeast Connector did. What is in code at the time, again, that this application was reviewed, was a 1-to-1 mitigation. In addition to that, we have a planned unit development, and that was approved back in 2013. That specifically identified what the flood mitigation or the stormwater mitigation requirement was. And so we based our review on those documents that were in place at that time. This did go to a hearings examiner, and he did agree that staff reviewed this grading permit based on the correct information. And he did not get into any technical details. Again, that's not what the appeal was based on. It was whether or not staff's review was based on the current information and what was in code at the time. And he did find that staff reviewed the information based on the current data and codes and analysis that was in place at that time. So there are a couple things, again, that are unique about this project, and I think we've gone over a couple of those. The big one is the location. So it's in what we call an AE flood zone. So there's, again, very specific requirements that you have to build anytime you build in an AE flood zone, and that is you have to build 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So that's a standard. It's very easy to analyze. We know what the base flood elevation is. That's determined, and we make sure that the buildings are built above that. The second one is that it's in this critical flood zone. And again, that's where our code specifies if you're building within that critical flood zone, you have to have a 1-to-1 stormwater mitigation. So those are, I would say, what's really unique about this project that would be different from development in the North Valleys or development in our downtown area, where again, we have different flood zones and different requirements. Going back to when this project was originally approved, I would say probably half of you were on the council or just starting as council members. This was developed as a planned unit development, and it was approved through Planning Commission and through City Council, and went through that whole process, months of public hearing, input, and process. And at the end of the day, what was adopted is now the handbook that we live by. This is the first project within that handbook that has come forward for development. So while it's been approved since 2013, there have been no building permits or development projects associated with this land. This is, again, the first step in development, that mass grading permit. The next step is a building permit. So when we're reviewing all the requirements, we first go to that planned unit development, and we look at what are building setbacks going to be, and what are landscaping requirements, and what are approved types of uses going to look at. We also look at what would trigger any kind of entitlement, such as a special use permit or a tentative map. And we make sure that the project that's proposed meets all of those requirements. Anything that's not identified within that handbook, we also look at code. So if there's something specifically identified, for instance, setbacks, this would identify what future building setbacks need to be. If it's not mentioned and it's not brought up, then we refer to standard code. So all of that is outlined. One thing that we do want to highlight is within this PUD, there is a requirement for stormwater mitigation, and it's listed as better than 1-to-1. So again, when we reviewed that mass grading permit, we made sure it met a minimum of 1-to-1 stormwater mitigation and was better than that. And they did meet that, as Mr. Gordon pointed out, by meeting a 1-to-1.04. In terms of, again, process, and that's what we're talking about here. First was that PUD, then the next step is that mass grading permit. then the next step is a building permit. While we are looking at a mass grading permit, we do go out and we look to make sure that they are complying with best management practices. We have staff that actually go out and inspect to make sure they're meeting those requirements. We know this is an area of concern, and we want to make sure that they're meeting those requirements related to the critical flood pool zone areas. So we've been out there, I would say probably half a dozen times. Our staff has been out there, and again, our licensed engineers that reviewed the plans have gone out there and met with the contractors and making sure that everything that was approved is what is being constructed. And then finally, in terms of why did we review this mass grading permit on those requirements? Why didn't we go a step above that and review it on other requirements? You know, the Daybreak PUD was brought up as agreeing to a higher stormwater mitigation of 1 to 1.25. So why didn't staff require that? It's a permit that's not discretionary, meaning there's not an application that goes before a planning commission or a city council. It's based on what does the code require. And in this case, the code required a 1-to-1 stormwater mitigation. So that is what we followed. The handbook required a greater than or better than the 1-to-1. So again, we looked at that, made sure they met that requirement. Also on the flood model that's in place today, we know that there's a flood model that's being proposed out there. We did reach out to our Public Works Department. We talked to George from the Truckee Meadows Flood Project. So we had multiple conversations with multiple other sources of information and resources that we reached out to talk to them. That one of the big issues that was brought up is these basins, right? These retention and these detention basins. How deep can they be to make sure that we're not creating a problem and we're not hitting groundwater? We worked for over 3 months with the applicant. Again, that is probably 3 times longer than we would normally work with an applicant on a mass grading permit to double check and triple check and really ask for additional information and make sure that what they were providing, we were comfortable with. There were some questions about whether or not the groundwater was evaluated on wet years or dry years. The applicant was able to provide us well data for the last 20 years. So we were able to look at the groundwater and what the elevation was of the groundwater over the last 20 years. And we don't typically have access to that kind of information, but because of the location and because of how the site has previously been developed, there were monitoring wells out there that had been monitored over the last 2 decades. And so that helped us to be able to feel comfortable approving this with the level of certainty that we're comfortable that it's going to meet the requirements. So with that in mind, again, we were able to approve this in November and they started grading, I think, in January. So that concludes my presentation. I did want to acknowledge again that Mike Michelle, our engineering manager who reviewed this permit, is also in the meeting and he'll be the one probably answering most of the technical questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, Angela, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up to the floor. Questions from council members. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question, I understand that this is a review of a permit, and with a permit, you apply code. So there's a lot of code questions. When you have a special use permit or a discretionary, there's broader considerations, as Mr. Gordon said. But I want to ask Ms. Foose, in July sometime, I saw that this was going to the Planning Commission under a special use permit. What happened there? Why was the decision made to issue this administratively rather than go through that discretionary process to the Planning Commission as the applicant originally came in and proposed?
Yeah, the project itself, meaning the building, the development, the proposed uses, that did not trigger a special use permit. When they submitted the special use permit, it was for outdoor storage. Before that went to Planning Commission, they withdrew their application and said they're no longer proposing outdoor storage. So at this point, there's no outdoor storage proposed. We are making sure that as part of their building permit, they're not showing any outdoor storage. If at some future time they want to add that, they will trigger a special use permit and have to come back in.
Well, what about the other code application of a special use permit for site altering, particularly cuts and fills? If you fill more than 10 feet, you need to go to the planning commission and acquire a special use permit. Are they filling more than 10 feet on any spot on this location?
They are not. And again, at the mass grading permit that we looked at what the max fills were, and they ranged across the site between 4 feet and 6 feet. At the building permit stage, we are also double checking that. That permit has not been approved yet, but that is definitely something that we are asking for information on, very specific information, to make sure that they don't trigger that threshold. If they do trigger that threshold, that 10-foot fill requirement, we will make them go back and go through the special use permit process.
For both? Okay. Okay, so we're applying code. I have another question. I'll just have one more and then I presume we'll go around. In the building permit records, there's a lot of reviewing entities and comments all looking at from their perspective. One of the perspectives was that a boundary line adjustment be issued. Now, this is a 104-acre mass grade site, but what did they do a boundary line adjustment on, and why did planning require that?
So the boundary line adjustment, they had some existing parcels and they wanted to move the location, so just move the boundary of those parcels. At the end of the day, how it all unfolded is the development, for the most part, is on one big parcel, and there's two separate little parcels kind of carved out for future tenant spaces. And then we have also one big parcel. It's about 24 acres at the very southern end, and that's basically a big basin that they're leaving undeveloped, but will be used as a basin for the stormwater.
So what ground is the mass grading site on? Is it this 104 acres or is it this 24 acres next to it?
So it's a combination of both of those. The 24 acres is the area. It's again, it's not proposed for future development, so there's no fill proposed on that site. That will be the area that they will dig out because that will be a basin portion. Then the northern portion of the development is where they're proposing to do the fill and to put future buildings.
But are they digging it out as a part of this mass grading, or is it just hanging over here as part of a different permit?
The 24 acres on the southern side is included as part of the mass grading permit.
It's part of the 104.
The overall site, everything encompassing within the PUD is 104 acres.
So how much the building permit for mass grading is how many acres altogether?
And Mike, Michelle, I'm going to have you chime in on this one. Do you know off the top of your head?
Madam Mayor, just to note the time on this, Councilmember Breckus, your 3 minutes has gone by.
Okay, she's going to let me do one more round, but I'd love for staff to finish. I think, Angela, you were getting into answering that.
Angela, can you hear me?
We can, Mike, if you can talk a little bit louder.
It's 104 acres. 104 acres.
104 acres, he said.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Jenny?
We'll go around again because I really would like a very good map up so I can understand what's going on the site. And then I have some other questions about some reviewing comments.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I have questions for several of our staff, and also in the record, there were a number of comments. Our staff called upon Mr. George Robinson with the flood project as part of their reviewing person. So I think he's in the waiting room if we could bring him in.
Okay. George, are you there somewhere?
We're moving him over as a panelist now.
Okay.
I'm going to start though. Couple quick questions. Just for Angela, Michael, Michelle, I just want to get on the record. When is drainage and stormwater issues addressed? I've asked you this before privately, and it seems that you've said both grading and during building. There's a portion done under each. Is that correct?
There is. At the time of mass grading permit, we do require a hydrology report. So we look at how this site is going to balance in terms of the grades. Because it's in that critical flood zone, we paid particular attention to what the mass grading was going to do to the site. We wanted to make
Okay.
sure that they had basins throughout the site to cover that. When they get to the final design, and that's that building permit, that's where they have a final plan of where the buildings will be located. And it's not so much of a conceptual mass grading, it is the final grading.
Okay.
So it's reviewed during both of those permit processes.
Okay, thank you so much. And then Mr. Gordon said something that made me really curious. He mentioned that the buildings were going to be built about 9.5 feet above the flood zone, 7.5 feet above, and 5 feet above. And I know that the excavation is at least 2 or 3 feet. I think that equals 10 feet, and I think that's the threshold, but I may be wrong, for a special permit for cut and fill. So you have to excavate for the storage basin and you have to fill. I'm not sure why they're filling so much. Putting their project only has to be 1 foot above. So it made me think of two things. One, that's a heck of a lot of fill. And number two, that all has to be brought in. Number three, that probably trips these SUP thresholds. And number four, like really why? I mean, are they trying to protect from a do they think the 100 or 117 year flood is going to come that high and they have to raise their building so high? So I don't know if he can answer that or he needs someone else. And then I have a question for Mr. Robeson. I mean, I guess first for you, Angela, I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? It sounds like they're cutting and filling, and it sounds like they have exceeded this SUP threshold, but or plan to.
I can put up a slide that shows the cut and fill analysis. If I can share my screen again, does that work, Councilmember Dorr?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure I have my time for George. I have one question for him. So
if we see this, can everyone see this colorful slide?
Yes.
So what we did, you can see in this table, there's an analysis of what cut, the red and the yellow, what cut and fills will be, what cuts will be required and what fills will be required. And as you know, a special use permit for fills over 10 feet triggers a use permit, and we're at no greater than 7. So we feel very comfortable that a use permit is not required for our cut and fill.
Okay, but you did say it was going to be 9.7 feet above the flood, and you said 7.5 feet above and 5. So we can come back to that, but it's just a question in my mind I don't understand. I see your map and I get what you're saying, but your word said something different. So I'm going to shift to Mr. Robeson for a moment, if I may, just to speed things along. Can you remove this screen share, Mr. Gordon? Mr. Robeson, you're the Truckee River Flood Project Director, and I know you have a keen interest in this critical flood zone because it's critical to make the project work, and also the purpose of the project is to protect everyone, whether they're business, homeowners, or Southeast Connector from flooding. In the correspondence that I saw, you spoke specifically to seasonal flood or seasonal groundwater fluctuation. Could you just tell us what that's all about? Why is that so important? And was this done in your mind correctly here? You know, the issue of, it was brought up during the testimony about it was done in the dry season, the wet season. Can you just explain that to us?
Yeah, there is 20 years of data, like Angela mentioned, and we looked at the 20 years of data, but we focused on very wet periods. It is absolutely irrelevant what the water table is in the summer. The floods don't occur in the summer. The floods occur probably from December to February, maybe into early March. So we wanted to look at the very wettest times and the very wettest periods and what the water table was doing. And what we saw in that data set was seasonal fluctuations in the water table of up to 3 feet. And the closest well to the actual project site had fluctuations of up to 3 feet seasonally. So in the summer, it would be 3 feet lower. So if you apply that to what they were finding a water table roughly around 5.5 feet. That means with 3 feet of possible fluctuation, that could come up to 2.5 to 3 feet. And that's what I was concerned about. And I felt, and I read, you can read my emails, that this was not addressing that point of seasonal
So
water.
just a final thing, I mean, why is that important? All this fluctuation, and why does it matter in these basins?
The reason the fluctuation is important is water, if the water table comes up to say 2.5 feet and you have it down at 5 feet, which is what the grading plan has, it has the bottom at 5 feet. That means 2.5 feet of water will fill the basin that's supposed to be mitigating for floods. And so you lose roughly half the mitigation potential of that big basin.
Okay,
So
I'm sure I'm
therefore
out of time, so I just want to say, so what you're saying is it usually would have air, be empty, and you're saying it would get partially full. And it would take away some of the storage, if I can summarize. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Councilwoman Dorr, I'm going to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving along. I want to know, any other council members have questions? Go ahead, Councilman Delgado, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Breckus, and then Councilwoman Jordan. So go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In line with some of those questions, I think for the applicant is just, I want to better understand, and I understand this is administratively, this is kind of out of many different ways, out of the scope from what we usually see come before us. And I respect and understand that, and also understand there's been projects before us many a times that we've had the discretion to add and apply conditions to PUDs. And I also understand that there's a possibility that that there was an opportunity where we possibly missed that opportunity to add some of these conditions to the PUD. And correct me if I'm wrong, whoever wants to answer that, staff or legal. Doug, I know you weren't here, but I know it was a tight vote. It was 4-3, and at that time, when for many of us that weren't here, when it was a tight vote, it was really with regards to the land use designation. It was a change of land use. Understanding the complexity, the emotion, and how important the critical flood zone is coming to the realization is as to what are we dealing with today, and that's grading. But to my colleague's points is, Angela, were we utilizing the wettest times, the wettest seasons, as terms of understand we have to use our latest codes? So talk to me about what information do we use in terms of our codes, and what information do we use to, are we using our wettest years to use that in terms of a standard for our developments to come forward and say, we're going to use the most conservative, wettest forms, even if it's 94 flooding. Are we using the 94 flooding wettest times, or are we using the driest times? Because that changes from according to what Councilwoman Dewar is already sharing with us.
Yeah, and I think there might be maybe a couple different things going on with that question. So for one is, we're talking about the well water, right? And how deep is that groundwater? When it's a wet year, that groundwater is different than when it's a dry year. So that helps us to determine how deep those basins can be. And again, that's where we retain water and detain water in those basins. So on that particular question, again, we went back and we looked at the last 20 years, which includes wet years and dry years, to come up with what we felt comfortable approving for how deep those basins could be. Separate from that is which flood modeling are we using, and that flood modeling tells us what the base flood elevation is. So based on the model that's approved today, we based where the buildings could go based on that number. We know that there's a model that's being done now, and Mr. Robertson can probably provide some more detail on that, on the timing of when we think that's going to be approved, but that will likely change that base flood elevation, and it will likely rise based on the data that they've been working on for the last 5 or 10 years, and that new modeling that they've been working on. So we don't know for sure yet what that new base elevation is, but we anticipate it's probably going to be about 2 feet higher than it is today. So we kind of took all of that into consideration in reviewing this mass grading permit, and made sure that.
So I'm sorry to cut you off, because I know the mayor's on us about time, and I want to be respectful. So we took the 2-foot consideration, because I know that's been a conversation we've had over years and years, terms of projects that have been done. And so they took that into consideration, staff took that into consideration as to setting a standard that we're not just going to use the 94 flood modeling, we're going to add an additional 2 feet to that, because we know that the flood modeling is off, right? Possibly that much, conservatively speaking.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of the generic answer is we based the approval on what the code is today. But we also took into consideration what the future modeling could do and how it could impact this project, and made sure that we weren't approving something that hypothetically, if there was a new flood model that got approved tomorrow, we wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be in a situation where we just approved this mass grading permit and it was drastically different than what is approved and what's in the model. So we did look at that, but again, the approval that we base this on is today's code and today's flood modeling.
So you looked, but you didn't approve it based on that. I'm just trying, because that's two different things, right? You're telling me two different things.
Yep, so it meets today's code, or the base flood modeling that's approved today, the mass grading meets that. And then again, assuming that the flood modeling that's drafted now, it will likely raise the base flood elevation about 2 feet. And so the plan that's approved also complies with that draft flood modeling.
It does comply with the draft flood modeling.
Correct. And Mr. Michelle, if you want to add any more technical discussion to that, feel free to chime in.
No, I think you got it right, Angela. I mean, we based it on the current model, knowing that the new model would likely raise the base flood elevation, and the design engineer knew this as well. So they took that into account in the design of their grading.
And this design takes all that into consideration, and still we're in a safe place, meeting code and meeting the current draft. That's what I'm trying to get to. So
it anticipates the new revised FEMA modeling, so that even with that, they would be above base flood elevation.
that's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Gordon showed an exhibit that I had not seen in the record, and that cut and fill model showed up to 7 feet of fill. I guess, you know, the record also shows that there's buildings to come in, and Ms. Fu said that. So if you're looking at ground level, is it possible to prep a site and do the building prep for a major structure? Like, I think the structure is what, 1 million? How big is the building proposed to be, the largest one? 1 million square feet?
It's slightly under 1 million square feet.
I mean, that needs to be under 36 inches of site prep to where you start pouring your slab. I know we don't have the building official here, but you know, also know he has a lot of experience, he and his staff, in checking the site prep for these buildings. Is it possible to build 1 million square foot built structure with only 36 inches of site prep below it from bare dirt?
Well, and again, big picture, right? This is not currently a flat site. If you drive out there and look at it, it looks flat, but there's definitely an elevation change from one end to another. So when you're moving dirt, the first step you do is you do that clear and grub. So you take off the top layer, the first couple inches of that dirt, and that's typically not good structural dirt. So that typically goes away. In this case, we call that just a clear and grubbing. And so they took about 25,000 cubic yards of that dirt, I would call it the bad dirt, and got rid of it. Then the rest of it is they said, okay, here's where our basins are gonna go. So we can take dirt out of those basins. And again, they mass graded it. So they had a general idea of how deep those basins were gonna be, you know, generally 3 to 4 feet, depending on where the basins are at throughout the site. And then they moved other dirt to areas that they knew they had to build up the site. And again, if this was a completely flat site, that I would say, you know, across the board, they're adding 4 or 6 or 7 feet. But because it's not a completely flat site, there's elevation and slope. So in some areas, they're building up 7 feet. And other areas, they're only building up maybe 2 or 3 feet to make it that flat pad that then you can put a building on.
But my understanding, and I'm going to interrupt you here because I have 2 follow-up questions. My understanding is if they fill any square inch at 7 feet, anywhere on the site, they only have 36 inches to play with before they go back through a whole review where a lot of discretion is applied on the special use permit. And I wish the building official was here to tell me how much, I mean, it's probably very quantifiable, how much site prep is needed, you know, above bare ground on one of these structures. So I'll leave that aside because I am starting to feel uncomfortable that, you know, maybe we don't have the right person here to give me the confidence that you didn't overstep in doing it this administratively versus special use permit. I want to ask about page 8 of the PUD. It says that when the PUD came through, a preliminary hydrology report was produced. And I think that was Mr. Gookin from Wood Rogers. And he stated that there would be then, Mr. Gookin from Wood Rogers. And he said that there would be 4 mitigation options when it comes back for the final the hydrology report with the first permit. And these were mitigate within the site, mitigate within storage area 8 and 9 to the east, mitigate with UNR flood controls property to the north, or mitigate within UNR property to the east. Which of these did the, you know, this guidance in the preliminary, which is in the PUD, which one of these was picked when the final came through?
We do have Mark Gookin here, and he can walk us through his analysis and talk us through how he came to the report that was submitted with the mass grading permit.
Okay.
We could bring him in.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can.
We can.
Okay, for the record, Mark Gookin with Cardno Consultants. It's been a number of years since I was with Wood Rogers. But yeah, we looked at a number of options, one of which considered benching the Yori drain to gain mitigation volume in coordination with UNR. But the selected option was to utilize lands owned by the applicant just south of their building pad areas.
That was mitigate within the site or mitigate within storage 8 and 9 to the east?
Mitigate within the site.
Okay.
And since I do have a moment, I do want to address something that Councilmember Dewar mentioned. She mentioned the 9 feet above BFE. Keep in mind, Councilperson Dewar, that significant portions of the site are outside the FEMA floodplain, and thus the existing ground elevation is already a couple of feet or a few feet above the BFE.
Okay, and then I have another question.
Okay, one more, and then I believe you're out of time. We'll go around, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, Mr. Michelle, Mr. Peralta reports to you, is that correct?
He does.
Michelle, does Frank Peralta report?
He does.
Okay, so he did a review and he called out that the rational method, which was the report, and it's big stamped, it says rational method. I think a woman, Knight, stamped it. But he says the rational method could only be used for 100 acres or less. If you exceed 100 acres, you need to go another way. And it's not 100 acres, because I looked it up in the Design Public Works Manual. It's not 100 acres inside, it's 100 acres in watershed. And he put this comment into the building permit records, and I didn't see anything that replaced that rational method hydrology report. What happened there?
Yeah, we coordinated that issue with Public Works, and it was determined that the 100 acres had to do with the actual disturbed acreage, which was under 100, which allowed them to utilize the rational method. And so that was what the final report indicated.
Why'd you have to go to Public Works for, oh, because it's their manual?
Well, I mean, when we have questions, we reach out to those who also have expertise in certain matters, and Public Works has expertise in these matters. So we ask them their opinion on the matter.
Okay, I'm having a hard time with that. And, I've been in the situation before where you have different methodologies, and sometimes a good approach is to, do both. So you have both methods looking. But the Public Works Manual says 100-acre watershed. We're dealing with a 104-acre site. I don't know how big the watershed is, but I presume it's larger than here. And the records don't correct or revise or comment or create any justification for this discretion that was chosen, and that's a problem, because I see a reject at a red line at a mid-level, and I don't see any record of why we didn't stand with that person in their initial review. I'm troubled by that.
Okay. I'm going to Councilwoman Jordan, and then I'll go to Councilman Reese.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief. And I appreciate the questions and the comments and the expertise provided here today, because the majority of my questions have been answered, and mine is more along the lines of the action we may or may not vote to take today. This is an unusual one when the grading, confirm if I'm wrong, or tell me if I'm wrong, has already begun. So we would be acting in a role of almost an injunction on the construction and the grading, and then that could have impacts on the project. And I'm curious from our legal staff what exposure that may or may not present to us. I appreciate the administrators' comments, and Angela's and everybody's, and those of us that through this the first time, and the lengthy discussions we went through with this project back in the day. So most of my questions have already been answered, but that was one that this is just an unusual situation in the middle of something that's already begun and approved.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Well, can we get a response from legal?
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
This is Jasmine Mehta for the record. The applicant, from my perspective, and Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall can correct me if I'm wrong, but the applicant proceeded at their own risk, knowing that there was an appeal on their grading permit. So I don't necessarily think that that would create liability on our part if you determine that not to uphold the hearing officer's decision.
Wait, can you reiterate that? I think you just flipped the wording of that. So if we didn't uphold it, there would be no exposure. If we did uphold it,
No, I'm not saying that there would be exposure if you upheld it. But your question was, I understood your question. I apologize if I misunderstood it to be if you went in a direction to not uphold the hearing officer's decision.
I got you. Okay, but it's within, they went at their own risk. Okay, thank you.
So Jasmine, just to clarify, so what you're telling us is the developer went at his own risk of doing this, and therefore we would not be held liable for anything that they have done, correct? Or that we have done?
Well, ultimately, that would be up to a court if this were subject to judicial review. And, the argument is that they did proceed at their own risk, knowing that there was an appeal that could reverse the decision of the administrator.
Okay. Garrett Gordon, do you want to, I see you have your hands up. Do you want to put something on the record here?
If I may, Madam Mayor, thank you for letting me interject. It's an important distinction on the record. So I would agree and disagree, just so the record's clear. One, I agree a grading permit was issued. I agree if a person has standing, there's an appeal right within 10 days of the issuance. You go to the hearing examiner, and then you ultimately come up to City Council. I do, however, disagree that there's no liability on the city's part, because the appeal at hand is, did staff use the correct code in issuing the permit? If the decision was no, it should have used something that was not codified, then I do believe that would be arbitrary and capricious and result in damages that a developer, a taxpayer, and a Reno citizen has a right to rely upon code on the books at the time that the application was submitted. So we proceeded at our own risk, but knowing and relying upon our permit was issued validly under existing code. If the appeal was some other reason that we don't comply with existing code, I think that's another question. But the appellant has acknowledged that this permit complies with existing code. She's just asking to now apply code or maps that are outside of what's within your Reno Municipal Code. So thanks for the time. I thought that distinction.
So, and to clarify that, Garrett Gordon, so what you're saying, if I understand this correctly, you guys come in and the staff basically says, okay, here you go, here's what's required. And then you say, okay, we're good to go. And you follow those requirements of what you were given at that time, correct?
Correct. What we relied upon at that time. Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I just want to understand that. Go ahead. Wait, sorry, Councilman Breckus. I got to go to Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comments are kind of not well organized because we've jumped around from a few things. So I'm just going to identify them as number one and then two and go from there. The first issue is I want to make sure that my position on standing was well known, because I think I was the only one who voted that there was not standing. I did not understand the particularized and unique injury to this applicant. And so therefore, based on my legal training, I could not find standing. But the second issue is, and it perhaps may relate to something Mr. Gordon just mentioned, although not entirely the same way he phrased it, but the question for me as it was presented in the lead up to this meeting has become very different from what it has become in the meeting. I understood the question to be a legal one, as whether the application, when approved by staff, conformed to the rules that then existed on the day the application was made. And that was what was presented to me in staff briefings and in the staff report and in reading the hearing officer's decision. And so I do not have the same depth of knowledge as to the hyper technical issues involved in some of the water related issues. And so for me, I have been trying to learn through this process, but that reveals my third point, which is it is a very difficult thing to be educated in a meeting at 6 o'clock at night on some of these issues that are this hyper technical. I don't know, for example, who Mr. Gookin is or Mr. Robinson. I don't know what their qualifications are. I mean, at the end of the day, and my fourth point is, as I see it, we employ experts in our staff, right? And we also have professional engineers who stamp drawings and who go out of their way to make sure that the requirements of the technological needs of both the code and engineering things are followed. And these standards are adopted, they're accepted, they're the ones we're supposed to rely upon. And ultimately those calculations go into making for the project. And if we need better or more restrictive standards, as it appears some of my colleagues are arguing for, then we can go out and do that. But I find it very difficult to apply them retroactively or even prospectively, like anticipating that a bunch of changes are to be made. So I am struggling with many aspects of this, both I think the legal issues are very clear and very discrete and determine one particular outcome, but all the issues involved in the planning and the water aspect of it are very complicated. And some of the questions just have not intuitively made sense. And so I struggle with that. So I've really addressed concerns both to the legal team, and I've addressed concerns probably perhaps to Ms. Foose and to some of the people who have appeared here tonight. At its core, what we as a council want is not for this area to flood, right? I mean, or that if there's going to be some remediation efforts that have to be undertaken, that they would be undertaken. No one wants to see us develop projects that are not well designed or well thought out. But I don't know if I am in a position to make determinations about that in this type of a hearing in this setting. And I'm sorry, I apologize for the nature of some of the comments and questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Weber, because I don't think we've called on you yet, and your hand was up, correct? Okay, go ahead. Uh-oh, we lost you, Councilwoman Weber. You're still on mute. Not yet.
There I am.
Almost. There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to make, for the record, I did vote against the standing. I voted with Councilman Reese. So I just wanted to make the record.
Okay.
I also, in hearing what the discussions are, I keep wondering that our council is supposed to be policymakers. And I see us as going into such depth that I don't have the understanding of what many of the questions are. And I feel like that's what we do. We depend on our staff. They are the experts. They bring in the experts. And I think that the record is pretty clear in my mind that everything the I's have been dotted, the T's have been crossed, and people have moved on. And so I think that's where I still stand. And I don't understand why we're getting into all of the, as much of the engineering, the water and all that. Sorry, my voice is cracking. So I just wonder why we're not policymakers, and I feel like we're not doing policy. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay. I believe there was someone else. Okay, Councilman Dorr, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to address a couple of comments that have been made, and I'll just, to Ms. Weber's last comment, I wasn't prepared to speak to that, but in this setting, we're basically supposed to be quasi-judges, just like judges don't know every topic that they have to opine on. They have to get evidence from people and make a decision. That's what we're doing here today. It's different than our usual role. Number two, a lot of this sounds very, very technical, and I boil it down to something really simple. And that is that it's all about ensuring that the public safety is protected. So everything that our staff does, their goal at the end of the day is to make sure that both the applicant and all the people around them are safe when it floods. So to that end, they need to be able to provide assurance that whatever they're doing, building, grading, cutting, filling, whatever, at the end of the day, they're not going to have any water running off their site. And in a flood, they're not going to increase flooding on someone else. And so to that point, my questions are, I want to start with Mr. Robinson. Mr. Reese said he did not know who you were. Mayor Sheevy and I do, because we see you every month as director of the flood project. I have a question for you, but before I do, could you give us literally only a 30-second statement of who you are and what your background is so I can ask my question?
Okay, I'm the executive director of the Flood Authority. I have approximately 35 years in hydrology and hydraulics. I have a dual degree PhD in civil engineering hydraulics and a forest hydrology degree. I've worked for the state of Oregon. I've been a professor of hydrology, and I've worked in dam safety as well as designing hydraulic projects over the last 15 to 20 years.
All right, thank you. I think we've established you're probably pretty good at that, what you do. So my questions are really getting to my main point about providing assurance at the end of the day, no matter what all the scientists say, however the staff fell down, made their decisions. Here's my question for you. What, if you build this project, what would a monitoring plan look like for this project? What would be a traditional or technical or substantial monitoring plan to ensure that we do provide assurance, no matter how this is designed? Are there some components?
That's really more up to the city and their code. I have a lot of confidence in Mike Michelle and what he'll do, but I would imagine that he would have a plan where you look at the construction drawings versus the existing drawings, and then when it's done, the as-built. And I thought I heard that from Miss Fuss, that is exactly what they're doing. So I'm pretty confident that your staff is very good.
Because what I'm worried about is no matter what the ratio is, 1-to-1 or 1.104, 1.04, whatever it is, that at the end of the day that we actually know that was built. And so we've always explained this as a teaspoon in, a teaspoon out of the floodplain. And so what I want to make sure is that we know how to measure that and that we have a plan to measure it. So at the end of the day, when there's the next flood, I would almost said if, but we know there's a when there's a next flood and some people are pointing the finger at us, we can say we did everything that we needed to do to protect public safety. And how do we know? Because we had the applicant monitor and also go out and do an as-built, and they showed that they took out more than enough as compared to what they filled. The second question I had is about this flood model. Mr. Delgado was speaking about. There's been a lot of questions about this. Why do we use a 1994? And then there were statements by the appellant that different flood models were used. What is the status of the flood model? Is it ready to be used? I mean, each of these projects that have come in have used best available. What is the status? Who has it? Is it top secret or out there?
There is a initiative to actually redo all the flood maps. We have done models from West Reno all the way to, not flood maps, but flood modeling from West Reno all the way down to Wadsworth. The modeling from Wadsworth to Sparks and the modeling in Sparks have been done. The modeling in Reno, we have hit some real problems and we have had to really rework some things, and we're hoping that that will be done within the next month and be submitted to FEMA for review. And just to make sure that this is known, that once it's submitted to FEMA for review and we start the mapping process, it would be approximately 2 years before the new firm maps will be adopted, not 10 years, which I heard earlier.
Yeah. So what models is Daybreak using? What model did the Southeast Connector use? I mean, I don't really understand. There's all different models, and we know the 1994 is wrong. I mean, everybody knows it's wrong. So we don't want to rely on that because that means people would flood. So does anybody know here? I mean, our staff.
Daybreak, they're using the Vista Narrows model, and they're using the most current model that we have that's working. And that was used to evaluate and permitting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for basically a pre-Clomar and a 408 permit.
So it exists and they're using it.
Councilwoman,
I have one final file up, if you may.
I'm going to cut you off soon because you're over time. Am I correct, Ashley?
Okay. Well,
That is
my final
correct, Madam
question.
Mayor.
Okay, my final question.
Go ahead.
Okay, my final question is really about this flood ratio. The PUD said that they were supposed to use something over 1-to-1. And what we've set a precedence here at council at Daybreak, they use 1.25-to-1. At the Southeast Connector, they use 1.25-to-1. In our new law ordinance that applies is 1.3-to-1. That isn't relevant here, but what is relevant is our past precedent. And I'm wondering why our staff did not use 1.25-to-1 when we've already adopted at council several times. And if we do move forward with this, why we would not require that. I mean, they're outgrading. Why would we not want that same level of greater than 1-to-1? Yeah.
When those projects came before you, there was a reason they came before you. They were some kind of discretionary approval. So they agreed to a higher mitigation. You asked and they agreed. In this case, what was agreed to was better than 1-to-1. That's what was approved with the PUD. That was that discretionary review. What we don't do as staff is just randomly pick numbers and say, today we're going 1 to 1.25 because that's what we approved a year ago. There has to be some nexus for us to require that. Unless
so the
they volunteered.
1.04, can you just say then, if there has to be what you just said, how do we get to 1.04 then?
So they were required to do 1-to-1 and they went above and beyond that and they did 1 to 1.04.
They selected it. Is that the bottom line?
They volunteered to go above the minimum requirement and they went with 1 to 1.04.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. I'll just say I don't know how you measure it such a small amount, but okay. I understand how they got there.
Okay, Councilman Delgado. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have my hand up. Thank you. And I'm listening to my colleagues. I'm hearing the same in terms of frustrations. I'm hearing back in 2013 when we voted on this item. I know it was at the same time, respectfully, it was a different item. And that's where I keep going back, is not being pulled back to where we were in 2013 based on what was in front of us at 2013. I'm trying to really, as hard as I can, look at what's before us today. Understanding that what's before us is that administrative permitting, grading, permitting, in many different ways. We lost many of opportunities when we voted. Many of us, so some of us on this council anyways, voted against the PUD back in 2013 to apply certain conditions at that time. And so what's in code is in code, and I understand that. But what I also understand, I'd like to ask Mr. Gordon is, my understanding is during the hearing process, I believe it's Ken Crater had acknowledged that you guys may not be able to do anything now, but moving forward, there's opportunities to do better. Is that right? Or I misunderstand or hear different information?
That's correct. For the record, Garrett Gordon, thanks for the question, Councilman. So our team at the hearing examiner meeting made a commitment to the appellant, Kim Rodemeyer, as well as the hearing examiner, which we'll do again tonight on the record, is that for all future building permits, we will run those applications against the proposed FEMA modeling. You heard tonight, it's approximately 1.5 to 2 feet. You saw each of our buildings, even with that increase, are way above that elevation. So we believe wholeheartedly we designed it not only to comply with code, but to be smart, not only to stay above any changes in the future, but obviously for, say, insurance, flood insurance purposes, right? If that elevation ever changed, you want to always stay above it. So we've designed it in a way to stay above both current and what's proposed. We don't know if it's going to be what's going to be final and if it's today or if it's in 10 years. But Councilman Delgado, we did make this commitment, and I'll make it again tonight, that all future building permit applications, we will run against the FEMA modeling at that time to ensure compliance.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'll finish off here. Is I again, as a ward representative here, very sensitive to the issues. Also understanding very wholeheartedly that emotions and also the technicalities and also also knowing what's before us and property rights and everything else and where we are currently. And here Mr. Gordon's position is, I want that, I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready, after hearing, of course, my colleague, Councilwoman Breckus, but I'll hold on to that motion prior to, but I'm ready to, and I understand and listen to all my colleagues and hearing the applicant and also hearing from
Okay, then I'm gonna, after Councilman Breckus, then I'm gonna weigh in after Councilman Breckus, and then I'm gonna go to you, Councilman Delgado, to just wrap us up with the motion. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I have a few questions for Mr. Michelle. So whose stamp is on this? Because I only saw one hydrology report come in for this mass grading report. It's dated August 20, and it was Kathleen Knight from CFA, but Mr. Gookin came on the line. So whose stamp? Was there another hydrology report that was received?
There were two hydrology reports. One was done by Kathleen and another was done by Mark. Mark was the expert that analyzed the base flood elevation, that came up with the flood mitigation numbers, as well as establishing the critical flood pool elevations.
Did his work replace Miss Knight's?
No, it complemented it. Kathleen's hydrology was really more of site-related type work. In other words, runoff from the site goes to a site-specific retention basin type stuff. Mark looked at more of the global issue.
I must have missed his report that came in or comments on it. Let me ask you another question. Does the Yori drain traverse the property? Do we have an easement?
It does.
It does?
It does, and it's private. We have no property right to that.
Okay, but then we're also, through this 104 acre, going to be obtaining dedication for 2 streets, public streets?
Correct.
And one of those will be an arterial, correct?
I wouldn't say it's an arterial, no. It's it complements Clearwater Acre.
I thought it was an extension of Mill, realigned Mill.
Well, I wouldn't consider that an arterial street.
Okay, I thought because
it's only on site.
I thought because it was, this PUD discusses it adjoining with the Southeast Connector, and I couldn't see a transportation system where a local road hits up to something like that. But let me ask you this. What was the analysis of the asset that we're going to receive in its flood hardiness through this? Who reviewed that? Because, if they're going to grade it out, we're going to get this street, and, who looked at that we're getting a road?
It's still in review.
Is it a separate permit? What
It is.
permit? Is it with the building permit?
They have a site improvement permit in the process as well.
What's the fills on that looking like?
Off the top of my head, I don't know off the top of my head.
Mayor Sheevy?
Are we at time?
Mayor Sheevy?
Madam Mayor, there's 30 seconds left.
Mayor
Okay.
Sheevy, this is Kim Roadmeyer. I want to thank everybody for their time. Is it possible if I could ask a question?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate everyone staying up late and participating. I have 2 quick questions for Mr. Robeson. I'd like to know, Mr. Robinson, what are the impacts to the surrounding communities if this development uses the 1994 flood model? Number 1 question. Number 2, and how does this impact your FEMA mapping and your FEMA model that you're working on if they're allowed to build their project with insufficient mitigation?
Well, they're supposed to have sufficient mitigation. If there is a problem with the mitigation, like with the ponds, then that could cause some change in the flood level. And it would be a very small change, but if you allow this to go on, one project after another, the cumulative effect could be high. That's all basically, we don't know unless it's modeled, really.
And my other question, what are the impacts to the surrounding communities using the 1994 model?
For mitigation, they are using the critical flood zone 1, which is higher. So in that way, they are actually not using the 94 model for everything.
Okay, so that brings me to a question here, because the flood project really is the expert. And I think we talked about this before, because I know all of us have been so worried about flooding and all these projects that are coming in, that I would like to see, or Angela, give me an idea of process of where, we are utilizing the flood project in the process of all these developments as we move forward, because it's so frustrating. I mean, we saw it even with the last flood director coming in and telling us something different, right? And that is like, you know, we've all got to be kind of working together. So for one, how do we all get on the same page there? So we're all building these projects, you know, together, basically. And then the other one, if I understand correctly, the compliance of 18.06801, I think I understand in the fact that this project actually kind of came before, I know it came before Daybreak, right? So, and I would imagine that was something the developer, if I remember correctly, said, this is what we'll do. I think Councilman Delgado went to them and said, this is what I need to see, or would, you know what I mean? So I think this one was the first one out of the gate when I looked at the maps. So there wasn't this standard of this compliance of 18.06.801. Am I right?
Yeah, in general, kind of the way we work is, and so the flood project works with FEMA, right? They look at big picture as a region. How do we model the flood areas? On a project by project basis, our engineers take in the review and do those project by project reviews. But we base that on, again, the big picture. What is the modeling information that FEMA has approved, that the flood project has approved? And so while the flood project isn't the one reviewing the day-to-day projects, that's the individual jurisdictions, right? How is this impacting this 5-acre site or this 100-acre site? Each jurisdiction individually does that. And it's not in a silo, right? I mean, keep in mind, we have, I think at least 3 different engineers that provided input in terms of submitting the application. We had multiple technical memos that were submitted with this application from not just one civil engineer, but engineers that specialize in hydrology. And like Mr. Robinson, they have 20, 30, 40 years of experience, and their legal stamp is on the line when they submit those plans. Internally, staff reviews all of that information. We do reach out, as we did in this case, to Mr. Robinson and say, hey, we have some questions, let's coordinate. And again, we spent 3 months reviewing a mass grading permit. That is above and beyond what we would normally ever do on a mass grading permit. That should be very quick and administratively. So we really all kind of coordinate together, but our role as the city of Reno, as the jurisdiction that signs off on these permits, these building permits, is to make sure that it meets our codes and anything that we've adopted. And so when the flood project coordinates with FEMA and they update their information, then we also adopt that information. So it's not like, again, we're not doing things separate from each other. We are coordinating, we are talking, we are looking at big picture things.
Okay. I do think we need a better process. I just do, because I think it's really easy that, then all of a sudden we can bring in an outside expert and derail kind of what we're all trying to accomplish together. That's not probably a good way to do things. I'm not sure. I just remember we had another flood project similar, and it wasn't good. It was really, really ugly. So anyway, so I think that expertise is really important at the table. I want to clarify, Mr. Gordon, I believe you said moving forward, you will comply with the other projects that are under that 18.06.801. Am I correct?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So based on what kind of Councilman Delgado was saying, as well as you, our team has kind of put together a little draft and condition. They just texted over to me to be transparent, to say we can't condition a building permit or a grading permit, but I will send this to Angela in writing first thing in the morning that says, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall have approved by staff a current hydrology report using the draft model plan to be submitted to FEMA by the Truckee River Flood Project Authority to include finished floor elevations 1 foot above the base flood elevation established by said draft model. So I'll get that to Angela, and in short, that says, yes, we'll apply the draft model against our building permit applications going forward.
Okay, thank you. And I would just say, and I think this is really, really important. I think you have a few people on this council that building and flood projects makes us extremely nervous. And I want to just clarify that however we vote, I am not in favor of building in these flood projects, right? Or these flood high risk areas. And this is one that Councilman Delgado and I think, and I'm sure it was Councilwoman Breckus, I don't even remember if Councilwoman Dewar was there at the time, but this was really important to us. And so at the time, this does not mean that I approve anything of this project. Matter of fact, we denied this project. So I'm trying to understand, because this is really hard, because I completely understand where we have sort of these issues here. Staff gives you some requirements. You guys go above those requirements and think that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And I think staff honestly did what they think that they are supposed to be doing and did a good job there. And you guys did the same thing and went above and beyond. So, and then we have, okay, well, wait a minute, maybe it's not enough. And I think that puts us in a really precarious position. And it's really hard to sort of balance out who's right, who's wrong in this situation. It's really unfortunate. But again, I want to put on the record, I do not condone, this project. I didn't vote for it. Councilman Delgado didn't. Councilwoman Breckus didn't. So that's really important to me. But what I would ask here, because I'm having a really hard time putting all this together, and so I just want to be really clear. Carl Hall, I'm going to ask you, from what I'm hearing on this legal side, because I'm trying to decipher, that what I'm hearing is we're voting on process, not about the flood requirements. Am I correct? Because we've made a lot of this outside of that. And so I'm having a difficult time. And from what I understand on the legal side, this would be, did we follow the process, which we did according to staff? They actually went above and beyond. And so am I correct? Do you know where I'm going, Jonathan?
Yes, and I apologize. Carl's computer just crashed for the.
Oh, that's all right.
No, hearing the question, yes, exactly. That's it. You are just reviewing the process and the fact that the process was consistent with code. And so, yes, I agree.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay. But again, I'm just going to say again, I really believe we've got to get in the room. And we said this last time with the flood project on ways that we can sort of build this together regionally, because as we get into more climate change, we're going to come into more issues. And I do not support building these projects in these flood areas and using outdated maps. But I do think that staff, did what they were supposed to do, and the developer did. So it's really tough. But I don't like this at all. So it's unfortunate that we are here. And I don't know. Anyway, Councilman Delgado, I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we fall directly in line, and I fall directly in line with everything you said, and it's never been easy. And I know we're moving into better grounds, especially as we adopt a new code and going from 1 to 1.3, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll always be supportive of development in our critical flood zone. So, with that being said, you said eloquently, it's about process. It's not necessarily about and everything else that we talked about. But understanding that, Mr. Gordon, I know we can't apply the condition, but with my motion I'd like to make at the moment, I motion to affirm the hearing officer's decision, and that's denying the appeal and approving the mass grading permit, expecting that there be a letter in writing to our staff tomorrow morning with the conditions that you had put on record. And Madam Mayor, and that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion. Do I have a second and then discussion?
Second.
I had a second. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I think that there's reasons to uphold the appeal. I think Ms. Foose overstepped her administrative authority in allowing the mass grading that shows up to 7 feet of fill to be bifurcated from the building permit and from the road improvements. I think that when you're at 7 feet, these other two only have 3 feet to go, and the burden should be that the ultimate project per the PUD needs to be shown that it's not going to go above 10 feet. So I think she erred in not making those permits all come in at the same time and go through the same review. Because I think there's a good chance that they would hit above 10 feet. And so I think she overstepped her administrative authority in that and misapplied the code. I think also that Mr. Peralta's comments that the rational method should be used and were not addressed anywhere is a misapplication of the code. I think the testimony here tonight that Mr. Gookin replaced Mr. Kathleen Knight's hydrology report is misstated, because all I see that Mr. Gookin provided was an addendum to the geotechnical investigation, not the hydrology report. That's what his stamp shows. So for those 3 reasons, overstepping the administrative authority to confirm that this project will not trigger bills over 10 feet, allowing the rational method to be used in contrast to the Public Works Design Manual for watersheds over 100 feet. And Mr. Gookin did not replace Ms. Knight's with a hydrology report. He did an amendment to the geotechnical. I think that's enough reason to uphold the appeal, and I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I also can't support the motion or support the hearing officer's recommendation. And that is because tonight this has been portrayed as a simple process. And yet it's also been discussed over and over that it took 3 months and it was very complicated. And our staff had to seek consultation with Mr. Robeson and others. And there was a lot of thought analysis that they went into. So where my concerns lie or that the wrong groundwater data was used to set the bottom of the ponds. We had testimony from Mr. Robinson that there's great concern with the fluctuation, that the pond will actually be in the water, not above the water, above the groundwater table as it needs to be. I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned because there's only been fill brought into the project per many people's testimony that have identified, including Mr. Robeson, shared that with me. We didn't get a chance to cover that here tonight. I haven't seen any fill leave the site. And in order to achieve a 1.1 to 1 or a 1.1.04 to 1, some fill needs to leave the site. That's how this works. I'm concerned that the pond is too small. I'm concerned they're relying on overly deep pond. That will not work as designed. And I'm concerned that they're using outdated maps. I understand Mr. Gordon. I'm glad he's going to submit on the record because often oral statements that are made at these hearings are not followed through. So I'm glad it'll be on the record. But I think it's a little bit late when I heard when this project came in that they initially said we will use the most current flood models. And then they went back to an old model from 1994, which is 27 years out of date. We've had 3 floods since then. And so I think they should be using the most current flood hydrology to protect our residents. And so that's why I don't have the assurance. I can't make the finding and have assurance that the project's going to work as it is designed. And lastly, finally, I have a lot of confidence in Mr. Michelle. We've talked a lot. I think he's a very good guy. I'm glad he started going out to the site, but I also want to make sure that an as-built is submitted with this project and that there is a comparison of the topography prior to construction, after construction, and then with the as-built to make sure that the 1-to-1 or 1 to 1.04 is met. So since I don't have that in front of me, there's no performance bond to ensure all of this is going to be met. That is why I cannot make the findings to provide assurance to this. I appreciate all the work everyone's done. I just don't think it's baked. So perhaps in the building permit, some of these issues can be addressed by Mr. Michelle as an opportunity. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to comment.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Please,
I understand Councilmember Breckus's objection to taking taking the grading permits and the building permits, perhaps not all together. But in this instance, I think in terms of administrative discretion, I would prefer that that be directed at me and not Ms. Foos, who has done her job and looked at the stamped plans by professional engineers.
Mhm. Yeah, and thank you. And I'm glad that you pointed that out, because it makes me very uncomfortable when I feel like we're attacking staff for doing a really good job and doing their job. That's why I'm voting tonight. I don't agree with the flooding. You know, I am a big advocate of, you know, what we're doing there. Again, tonight, this isn't about the flooding, but we have council members that have made it about that. I'm going directly on staff. Did you do your job? Did you gave them clearly direction that, you know, was in line with what we have? And then all of a sudden, you know, things start to change and we can find any reason to go up or go down. And tonight, this is, for me, this is really saying that staff did their job. And Angela, you know, I want to apologize because I think that was some very unfair comments. But again, I'm not voting tonight saying that it's okay to build in these flood areas, or it's okay, you know, with some of this mitigation. It's not, but I'm voting tonight for showing that I believe staff did the right thing and did a good job.
Madam Mayor,
okay.
Madam Mayor, could I just, since both you and Mr. Thornley made comments about my comments.
No, we're going to move on.
I'd like
We're
the
going to move on.
opportunity to respond.
Point of order.
I'd like the
I have a
opportunity to
motion and a
respond,
second.
please.
All in favor? Point of order, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thanks. Point of order.
All
is
those in
not
favor?
comment.
Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, transitioning to item J1. This is general closing public comment. It should be noted for the record. Items in this category are items that were received by my office after 4 p.m. the day before the meeting, regardless of their item. Should be noted that we received letters from Luke Zigwig, Dawson Thatcher, and Richard Berman of various issues. These have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we do have 3 voicemails that we will transition to hear now, and I will just ask that council give me a thumbs up when you can hear the voicemail start.
A concerned U.S. citizen, LD C21-00027, the 5935 West Ranger Road zoning map amendment. Well, until you can get the Reno Police, Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Department on the road, because here in the Panther near Ranger Road, at that stop sign before the railroad crossing, a lot of native Nevadans and two-faced Californians, Hollywood stopped, speeding over 25 miles per hour. Until you get some law enforcement in this area and throughout the whole Reno Sparks area, and then during a construction zone on 80, you don't even enforce the speed limit of 55. They're going 65 and up, like they always do, because I'm getting past. And when I go 25 miles in the Ranger Road area, I get tailgated because I'm going 25. So until I see some police up here doing their job, I might as well call car 54, where are you? If you don't know what it is, the comedy show from the 50s, maybe you should go back into the archives of television, because that's what I call Reno, Nevada. And I really think, but if you think this is the greatest thing to do, I said you just go right ahead. But personally, with the speeding in this area, even in the residential areas around the homes, 25 is not being observed. and with their loud mufflers, because I live next door to an idiot with a loud muffler because he's a jerk and he thinks he's cool. So I think you're totally wrong because I don't see the Reno police enforcing speeding tickets. Only I saw a motorcycle, and that has been since a blue moon since I've seen a motorcycle cop give a ticket. So I'm not impressed.
Hi, my name is Leslie George, and I live at 771 Suffolk Circle, Reno, Nevada, and it's considered housing. And we had a lady named Rita and a lady named, let's see, her last name's Peroni, and her first name's Sharon. And she lives at Wellington Apartments, but we're not sure if she's doing it or Cheryl Cronkite's doing it. But okay, what they're doing is they sold the levies of the housing, and with my dad, and what they did was they put unit 13 Wellington Apartments, 13, they're putting West Westminster. It's 13, Westminster's one word. And they're making unit 11 and unit 13 1113, pretending they're at the Vintage next to my dad's house, and he's a disabled senior vet, and he lives in 1112. Anyway, his number's 971-7139, and they're going to back up our septic at the housing because I used her as an emergency contact, and my manager can't get it out of the computer. And what they're doing is they're double billing me for my water, they're double billing me for my electric, and I live in government property. And they called my aunt in for she was in the paper for the Lawrence Trust, and I guess Cheryl Cronkite, she's on house arrest. Her mom and my grandfather all worked at Ross Luce together. And when they did background checks on my grandfather, Jack Harold Seltsam, there's 36 Jack Harold Seltsams. They all got a stimulus somehow. Okay, he's deceased. And they all did heart valve and stent surgeries. There's over 50 malpractice suits. And anyway, they're claiming me as my grandmother, Myrtle Nigley, but she died in 1821. Okay? And they're filling out applications for me, not only a care chest, they just renewed my my Medicaid in California, and they're saying I'm in unit 112 and not 1112, and it's going to back up the whole septic at housing. And we're going to contact the Selective Service because they're not only doing applications over the internet, and they're renewing my Medicaid and my food stamps without my permission. DWSS Miss Cotton wasn't.
Hi, my name is Mike Delolio, Dellolio. I live at 10401 Palladium Mine Drive, above the Monty Ranch High School. I'm calling with concerns about the two developments that are going to go up in the canyon above me. One is a canyon and the other one's a canyon edge. I have concerns about the impact it will have on the wild horses and other birds and pollinators, native plants, the drainage which runs down the side of my house, that canal, that water, 100-year flood canal, and other things, the beauty of it. Our development, which is Lennar, goes right up to the base of that canyon. And I thought that would be it, and that should be enough. But now learning about this and going up into that canyon, that is disturbing, to say the least. I know it's always about the money, but when is enough is enough. That canyon should be left alone and untouched. People hike there, cars park, take their dogs, go see the horses. I know my daughter goes to see the horses every day. So it's very disturbing that something would even be considered to be put up in that canyon, which is all rock. I can't even see how they're going to do it. So I hope the city and the planning department change their point of view and directions with these two projects, not put anything up there. We don't want Reno or the Great Basin to turn into a Bay Area where they're putting houses everywhere they can, on mountains, on this, on that. A lot of people left California and the Bay Area to get away from that, and now this is turning into one again, and that is not good. Thanks for listening. Mike DeLolio, Palladium Mine Drive, 650-445-1180 is my cell phone if anybody wants to contact me. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, you have no further general public comment or comment received after 4 p.m. yesterday. We would be looking for adjournment of your meeting.
Okay. Go. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. I was impressed by what you said earlier about people working together and speaking from a common database so that we have less confusion. And so just something to think about for our manager going forward. We have apparently a manual that's relying on 27-year-old data. Maybe it should be updated, and maybe it should say something like, we should use the best available data. And I think that would give us all a great level of comfort to know that we're using the best available data that's, that everyone commonly shares. And I think it could solve a lot of problems. So, I can formalize that at a different meeting, but I did want to say, I was impressed by what you said, and I think there's a way to get there. And maybe Mr. Thornley could discuss that with our public works staff and Michael Michelle and Co. and make that happen.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And I think we brought that up, Councilwoman Dorr, the last time.
We did.
And I think, I can't remember what project it was, but it was a flood issue and a J.L. Dean came in. I remember specifically, and it never happened. I think because Sabre was leaving and
the Corps director came in, and we've had 3 floods since this data. So it's just, we have to update it. Like it has to be updated. Or it just has to say use best
completely agree. Completely
May I
agree.
make a statement also? I want to call people's attention to the appeals section of the code that says that the hearing officer is deciding whether the administrator committed an abuse of discretion. That's in the code. And when the council sits de novo, they sit as the hearing examiner, and their finding is if the administrator made an abuse of discretion. So I think my comments in making a record that I felt reflected my vote in stating that Ms. Foose admitted a abuse of discretion was misinterpreted by both Mr. Thornley and the mayor as a personal attack against her. And I think that was wrong interpretation. And I'm just calling reference to code. And that's what I was that's what I was referencing in my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I really do appreciate that because I was sensitive. And sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So I apologize as well because I don't mean to cut any of you guys off. But I do think at the end of the day, because of our deliberations, we'll be better. Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, just to know for the record, Councilmember Breckus has dropped off your call. So at this time, you'll be looking for your motion.
So here we are trying to work together and she doesn't stay on so that we can all come to better process and be involved in this. And I just wish she would, and that makes it difficult for us to work as an entire body. I appreciate her putting on the record what her intent was, and maybe I just misconstrued it, and I'm glad she did that. I think that was very big of her. But at the same time, I would ask council members, please don't leave when we're all sitting here engaging in discussion. It's really frustrating because we've all been here It's 8:30 at night. We started at 10 o'clock this morning. And I think everyone's time here is all equal. So I would just ask, please have respect for your other council members, everyone that stayed up for this hearing, and stay on. And because I think you owe that to your council members. And at the end of the day, sometimes we're going to agree, sometimes we're going to disagree. But I really hope that we all, do this together and make a better process, whether you vote for or against something. So thanks, you guys. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good
night.
Move to adjourn.
Oh, your favorite motion. Okay, so motion and a second. Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, I guess I gotta let you go. All right. Good night.
I'm afraid to leave.